In 2019, energy security suddenly, well, it's there, it's granted. What we have to do is to get to this Fit for 55 net zero. Now, they say, because of Russia, they say at the European Commission that they have to review, but you are absolutely right that it's not there. And the other day there was a very interesting projection of how to replace Russian gas by the European Commission and by the IA, the International Energy Agency, which is not a revolutionary thing. And of course, I mean, they were much more realistic than the European Commission. I think this has taken Europe by surprise. There are many issues that we don't really have a European Union energy policy. It's member states, with some issues that are common, but it's member states, and Germany weighs a lot. So I think that we are still finding how to do it, and the old ideology of the green revolution is hard to die.
Okay, before we respond to that, let's give the mic to Chris over there. Yes, who has... Go ahead.
Yeah, I had just a question. Daphne, how I hear about the normalization by Turkey. How sustainable is it, and what are the prospects for that going forward?
For Israel, you're asking, or
for the whole region?
For the whole region.
Turkey. You know, you're talking about Turkey's recent diplomacy.
Sure.
How sustainable is that? Thank you.
My view is that, President Erdogan, he is going on elections in 2023. And he also knows that this will be his, if elected, last term, according to the current constitution in Turkey. So he really, I think, wants to leave a name, apart from what he is doing. So I really do think that he is really sincere with what is going on in the region. He is really willing to fix things, because he is also aware that Turkey is very much isolated in the region, and also Turkey as a big regional player, as a the NATO country with the second largest army in the southern flank, has to do more and has to and needs to play a role just to fix things. But of course, even so, in every relationship, it's a two-way relationship. Turkey will never say that, okay, I am doing this and that, giving all, and compromise with everything. In return, of course, Turkey will ask something from its partners, from Greece, Cyprus. So there should be a, some, and also Israel as well. But the main thing which is important is that this conversation has started. And there's an intention by all sides, to move forward. So I think this is what we need to focus on. So I don't know how this will evolve in the future, but because now the elections, Erdogan is a politician that he can sell anything. In Turkey.
Okay, I think Kate. Let's go to Kate.
Okay.
No. Sorry, you wanted to finish your sentence, Daphne?
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry.
I just want to ask Chris. So I don't know if I were able to reply your question or not. So did you get whatever you are asking for, or?
Yeah,
well, it depends on what you wanted to hear.
Right. That's what I'm asking.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay,
there you go. Okay, then let's go to Kate.
Chris, were you referring to that old project to link one of the Israeli fields to directly to Turkey? There was.
No, I was simply asking you a question about Turkey.
I was Tamar. They were thinking at the time of linking directly to Turkey. But I was going to say, we've seen the rapprochement with the UAE, we've seen the rapprochement with Israel, but with the UAE, given the state of the Turkish economy, there was actually some financial incentive, because the UAE, I think, pledged to pour some funds into the central bank. There was a currency swap agreement, and I think the fact that Modular is now involved in Tamar, the fact that there has been a rapprochement, there may be more of an incentive now to say, hang on a second, we can develop Aphrodite and Leviathan maybe together. I'm looking at you, sorry, but not into.
He is Chevron. So.
Yeah, because it is Chevron. There may
this
be
is my poker face.
And the new pipeline that is proposed to go to Egypt, but not to the LNG plant. But because the logical, I mean, for me, it would be logical to export LNG from Egypt. It's the easiest option. The gas is there.
It's the easiest and perhaps also the most immediate
Yeah.
option. No, continue, Kate. Sorry, I just...
That was it. I mean, you know, and maybe even the Arab gas pipeline could eventually be extended. I mean, it's there, but again, geopolitics. You've got.
Can I just once?
I would just one point. To this,
You each can
argument you
say
started.
something. So, Charles, or you...
Okay, sure.
Related to what
Okay.
arguments. The point is that we have two major countries in the region, Turkey and Greece, with ruined economies. Both economies are in dire trouble. And they have been spending their time during the last 2-3 years fighting each other, and instead of concentrating on their economies. I think now it dawned on both the two leaders, Erdogan and Mitsotakis. I think understand that they can only concentrate on sorting out their economies by solving their problems. And both of them have to, because Mitsotakis in Greece needs to be re-elected and won't be re-elected unless he has a message on the economy. It's Clinton's old message. Is the economy stupid? And Erdogan is the same. Erdogan wants to leave a legacy behind, but the legacy, it cannot be external. It has to be internal. It has to be the economy of Turkey, recovering the economy. And that cannot happen without cooperation among neighbors. And I think that is what is driving this newfound interest among all of the countries of the region, including Greece, including Turkey, to promote cooperation. And I think that is what we will be seeing for the rest of the year into next year. And I'm looking forward to that.
It is true, and thank you, Kate, actually, pointing out that, yes, the current state of Turkish economy is a driving factor, but even Turkey didn't have the current crisis. Erdogan will be doing this, at that term. But this is definitely something that accelerated the efforts, both in, just for with the UAE, Israel, and even Armenia, surprisingly, and definitely with Greece. And
All of the above, yeah.
yeah.
Kate is everything.
Right. And yes, that's right. Especially, the swap agreement with, UAE, plays a role, and Turkey needs, the foreign investment and foreign money to grow and also to fix things, at least in the short term. That's for sure.
Okay, so briefly, Kate, I do want to go back to you, because we've heard Daphne's perspective on this all, but how sustainable do you think this new or renewed relationship between Israel and Turkey is?
It depends on what happens next. I mean, we've seen ups and downs. You can't really. I mean, look at what happened within the GCC. But if you read Mies, and it is actually a very good publication. I was reading yesterday. Just catching up. One of the reasons that the market was slightly tighter than it should be, even though it's Kuwait. Kuwait is not a huge market, but we must remember that most of the countries in the Gulf region are now net importers. But Kuwait started its year-round permanent receiving LNG receiving terminal. So, they've now started. It's small volumes, but in a tight market, every little bit helps. But you saw what happened with it's very hard to tell in the Middle East. But when I said I'm all of the above, I'm Armenian, born in Cyprus, brought up in Beirut, of British parents, Armenian parents, born in Palestine. I'm British by birth, Swiss by marriage, so I can be neutral. And I also
maybe you're the person to fix it.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Get me to mediate. But it's complicated, as they say. So I don't think it's early days. I don't think we can say for sure. But it's Israel. I think the relationship. One of the things I heard Minister Masrouri say a while back, that the Abraham Accords should actually lead to more integration. I'm surprised there isn't a common gas grid in the region. The interconnection is, yes, working, but not really efficiently. But they can go to North Africa. Morocco's linked by pipeline. Okay, Morocco, Algeria, there are problems. But it can all be resolved, because at the moment, with prices the way they are, you'd sort of think, okay, we'll put aside our differences, let the gas flow, and it's a win-win for everyone.
Easier said than done. Go ahead, Charles.
I was just going to say that putting aside the gas pipelines, which, as I said, I don't believe are going to happen either from Israel to Turkey to Europe or EastMed, Israel and Turkey, despite their animosities and everything else, commerce between the two countries has always been flourishing. It never ceased. And having a closer relationship now, it doesn't have to be revolutionary. It doesn't have to produce anything other than a friendly relationship. That is enough for the two countries and the region. We shouldn't be looking into expecting big things like, yes, Turkey and Israel are getting together. Now they're going to build the pipeline to Europe. That doesn't happen. And I need to also point something else out. Who is going to benefit from pipelines from the region to Europe? It's the oil companies that own that gas. Has any of them so far volunteered to even to look into these projects or even commit to these projects? No, because they're not feasible. So it's politicians that are driving these ideas, and politicians do not build pipelines. They need investors. The investors are not forthcoming because the pipelines are not real.
Right. And let's turn to Harry Tsimitros. Yes, there, please.
Thanks. I think you're very right in the sense that even if an additional outcome of this Ukraine crisis is exactly the fact that people are very unwilling to invest in permanent infrastructure if there is mistrust. And in this region, mistrust rules rather than being the exception. But having said that, continuing your thought on things having to be quiet, one of the things that is less well known is the electrical interconnection between Turkey and Greece. This has been going on. There's not a fuss about it, notwithstanding the other problems. It's working. And I think this is the value added, if you like. The beauty of interconnectedness is exactly that it deflates traditional problems of delimitation and so on and so forth. The value added of interconnectedness lies in the fact of connectivity when need be, but it's not like gas or other commodities that need to be delimited between states. And if you have a problem in existence, in a political problem, as the case is in the region, then I think that adds a lot. Two final points, if I may. One is, you were talking about mixed messages from the US and all, and I think it is the EU that also gives very mixed messages. You can't have, on the one hand, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, the EIB, saying that we stop funding of fossil fuel projects at all, and at the same time, you have seed funding of 120 million for the EastMed gas pipeline. These are mixed messages that I think need to be straightened out. But if there is a will, there is a way. And I'm saying what Daphne was saying about the Law of the Sea Convention and everything, it doesn't matter being a part of the Law of the Sea Convention or not. If there is a will, there is a way. Nothing stopped the Republic of Cyprus signing a delimitation agreement with Israel, and Israel is not part of the Law of the Sea Convention. International law provides for a multitude of ways if there is a will on the part of states. So let's not stick with the technicalities to hide the political unwillingness to do such things. Thanks.
Okay, Daphne, I know you've been wanting to say something.
No, I agree with Harry. By the way, just so I agree with you, but this is also Turkey's position that they are putting on the table, just for discussion, and also if we go to, okay, since you talk about giving mixed messages, if we go to the start of the start of this problem. That the rejection of the Annan plan, right? Just in the past, that just broke out everything. Just I think if it were not rejected by that time, then we might have found a different situation by now. And in addition to that, and then Cyprus has become the EU part of the EU. This really made the things even, worse, more complicated. Now, then, EastMed Forum established, just in March 2021, just keeping Turkey a part of, this scheme. And all these things, what I'm saying is that, you cannot, it is not realistic to keep Turkey out of the solution, okay, in the EastMed, whatever it is. Because unless all these countries need to include Turkey also in this scheme so that an equitable solution, a realistic solution can be found, easy. This is my point. So thank you.
I mean, adding to what Harry said.
Charles first and then Kate. You
Okay,
both wanna
adding to
jump in.
what Harry said, I mean, what is VC's MedGas Forum? Other than just a talking shop. It has done nothing, it has created nothing, nothing has come out of it, other than every now and then they meet and talk and then go away and then nothing develops. So I think let's not put too much emphasis on that. It has a long way to go before it becomes an entity of some kind. But I think there is something else I want to highlight that is moving us away from gas. I mean, look at all of the major oil companies that came to the region before coronavirus, before 2019. They came because they saw a gas potential in the region. That gas potential hasn't developed. Those companies have not really gone flat out to drill. They're not drilling anymore because the pressure on all of them is to move away from oil and gas. Their investors, the banks, are not lending them money to go into major new developments. As a result, in the East Med, there have been no new discoveries, major discoveries, since 2019. There is no major new drilling happening anywhere. The oil companies like Shell, BP, Total, ExxonMobil has just done the appraisal drilling in Cyprus. They are all investing in drilling near existing developments where they can get immediate returns. They are not investing in wildcat drilling, new areas, new exploration. And that is going to be a big limitation. I don't believe we're going to have any serious new drilling of Cyprus or Lebanon or Israel, maybe a little bit in Egypt. So the companies are not going to develop this gas. So the future is finding a way to make best use of what we have. And that's why I said before that if you look at Egypt, Zohr is not performing. There are no major new discoveries. Egypt is going to need gas from others. That's why there is a link with Israel, and Israel is sending more and more gas to Egypt. And eventually, even some of the gas from Cyprus will probably end up in Egypt if they find a solution to get it there. And that is the future. That's why I said before there is a regional use of the gas. I mean, Lebanon eventually is going to come out of its mess, and it's going to need gas. Egypt is trying to send some gas, but it's actually Egyptian gas, it's Israeli gas. In theory, going to Egypt, but being diverted through the Pan-Arab pipeline to go to Lebanon. That is not enough, it's small quantities of gas. I mean, Lebanon will need more. Cyprus has gas to get rid of because you can't make use of it. So, and this is where I see this regional thing developing eventually, but it's not going to happen today or tomorrow. It's a longer term
And it
project.
hasn't happened in the past 10 years.
No.
Okay, Kate, go ahead.
Final 2 words. I agree with you. I think it should be a regional, East Med should provide region. But 2 things. We can't talk about gas in the region without talking about Iran. I mean, look at what sanctions did. 2 LNG projects down the tubes. I remember a few years ago I was here at ADIPEC and Iran LNG had a stall. I don't know if you remember, but then they were giving away these yellow bags. They were very bright yellow, and inside there was a crab-looking thing that was a neck massager. But of course, it never happened. We're going to see the same thing in Russia. Companies pulling out, a lot of them from LNG projects. The majors. And the other point I wanted to make was the UAE has got it right. They've got nuclear, and we've already seen a decline in gas usage. So, finding the right energy mix, I think, is really important. We've now seen Kuwait and Saudi Arabia finally agreeing to develop the Dora field, which is in the shared neutral zone offshore. So we're seeing it, but it's a bit too late, And as you said, you've got, it's got to be. It can't become a stranded asset, so you also have to decarbonize. You need CCUS, as Qatar is doing. So it's, gas is going to be a transition fuel, but it has to be minus, methane emissions, minus flaring and so on.
Okay, so then, I mean, I think I'd be fair to say that actually this is the only complete full European panel. We're all Europeans in some way or form, sitting here, and diversifying the energy mix is crucial, but that includes gas. I mean, we've talked about changing the message within the EU that needs to change. We've talked about, that if they don't do it, then it's highly unlikely that financing is going to come through. So how are we going to get there? And I can ask this question to any of you.
Sorry, quick, get to where?
Sorry?
Get to where?
How are we going to change the message? Because, it's so far the EU is not doing it. So where's this pressure going to come from? One second. Let's give Ana Palacio the mic.
We will try to model through, and I think, in my opinion, this time it's not going to work, because we need to address the markets, and the European Commission and the European bubble is very deft at modeling through, saying yes, but no, but maybe. But when you have to address financiers of big projects, that's different. So I think that we need to go through a kind of sobering moment where we say, hey guys, we need gas if we want to get out of the Russian gas, which is, in any case, is going to be extremely difficult for the reasons that you said, and particularly, Kate, that you have highlighted, is that we are navel gazing, Americans as well. We navel gaze, but the rest of the world wants energy. So, we have to fit the equation.
I was going to say we were kicked out of the other room because there's a net zero, the IEA's net zero scenario is being... I mean, that was published last year, it's been talked about, but again, it's been overtaken, right? I mean, I was at the IEA, I didn't work on that one because it's become very controversial, but that's one of the reasons why people are saying, hang on a second, we started too soon, we moved very fast to the transition before the system was ready, but, you've got to do it in a... As the minister said yesterday, it's got to be wise. We have to be wise, and we have to do it in the right, in a phased manner, as opposed to boom, out of gas into hydrogen. Where is hydrogen?
But can I add? I mean, last week, or I think it was last week, BP released its annual global energy outlook, and it still shows that by 2050, the world will need 50% of its energy to come out of fossil fuels, out of gas mostly, and some oil. And I think that is, despite the fact that it's BP who is saying that, and maybe people will say, well, they would say that, wouldn't they? I think there is a basis to that. But Europe is not going to change its approach. Europe is going to stick to this idea that it's going to be energy transition, less gas by 2030 and much less gas by 2050. So we, here we're talking about the EastMed. We need to get that message and stop talking about gas pipelines and putting so much hot air into these pipelines. Every time that something happens, we resurrect them. We come back and say, hey, we're going to build the EastMed gas pipeline. Who is going to build it? As I said before, nobody will build it because the investment is not there. And as long as the EU keeps saying that message, no investors will put money into this pipeline. So let's put it to rest and start looking, as I said before, regionally, what we can do. What Daphne said about the newfound interest for cooperation, and central to that is Turkey. If Turkey really puts its mind to cooperation in the region, it will make a hell of a difference to the region. And that is the beginning, maybe the beginning of a chance that we were going to go away from this confrontation into some kind of regional cooperation, maybe because Mr. Erdogan wants to leave a legacy behind. 2023 is important to him. And then we have a chance to develop something regional. Egypt is going to need that gas. The infrastructure is there. Egypt aspires to become the gas hub of the region. It will get that gas. If there is no other gas in the region other than Leviathan, Aphrodite, and Glafkos, then nobody, in my own experience, and I've had a very long experience in the oil and gas sector, if projects are commercially viable, politics do not stop them. They eventually happen. And I believe that these developments in the region, they will happen, but it will be regional developments,
right,
not for export to Europe.
Okay. Daphne, final last words, and then I'm going to close because actually Kate has to jump into the next panel that's at 10. Yes, talk about KRG.
Sure, very quickly, yes, we need to develop something regional, but on the other hand, even though I mean, again, Southern Stream, just Southern Corridor was not viable at the beginning, but it had the political support and it is realized. Something to just underline. And for the regional, projects, that's why U.S. shifted to, supporting interconnectors from, pipelines in the region. And also the second thing, and also which is in line with the EU targets and net zero targets is the, developing the renewable energy, cooperation in the region has a big potential. That's why we are also, as the Atlantic Council, we will have our conference with EBRD in Istanbul in October. Hopefully, I'd like to see you all there. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Well, no, thank you all for your perspectives on this, and thank you all for being here. There are 3 new sessions starting at 10 a.m. right in here in these 3 rooms. So stick around and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me okay? Testing, testing. 1, 2, testing.
I was in the previous session watching, and Ana Palacio mentioned a theme that's been emerging over the past several days here at the Global Energy Forum, which is, we're in this energy transition that's pursuing, net zero emissions and climate action, but we can't abandon the energy system we currently have as we move through that process. And that effectively says that, hydrocarbons are going to continue to play some sort of role in the near future, and we should devote equally as much focus on how we decarbonize and remove the carbon from those resources and the use of those resources, just as much as we pursue the necessary clean and zero carbon technologies such as EVs, wind, solar, nuclear, et cetera, and find out how we can make all of these different energy resources and carbon management technologies cooperative and cohesive into what is, I think, a circular carbon economy. And I'd be quoting Adam Zaminsky, who has done a lot of thinking on this issue, in the 4 R's that he's articulated in the circular carbon economy, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. And so I think today what we're going to do is we're going to hit on the role, what is the circular carbon economy, how it's developed, what technologies are emerging, and in particular focus on what are the policy frameworks that we need to put in place in order to continue to see the circular carbon economy evolve and develop. So to that end, we have a great panel today. We have Lee Beck, International Director for Carbon Capture at the Clean Air Task Force, and also a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. We have Thamir Al-Shahiri, Senior Research Associate at the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that the center, CAPSARC, is a knowledge partner of the forum and has been a really great partner, particularly on these circular carbon economy issues, and a leader in this space. And some of the research that Thamir has presented in the past has been hugely informative in informing how we connect these various pieces. And then finally, virtually joining us, we have Dr. Samal Bibawi Leon, the Director General of the World Nuclear Association. So what we'll do is I think I'd like to start things off by turning to you, Thamir. And, as I mentioned, I think CAPSARC deserves a lot of credit for its exploration of the circular carbon economy. You recently launched a circular carbon economy index, which, for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to call the CCE index from here on out. Which tracks this progress circular carbon economies are having around the world. But before we dive into that specifically, I think I'd like to open our session by asking you, where do you see the role of the circular carbon economy in the pursuit of our necessary net zero pathways? And in particular, how this effort, both at CAPSARC and the development of these economies around the world, has evolved over the past several years?
Hello?
Yep.
Thank you, Ritz, and thank you so much. Yeah, we have been working the circular carbon economy, CCE, since it's been endorsed by the G20 in 2020 during the Saudi Arabia presidency. And we think that achieving the Paris Agreement goals will need to go through reducing emission and through non-fossil fuels technology and non-zero technology. But also technology like CCUS need to be considered. And here we can actually find where the CCE can be a great framework, a great concept to look at it from that lens, and also engage all players in the region using a holistic approach and make these players to choose their own pathways. That's the strength of the CCE. Talking about the CCE index, it's a tool to frame a policy-oriented framework to measure countries' potential and performance and current performance. We developed that in CAPSARC in-house, full in-house, developed including all the materials from web portal to all the modeling tools that we also launched recently 2 weeks ago here in actually Expo. It was a regional launch for our CCE lab to actually perform some sort of scenarios on countries where they adopt certain technology or improve in certain areas. So this is an overview of the CAPSARC work on the CCE and the CCE index.
And I'd like to dive a little bit more into the index, and I realize I mistakenly called it a CCE tracker, and that's partially because we have a CCE index and a CCUS tracker on stage. So forgive me there. But I'd love to, you launched this report about the index in December of last year, and you mentioned how it serves as an opportunity to monitor the potential and the progress in CCUE in specific countries. I'm wondering, following your December report, are there any lessons learned, any major takeaways from that work thus far that you think are worth sharing? And can advance our thinking on where we need to go next?
Yeah, definitely. If we are looking at the 2021 CC index result, we can find very interesting findings that countries adapt different technology based on their circumstances, but also there's huge gaps between top countries and bottom countries. Gaps in policy and regulation, in technology, in finance specifically are huge. So this area where we can focus from now on, and the index is a great tool actually to look at this from different perspective. Also, we observe that there is a lack of data, especially to the CCS and CCUS related policies, technologies. So we are working with our partners to enhance that, and I think we will be improving year by year on the data availability and data accessibility. So these, as in general, that's I think the takeouts from the CC index work now.
I think policy gaps and data availability, those are two issues I want to dive into later on in our session. But briefly, Lee, I want to turn to you next. Thamir mentioned, this is all ultimately about carbon management. He mentioned some of the technologies, particularly CCUS, as a major component of this circular carbon economy. I'd be remiss if I didn't, briefly plug the work that CATF has done with the Global Energy Center on CCUS scalability. And we had a workshop actually just a few days ago on this subject. I think could you, generally speaking, paint us a picture of, the role that carbon management technologies specifically are going to play in the circular carbon economy?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Reed. I want to start off with saying thanks to everyone who joined us today. Thank you, the Atlantic Council, of course, also our partners, CAPSARC, with whom we're working in the region. Maybe I will start with just giving a quick overview of Clean Air Task Force. We're an environmental and climate NGO. We were started 25 years ago in the U.S. to reduce emissions from power plants, but with 75% of emissions reductions expected to come from technologies not yet mature, and that's an IEA stat. We're really focusing on those overlooked technologies. So carbon capture is one of them. We have a really big team focused on methane. Reining in methane pollution is the most important thing we can do between now and 2030 to shave off global warming, advanced nuclear, hydrogen. And we're really looking at this from an optionality perspective. We need as many options as possible to prevent technology lock-in and to create pathways that are just as in each country needs to have the technology pathway that fits its individual resource, social, and political economic framework. And I think carbon capture is a great example. Here at this conference, you touched on it already. We need a realistic energy transition. We need a realistic energy transition that takes into account that energy demand is still growing. We're facing an energy crisis. There's 1 billion people that still don't have energy access. 70% of fossil fuel resources are owned by national oil companies out of traditional advocacy and divestment pressures. So we need to create realistic pathways to get to net zero, and carbon capture can help us by future-proofing oil and gas, turning it into hydrogen. So we're really interested in the region becoming a blue hydrogen supplier for Europe, for example. Cement and steel decarbonization. The UAE has the first steel carbon capture plant. Steel and cement account for 12% of emissions reductions. Pathways for carbon removal. So as you can see, it's actually a really, really big wedge for decarbonization, but not enough is being done, as you said, to commercialize these technologies. So we're working on this, and I think I want to touch on the workshops going forward. I'll hand it back to you, and then maybe we can dive more into the workshops in a little bit.
Yeah, I think two items again. Pathways, right, and optionality, and leveraging the resources within these different countries as everybody pursues their net zero ambitions, recognizing that everybody's going to have their own journey as they reach their climate goals, and making sure that no resources or technologies are off the table, so long as anything can be made low carbon effectively. I want to turn to our virtual speaker, Director General Sama. The World Nuclear Association, clearly we're talking about nuclear here. What, at a high level, what is the role that nuclear energy specifically has to play in the circular carbon economy? And we'll move on from there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Reid. It's a pleasure to join you all today, even though virtually I would have loved to be there in beautiful Dubai. But so yes, nuclear energy is, of course, one of the pillars of the reduced principle of the carbon circular economy. So again, it's going to be essential. So in fact, if we are serious about truly meeting the climate change challenge with the urgency and with the scale that is needed, and also if we are very serious at actually doing that in a just and equitable manner, which we just heard Lee talking about, we really are going to need to use all the proven low carbon technologies that are at our disposal. So I think that that all the International Energy Agency and also the IPCC scenarios confirm that the use of nuclear energy is going to be an essential component in order to actually achieve decarbonization in a cost-effective and realistic and pragmatic manner, as Lee was just mentioning. So actually, I would say that as we are seeing, unfortunately, right now, as a consequence of the war in Ukraine, the role of nuclear is even more important right now if we take into account the additional element of energy security and energy independence in the equation. And then maybe just the last thing that I will say before we turn it back to you is I would say that something that is often forgotten is that nuclear energy, beyond being obviously essential for the production of low carbon electricity, could also be a game changer to produce low carbon heat, which is going to be essential to decarbonize other hard to abate sectors such as industrial applications, such as heating and cooling for buildings, such as hydrogen production, freshwater production, etc., etc., etc. So again, enormous opportunities for nuclear energy to contribute to the circular carbon economy.
So yeah, you actually jumped into my next question of you, which is, the role that nuclear energy can play, particularly in our hard-to-abate sectors. And it strikes me that there are a number of, while nuclear can play a significant role in those hard-to-abate sectors, that's what we're looking for to really seize that opportunity, is a combination of, enabling policies, right? And also, I think, expanding and building upon the technological horizon there. When, Director General, when you look at what needs to happen in order to really effectively leverage nuclear energy as a resource in hard-to-abate sectors, what are the key regulatory policy frameworks? What are the key technologies and innovation pieces that you think need to fall into place in order to seize that opportunity?
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, I think that we have, of course, the traditional large nuclear reactors that most everybody is familiar with. They can play a role there. But I think that more importantly, we are seeing that small modular reactors, which is the next generation of nuclear technologies, could also be a game changer in this aspect, right? So these reactors, as you know, they are smaller. They potentially can be customized to be more fitted to specific applications, whether it is specifically for industrial process heat, for hydrogen production, or for district heating, etc., etc. So those are basically two different approaches that we have to use nuclear technology. So now, from the point of view of policies, I really think that the technology is close to be there. I mean, obviously, as you know, nuclear is currently 10% of world electricity and the largest source of low carbon electricity in the OECD countries. So nuclear is already contributing enormously. But if we really want to bring this role even further, I truly think that this is a very important time for thought leadership and pragmatism from governments. So this is going to be essential to develop well thought out and diversify long-term energy strategies. And I really think that is very key for all infrastructure. I mean, as you know, we really need to completely redo our clean energy infrastructure at a global level. So in this sense, it is very, very important to put in place policies and also market frameworks that are going to recognize and appropriately value the different attributes of the various low carbon energy sources. So I think that this is going to be very important because it's going to create confidence both in the industry but also in the financing and investment community, and this is going to incentivize investment beyond public investment, also private investment in this clean energy infrastructure.
Thank you. So, I want to turn to Thamir, but first, because we said the magic word of, private investment and, the financial community's role in this, I actually want to briefly, turn back to you, Lee. Commercial scale is something it's a consistent term in each one of these CCUS conversations we have, and the need to get capital into the market as well as to establish the policy frameworks needed to move beyond the really, really successful demonstration projects we've seen in numerous different country contexts. Where do you see the key next steps, either in a US, EU, MENA regional context, or elsewhere in the global south? What are the key things that you see needing to happen to bring CCUS to a better commercial scale, and certainly quicker than I think the timeline currently is projected to be?
Yeah, thank you so much, Reed. I appreciate this question because there's about 150 carbon management projects under development across the US, Europe, and the Middle East. And if we can build these projects over the next, say, it takes 4 to 6 years to develop these projects, so maybe over the next decade, then we're pretty close to commercialization. But what we need to do at the same time is, of course, also shortening the deployment timeline in the next generation of countries by understanding infrastructure needs, emission sources, CO2 storage. But going back to the financial community, I think there has been this unprecedented realization that we need these technologies. So governments, especially in Europe and the EU, have put unprecedented policy mechanisms on the table. There was $12 billion for CO2 storage alone in the infrastructure package in the US, an additional $8 billion for hydrogen production, which can be used for blue hydrogen. The EU has selected 4 out of 6 CCUS projects for its first round of innovation fund. There's CCFDs, carbon contracts for differences, on the table in the ETS reform. So there's really this unprecedented policy framework in the US and Europe, and we think that this really can help us attract financing to these projects and make it attractive investments. I think it's clear climate regulation is going to come in the US and Europe. In Europe, of course, it's already there. And so we need to decarbonize. And I think that the market is responding to this. In 2021, I think there were 51 projects alone announced in the United States as a result of this unprecedented policy momentum. There's more tax credits, $85 a ton for industry and power, $180 a ton for direct air capture on the table in the United States. So I think by really signaling to the market that this is a technology we need to commercialize, the private investment will come. And it's really, really important that we can reduce costs, learning by doing, provide funding for infrastructure, shorten deployment timelines, and really make sure that we reduce the risk of these projects. Because everyone always says CCUS is expensive, but what's really expensive is high risk premium on a multi-$100 million loan. So yeah, definitely agree with you, and thanks so much for pointing to this.
Yeah, and I think it's also equally as important. You're seeing all of that momentum happening, almost prior to this current energy crisis. And I think one of the implications of this current crisis will be, as part of our re-examination of what energy security is, we're going to be thinking, certainly more long-term about the role of gas and hydrocarbons in that future. So if anything, the urgency of, thinking about CCUS as a carbon management tool as we increasingly, adopt those hydrocarbon resources as an energy security measure, whether that just be for baseload storage or something like that, that momentum is something that can't be left on the table. And so, Thamir, I now want to turn back to you. We've addressed the CCUS piece, the nuclear piece. I do want to give you the opportunity to weigh in on this idea of the various pathways, because I think that's something that comes out strongly in the CCE index. When you look at the pathways, when you look at optionality and providing countries, particularly in the global south, to carve their own pathways to net zero. What are the major trends you're noticing, and you mentioned policy gaps. What are the policy gaps that need to be filled, whether international coordination or otherwise, that we should be thinking about moving forward?
Thanks so much. Yeah, I would like actually to back maybe on the point that you actually stressed there. It's on the finance, because this is one of the biggest actually gaps on that's what we capture in the CCE index now. I think we are on the stage now to rethink or reshape the perception of especially on oil and gas sectors, hard to abate players in the industry. If we are saying that oil and gas will end up in 20 years, 25 years, nobody will invest. Nobody will put money in that. So I think with this crisis, we already get a momentum there. But I think with this crisis, we need also to reshape the perception, and the financial community could actually capture that to rethink on these technology again with the right policies framework. So based on that, going back to your question, yeah, again, policy and technologies and also finance is the biggest gaps, as I mentioned before. I think the internal organization, especially at for example, we have in Saudi Arabia the CCE national program. They are looking at the CCE at the national level, and I think now they are a great example on local domestic policies to achieve carbon circularity between different government entities and the private sectors. So I think this is a good example where we can find coordination between government and private sector and investors. I think these frameworks can be put in a place to at a domestic level to come up with great policy framework in general.
And actually, I think your mention of Saudi Arabia's CCE strategy, I think, is an interesting example in that I think it illustrates how decarbonization should be a consistent, decarbonization and circular carbon economy should be a consistent thread through both energy strategy, industrial strategy, et cetera, in order to succeed, and almost economic strategy as a whole. And I think there are other countries who might look to that example. And I think it's an opportunity for the international community in particular, as you look to a lot of these centers of future demand. And of course, we'll have a session later today on South and Southeast Asia's energy development story. How you offer the opportunity, how you facilitate and encourage those emerging markets to think through their energy demand growth in a cohesive, low-carbon manner across the economic, industrial, and energy delivery sectors, I think is really important. I want to turn back to DG Sama. You mentioned briefly SMRs, and I think the innovation potential that we're seeing for SMRs is hugely interesting, particularly as we look to where SMRs can be deployed in new country contexts. Again, it's a resource that allows countries to choose their net zero pathway because it is so flexible in some ways. What are the opportunities, international, that you're seeing on the SMR front?
Well, certainly, you said it. I think that small modular reactors have brought a lot of excitement and a lot of opportunities to countries that perhaps weren't really considering nuclear energy in the past, because perhaps they didn't realize that these opportunities existed. So yeah, so we are seeing a lot of interest. Obviously, you've seen that in Europe there is a number of countries in Central and Eastern Europe that are very interested in small modular reactors as well as large reactors. Essentially, they are doing a huge effort to decarbonize their entire economies. So they are looking at maybe large reactors for traditional applications and small modular reactors for more smaller application, more customized applications. But also, we have seen countries in Africa that are also looking at these small modular reactors as a way to perhaps leapfrog from the current energy systems that they have to a more decarbonized and reliable energy systems for the future. So we are seeing a lot of interest in these small modular reactors.
I think we've spent a fair amount of time talking about, the real opportunities that we're seeing in the CCU space. So I think, and by the way, to the audience, if you have a question, we do have a mic that we can pass around. So just flag your desire to ask a question. I'll be sure to call on you. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep asking questions because I'm interested. But I would like to turn to kind of, the challenges that we're seeing currently in this space. I think we mentioned policy gaps as one challenge, but I think we're seeing a little bit of momentum there as we, begin to think more intentionally about the role of decarbonizing sectors rather than eliminating the carbon production outright, right? I think I'll start with you, Samir. What are the key challenges that you're seeing both within the CCE index that need to be resolved in the short to medium term, let's say?
Well, I will talk about the CC index. And this is a great time to actually look at this data again, especially with this energy crisis, to rethink about what other dimension that we are measuring now could be considered. For example, if we are taking the energy security, which is the hot topic of the space, is currently we are measuring the energy security on the share of imports and energy imports. But there is a lot of dimension that we can consider. That's the number of resources and where the sector actually can be the critical sector that feed in. So we need to look at the more deeper structure of the consumption of each country to have a better insights on that. Again, go back to the energy security thing. As you can see, there's a different perception. If you can see here in the region, in GCC and in Europe, where it's more a market-driven, where here it's more like a national security driven. We can capture that in the interconnectivity grid, like what we see here in the GCC, and how it's different in EU. So, yeah, I think we need to look at. I'm talking again about the CC index and how we actually look at these potential improvements areas. I think we need to look at data from different dimensions.
No, I think you speak to, one of the pieces that I hope to get to eventually is this international coordination piece. And, what we've noticed, or at least what I've noticed consistently throughout these different regional contexts when we talk about these issues is the need for shared learning, right? Part of that's data, obviously, but part of that also is, shared learning about the policy frameworks that are working, right? And so I want to turn to that in a little bit. But Lee, turning to you next, the key challenges you're seeing in your space. And I think it'd be interesting in particular if you touched on, given that CATF, based in Boston, done a lot of work in the United States, a huge amount of work, in a European context. And of course, you just now launched your MENA CCUS tracker, so beginning to do a lot more work here. So you can touch on any number of these regions, but what are the key challenges that you're seeing in the deployment of additional CCUS contacts? And of course, commercial scale and financing is one of those. So I'm gonna make sure that you go beyond just that piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to touch now definitely on the workshops that we hosted on Sunday together on hydrogen and carbon capture and storage deployment. I think one big theme in the workshop was the political problem that carbon capture has. I mean, this also accounts for nuclear, which is really unfortunate because the science is very clear. We need all the technologies on the table. And I think there's multiple dimensions to this. There's a political problem, the lack of recognition, and the lack of willingness to accept that we need to commercialize these technologies from multiple countries, though more and more countries are including carbon management technologies in their NDC, but there's also the policy flip-flopping and policy inconsistency that we actually heard about in the last panel. It's unclear, and there's this perceived conflict between energy security and climate, and I really want to touch on this because if we're looking to Europe, 50 BCM of LNG in Repower EU, 15 BCM coming this year from the US, and we really need to make sure that we're building this infrastructure in a climate compliant manner. So CCUS must be on the table, and then governments must be openly saying we need additional natural resources and we need to future proof them with methane controls and carbon capture and storage. So I think this policy clarity would really help markets to drive investment and make long-term decisions. The other things is there again, as you said, in the regional context, we need to develop more recommendations on how to realize industrial hubs. I think that was a big theme at the workshop on Sunday. And another piece is CO2 transport and storage infrastructure and lack of funding for developing countries. We discussed the World Bank Trust Fund, which has invested most recently Nigeria, but also South Africa, Mexico, helped to map emission sources, CO2 storage sites, pilot projects. It's running out by 2023, and it's unclear whether governments will earmark, replenish this funding. So we really need to make sure that we built on this momentum, work with those governments that are supportive in the region to continue having funds available, to continue shortening this deployment timeline. So I think there's key barriers here that we want to work on. So we definitely want to hear from all of you experts, particular about the region. What do you think is necessary to overcome these challenges, to mobilize investment, deploy these technologies? What are business model challenges? So this is an ongoing dialogue, and I think we're looking forward to the shared paper we're publishing about this topic, but definitely a lot more work to be done to overcome these challenges.
No, I think the key message there really is there's going to be a refocusing on, the hydrocarbons and role of hydrocarbons in energy security, right? Thamira, you mentioned, the role of oil and gas companies in that story. I think making sure that we're coupling appropriate policy support for things like CCUS as we pursue those roles. You're right, 50 BCM and it, is a significant amount, but should also be coupled with corresponding commitments, to support CCUS in order to make sure that energy security doesn't cannibalize climate action.
Yeah, just one addition. I think, oil and gas definitely part of the transition. That's what we're working towards, but we also shouldn't let them off the hook, right? So I think we need standardization if we're looking at blue hydrogen imports for Europe, international certification, LCA analysis, standardization of CO2 storage credits. So we can develop a regulatory framework that will enable us to make oil and gas part of the transition, and that's what we need to develop over the next few years, really urgently.
So, Sam, I want to turn to you now, give you the opportunity. I mean, from a perspective of challenges, Lee mentioned nuclear suffers from some similar narrative challenges, I think, sometimes in the policy space. Beyond that, what are the key challenges you see that need to be addressed either from a policy or finance perspective in order to, really realize nuclear's potential?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think that the nuclear has been very successful. I mean, we have had very, very successful nuclear projects recently. For example, of course, in the United Arab Emirates, that we just saw the commercial operation of Unit 2 for the Baraka nuclear unit. So that's very, very successful efforts in the UAE. And the same thing we have seen in many projects in China. But unfortunately, I think that everybody is familiar with maybe not so successful projects in Western Europe and North America. So I think that one of the key challenges that the nuclear industry is working towards addressing right now is rebuilding these capabilities, this know-how in North America and Western Europe to actually scale up the urgency and the speed that is needed for nuclear energy to actually live up to the expectations, right? To the needs that we have for nuclear penetration in order to achieve decarbonization. So, I think that one of the things that would help enormously to incentivize this rebuild of the know-how and the capabilities of the nuclear industry, and also the rebuild of the global supply chain, is going to be more or less what leads it to have clarity and long-term visibility and government policies. So, the best way to be good and cost-effective at building nuclear power plants is, you guessed it, building nuclear power plants. So what we really need is to have this continuity, this series of projects that allow the industry to learn from continuous doing, and also to incentivize the growth of the supply chain. And in that sense, I would also agree with Lee that improving the standardization and the harmonization of the codes and standards for nuclear, but also the regulatory and licensing requirements at a global level would really help enormously to accelerate the deployment of these new nuclear power plants, large and of course the small modular reactors.
I want to go, I think we have a question right here in the third row. And we're a small group, so please identify yourself as well before you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dionysia Evgerinopoulou, and I'm the chair of the Environment Committee of the Hellenic Parliament. Regarding the access to information about CCUS and conversion in other materials, especially fuels, I think that we miss access to this type of information, we parliamentarians, and in general, the public does not know about these technologies. And this holds true for the majority of the countries. For example, I was at the IPU meeting, the Interparliamentary Union, a few months ago, and it was only the Greek delegation that requested that in the text of our conclusions, we add the CCUS directly as one of the means of solving the climate crisis. So what would you suggest that we parliamentarians do in order to get access to more information and also educate the public? And also what we could do on behalf of our regulatory aspect to help you promote your work? That's the first question. And the second question, I was wondering if actually there is not such a political will on behalf of the countries that are up to now producing oil and gas, Greece included, so that we don't actually get the new licenses to create fuel out of the CO2, because this might be competing technologies for the future. So it's an open-ended question. I think that there is no contradiction, but I would like to hear your advice. Thank you.
I think on the data question, I might turn to you, Thamir. Obviously, you pointed out that we do have data gaps, right? But in some ways, the CCE index is trying to fill those gaps. So how do we get those insights how do we get those insights into the hands of policymakers, and how do we build additional insights?
So on the data gaps, yeah. I will touch on the CCUS technologies, and CCUS in general. Access to these data was a really difficult task for us, and also the green hydrogen. So in our index, we are using the Bloomberg data, the CCUS project database tool, and the hydrogen database. And we worked with PNF, the team in the PNF, to actually share this data. So you are welcome to visit our website and download the data for 30 countries, actually. So these data actually is looking at project capacity, so announced projects, commenced, and under constructions. Again, we need better data, we need more data to measure the potential and the performance, the current performance of this country. We can see that Germany is actually scoring very well on, especially under hydrogen, and Saudi Arabia. But again, even if there is project that is happening, but it's not reported well, Here we look at the reporting and the data pipeline at the domestic level, and how this actually could be improved with the coordination with the international data providers to actually improve this the data availability and accessibility for public and for policymaker and also academia and education. So that's on the data gaps. Sorry, if you can remind me again with the question, the other one.
Yes, if the development of such policies is actually contradictory with the interests of the oil and gas producer countries, maybe, at the end of the day. Is it like developing the new technologies regarding CCUS and conversion to fuel? Would it be against the interest of the oil and gas producing countries, or you don't see it as a threat?
Actually, we don't see that. I can touch on the GCC countries here, since they are actually updated their NDCs recently, and they are also adopting the CCE approach to achieve the carbon neutrality. So we can see that they look at these technology as a yes. That's how we can see, and we can see the huge investment and support from the policy to investors on this technology. Again, it's different, of course, in different regions, and it depends on the economic structure of that region and these companies' financial performance. But again, we are talking about the big players here. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to jump in on the data piece as well in particular, because I think that's an area where CATF is also doing work, but of course the policy question as well. Feel free to jump in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming to this session and your question and your interest. I know Greece is looking to use some of the green recovery funds to actually build a blue hydrogen project offshore, which is really, really exciting. I think there's a few things that can be done. First of all, the International Energy Agency has amazing resources, the Global CCS Institute. We're always looking for dialogues with policymakers. I think one concrete step that can be done is to elevate with European Union, with European Commission, Greece's interest in these technologies, because often at the delegations or the representation in Brussels, CCUS is an afterthought, and we're having problems passing policy because there's just so much on the agenda. And the EU has funds available through the Innovation Fund, through ETS reform, through the 10E, and connecting your facilities. So I think that's really important. And then, of course, taking look at best practices. Which countries have really good policies? In Europe, there's Sweden, Denmark, Belgium that are looking at developing policy frameworks. The US is the most advanced. So I think there's a lot of shared learning. The Clean Energy Ministerial is another resource that has a CCUS working group that you could join. And I think it's absolutely not against the interests of oil and gas producing countries to develop these technologies, because you are future-proofing your economy, you are future-proofing jobs, creating new jobs, investing in innovation, enabling global decarbonization, but because in the end, we only have to do innovation once, right? So I'll stop here.
No, I think you're completely correct. And I saw a question in
It's late. I'm Ana Palacio. I'm a member of the board of the Atlantic Council. And I'm going to insist on something that I think summarizes even this conference. Is we need to take back from the cold oil and gas, but we cannot let them out of the hook. You use that. Now, I'm speaking as a European. I mean, it's easy to say, but you haven't addressed what really is, in my opinion, the crux, which is this ideology of the Green Deal. It's irrational. We haven't dropped it even now in the middle of the crisis. And again, I mean, my question is, do you really have in mind that you are not fighting rational, index, data-proven, but a kind of secular religion? And what are the tools? The tools are to convince the people. But I mean, this is a job for the Atlantic Council.
No, I think so. I mean, I'd love for Lee and Thamir to weigh in on that because we're talking about, again, breaking a narrative that seems to be out there, and but I think it also applies to the nuclear space as well. So I'd like to bring DG Sama back in. So Lee, over to you for that question.
Yeah, okay, really quickly. So as a European, I have to respectfully disagree. I think the EU Green Deal is amazing because it's the first time that somebody's actually trying to create a blueprint for net zero. It's the stress test of the Paris Agreement, right? And so now it's up to NGOs, the public, the member states to help European Union create credible strategies and pathways. So I think the goal is right, but we still, the ambition is right, and we need to ratchet up ambition, but we really need to deliver through action. And you're right, all of the technologies have to be on the table, and we have to stop looking at it through the lens that climate goals and energy security are in conflict.
Sama, I might bring you in on this idea of, particularly in Europe, I think it was rather disappointing that Germany made the decision not to, put on hold its plans to close its own nuclear reactors, partially as a result of this crisis. So it appears there is still some sort of narrative building that needs to happen on behalf of, nuclear in particular. So what are your thoughts on this idea of pushing back against the narrative that we need to be all green only, only clean?
Well, I think that, I would agree with Anna that it is very important for leaders, for policymakers to be pragmatic, to be realistic, and in many cases to be courageous, and to have this thought leadership in order to come forward with realistic and pragmatic plans for energy policy. And I would like to highlight something. I think that most countries currently have climate policies, and climate policies are wish lists, but they are not actual action plans. What countries need is to develop realistic, step-by-step blueprints of how exactly they are planning to achieve these climate goals. So in that sense, I would agree that a little bit more realism, more pragmatism is necessary. And for that, as Anna mentioned, and the person that asked the question before also mentioned, it is very important to make sure that policymakers have all the factual information, the science-based information at their fingertips, so they are able to make these technology neutral decisions to put in place whatever mix of energies is more suitable for their particular country, their particular region.
We keep returning to this idea. I think, Lee, you're correctly mentioned that the Green Deal is a first step. The next step is going to be, what are those strategies and actionable pathways? And Sama, you mentioned that the EU isn't the only one going to be developing these pathways. And again, we need to be thinking about all of the technologies that are on the table. So long as they can be made low carbon and assist in the construction of a net zero world, they shouldn't be discluded from the conversation of creating those pathways. I'm being waved at that we're running out of time. So I want to give each of our panelists the opportunity to say one closing word. And I might turn back to you, Sama. You already touched on kind of the pathways that are emerging. So I'll ask, what has you excited about the next several years in terms of nuclear's possible contributions to a net zero world and a circular carbon economy?
Yes, no, I think that there's been a lot of action, a lot of energy, a lot of visibility being given to the essential role that nuclear energy needs to play if we are serious about decarbonizing and achieving these 1.5 degree goals that we have set for ourselves. And just as importantly, to actually achieve the sustainable development goals that we have for the world as a whole. So it's not only that we need to make sure that we achieve these decarbonization goals, but we also need to do it in a just and equitable manner so everybody in the world has access to abundant, affordable, clean energy. And in that sense, I think that nuclear energy is absolutely super well positioned to be an essential component of that in my opinion, bright future. So yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you, Reid.
All right, Lee, you next. I think what has you most excited about the next several years in the CCUS and the hydrogen space. And hydrogen is one space we didn't have time to really dive into here. So if you want to touch on that as well, I think that'd be useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was an incredible conversation, so thank you so much, everyone. I think I'm most excited about the projects that are on the horizon, the potential proof points for blue hydrogen imports to Europe that have been agreed on in the region. But I think, I just want to leave this panel with an ask that we really need to break down and overcome these false dichotomies of the energy transition. So governments need to put in place scientifically oriented policies to commercialize all technologies, technology neutrality, optionality, however we want to call it. Companies need to take these policies and future-proof and transform their businesses in the near term. They cannot play for time. Again, we need to do it as soon as possible. And I think if we can then focus really and zero in on emissions rather than technologies or fuels or resources, then I think we have a good shot at achieving this goal, the Green Deal, global net zero. So I'm also very much looking forward towards COP27 and COP28 in the region, because I think they will be refreshing. They will give a stage to this conversation that we've been hearing here at the Global Energy Forum.
And you touched on the piece how I was going to ask Damir's last question. So in addition to any final words you'd like to leave us with, Damir, how do we make sure that, as Lee mentioned, COP27 and COP28 being in the region are going to be a huge opportunity to really talk about when we talk about the optionality for various countries to pursue their own pathways, to pursue their own resources and build their own net zero ambitions. How can we make sure that the concepts around a circular carbon economy are a part of that conversation, so that, by the time, I guess, if you're doing a report every year, by the time your December 2023 report on the CCE index comes out, that we can say, hey, these are the new pathways that are evolving. There's a huge reason to be excited.
Definitely we'll have a new pathways, and actually a lot of countries will be added to the index by that time. And COP27 is a great platform for the region. They need the stage to actually show their perception and their views. But more important than that is taking advantage of this time, of this crisis, if you can call it a crisis, in different views. Take this advantage and make the transition right. And consider all options. And make, for example, access to finance, access to technology, sharing the technology as been already touched, to available. And we can make it right at this time. I think if we are work together, coordinate our effort, we can achieve that. And for example, this platform is great. That we can meet great people, get great feedback, and also feed into policymakers to push them to the hopefully what is the right direction. And just a few words that I welcome everyone to check our CC Index portal, download the data. It's free. Even if you are not interested in the CCE, there is more than 50 indicators with open data. You can download, you can look at it, you can share this knowledge, and also we would welcome your feedback. Again, this is a living thing. We are updating this composite indicator yearly, and with these platforms we can get valuable feedback to improve our work and the outcomes.
Well, that's a great way to end it. So I'd like to thank our panelists, Sama, Lee, Damir. This was hugely great, and to our audience, wonderful as well. And so we'll close it up there. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, I missed a logistical announcement. We're all going to be in the RTA hall for our next session, so we'll see you all there.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to see you all again today. My name is Randy Bell. I am the director of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. It is our pleasure to be hosting this block of events on energy and climate in partnership with the World Government Summit. So the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum is normally in Abu Dhabi in January. Because of the Omicron variant and the outbreak in US and in Europe, we postponed the Global Energy Forum from January to now, and so are convening over 2 days in partnership with the World Government Summit. So we had a phenomenal day of programming yesterday. If you weren't here, I recommend you all going and looking at the Atlantic Council website, the Global Energy Forum website, acenergyforum.org, and there was programs with the Prime Minister of the KRG, we had the CEO of ENI, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazroui, the UAE Energy Minister, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. It was a remarkable series of programs. We're really excited for what we're going to do today. We have, first, we have the session on sea level rise in small island nations, and that's going to be wonderful because we have the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, as well as the Prime Minister of St. Lucia here. And then a panel on securing the energy transition, resilience and reliability in the face of evolving threats, incredibly relevant right now. And then we will close this block with a session called Where Does ESG Go From Here? So without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Ms. Elena Jokos, an anchor and correspondent at CNN, to the stage to moderate the first session.
So much. Thank you. Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you. Fantastic to be with you today. My name is Eleni Jokos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN, and we're here to discuss one of the most vital topics, not only facing humanity, but also ensuring that even during times of unprecedented crises that might come unknowingly, we still have to focus on climate change and the agenda at hand. We know that last year we spoke about red alert, the incredible urgency to ensure that we don't take our eye off the ball when it comes to the devastating effects on climate change. And importantly, it's the most vulnerable communities around the world that are bearing the brunt, most of which have not industrialized yet, and yet they have to be at the forefront of renewable energy, of decarbonization, and they're paying an enormous price. So the question is, where to from here as we start to divert attention to security issues, for example, geopolitical issues, the concerns about food insecurity and inflation that has now hit most people's shores. I'd like to now welcome our guest, His Excellency Wavell Ramkalawan, the President of the Republic of Seychelles. Please come on stage. A round of applause for His Excellency. His Excellency Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. So much. And Her Excellency Aminth Shauna, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Technology at Maldives. Please. Welcome. Fantastic to have you with us. I'm really delighted that you could make it today and give us a sense of why we are still in the middle of a devastating situation when it comes to climate change. And all of you are at the coalface, you're at the forefront of the impact and effects. I'd like to cast our minds back to a pledge that was made over a decade ago, that richer and wealthier nations that are industrialized would be spending over $100 billion in investing in smaller and developing economies to help with the energy transition. And the question is, has that been done? We know that after COP, we realized that a lot of the money that was put on the table never really materialized. So I'd like to start with you, Your Excellency. Seychelles has been very vocal about the impacts, about what this means for your future. And I want you to give me an idea of where we stand today. You know, after Glasgow, lots of pledges and lots of things being sort of signed. Are you seeing anything moving the needle right now?
Thank you very much. The answer is no. We are still living in high hopes that the pledges will be accomplished. But unfortunately, well, we had Paris, then Glasgow, And the commitments keep being reinforced, but unfortunately, the results are not forthcoming. And it is very important to note that as a small island developing state, or as an oceanic state, we depend on others to help us. And one of the reasons being that when you're talking of climate change, we are not really damaging the planet. Yeah. On the contrary, our emissions are low, and it's the industrialized nations that are doing all the harm. But on the other hand, we find ourselves mitigating the climate change. We find ourselves giving, and it's always giving, but when it's time to receive, in order to protect to protect ourselves, and when we say protection, we mean our very survival. I mean, the masses that are being destroyed, the islands that will soon no longer be. So we are a bit disappointed, to put it mildly, very disappointed, to put it the way it should be said, that the commitments are not...
Are you angry? Are you angry that you're not seeing that commitment on the table?
Obviously, the anger is there, because with all the talk, with all the loud speeches and everything else, but when you compare the reality, yeah, it's a totally different story.
Prime Minister Brown, you have said that COP is just a PR exercise and it doesn't really amount to anything on the ground. And I mentioned this, I alluded to this in the intro, that we had a red alert. We know that we're in trouble. And yet now we again are sitting with another crises, other crises that could divert attention. Do you think we're going to take our eye off the ball here?
Well, we have to remain resolute that climate change, which is the most significant existential threat facing the planet, that it remains at the forefront, and that we continue to advocate for the phasing out of fossil fuels and for us to reduce global temperatures below 1.5 degrees in order to protect human civilization. There is no other priority. In fact, on the current trajectory, we are literally facing a situation in which global temperatures could rise to about 2.7 degrees. And at that point, we could lose a significant portion of our biodiversity, and human civilization globally would be impacted. Unfortunately, small island states like Antigua and Barbuda, the Seychelles, and certainly Maldives and others, we're on the front lines. So we'll be the first to go, but certainly others will follow. So notwithstanding the current instability, the situation with petroleum shortages and so on, we have to remain very resolute in our ambition to cut emissions and to control global temperatures in order not to imperil human civilization.
Minister Shauna, we have spoken before, and we actually spoke ahead of Glasgow last year. We're heading to COP in Egypt, and we're hoping to see again some kind of commitment. Some people are feeling very disheartened in terms of what we're going to be facing in the next year in terms of global instability. We have heard the energy security issue could mean that Europe might need to fire up old coal-fired power plants. Yet it's accelerating the move towards renewables, which will take some time. How are you reading into this situation?
Thank you for having the frontline states in a conference such as us. The Maldives, Seychelles, Antigua and Barbuda, we're all frontline states. And just months after COP26, where we made incremental progress, we saw the report by the IPCC, AR6 was released, and unfortunately it did not get the attention it deserved. And it very clearly states that unless we are able to keep global temperatures within 1.5, countries like the Seychelles, Antigua and Barbuda, the Maldives, we are going to find it extremely challenging to continue to live in our island nations. We are very large ocean states, and even in the Maldives, we have observed at least about 4.5 inches of sea level rise. We have observed 1.1 degrees of temperature increases in the Maldives. Our survival, our food, our revenue, all depends on ocean resources. If we continue to emit as business as usual, we might, it's not just us, we're all in this together. It's not just small island states, but Europe is already experiencing extreme weather events, floods, and they will continue to experience these changes as well. But we are frontline states, so see us as just the first wave of the impacts of it, but it's coming to everyone, all of us.
And there's this big conversation, you know, you've got to focus on industrialization, specifically for developing economies that haven't had a chance to industrialize, so therefore they haven't been the biggest contributors to what we're seeing right now. So when you have a country that has an abundance of coal, the question is, what does it do? Does it burn it or not? A question was posed to the Minister of Energy from Saudi Arabia, and we heard his answer that he is pro using coal and any fossil fuel that might be available to any country. Mr. President, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I must say I was rather surprised to hear such a statement, because the world is talking about moving away from fossil fuel and especially burning coal, which is known as the biggest contributor towards the negative effects of climate change. You see, when such statements are made, and when we're also at the same time pushing towards moving to sustainability and away from fossil fuel, we, the small island states, find ourselves in very difficult situations, because not only we don't have the landmass. I mean, when you compare the three countries that we're talking of, Seychelles is just over 460 kilometers square. Bermuda just under. Correct. This morning I realized that we were even smaller than, well, the US smaller than us. Right. And the Maldives, I mean, we don't have the land mass, and yet we are the ones putting environment protection to the fore. And we are also being pushed to move towards using alternative sources of energy, and this costs a lot. Yeah. So when those who are in the forefront of using fossil fuel make such statements, then we ask ourselves, what are we supposed to be doing? And there again, this is where we go back to us working together as a planet. There's only one planet. There's only one planet, and it's no good for one part to be saying something and for another part to be saying something else.
And I have to say, you know, when we look at, for example, Africa that still desperately needs to industrialize, and it's sitting with a very bad dilemma of having availability of fossil fuels, for example, and yet being put into sort of the same category as everyone else in the world, well, we all have to drop emissions by a certain percentage. Prime Minister, do you think that the richer countries, the countries that have fossil fuels, that have industrialized for a long time, should be reducing emissions far more aggressively and still allowing economic development for the countries that need it most? Or do you think we're all in this together, we all have to be aggressive? There is no room to play around with.
Well, you know, this threat is so significant that it requires an all-of-society approach, and it requires the commitment of all countries, large and small, especially the industrialized countries, to reduce the emissions and to help developing countries to transition away from the use of fossil fuel energy and to adopt the new green energy technologies. This is important ultimately to protect human civilization. And I believe too that there are some who are putting, let's say, livelihoods ahead of protecting lives. Now, clearly, if we're not alive, then we'll not be able to protect the economy. So putting the economy ahead of the lives of individuals, I think that the priority is wrong, and that ultimately we must understand the threat of climate change, that it represents the most significant threat to humanity, and it must be given significant priority. all the necessary resources should be made available to ensure that the transition could take place in an ordinary manner. And we're not suggesting that we just transition overnight into fossil fuels, into green energy from fossil fuels. We recognize it will take time, but what is required at this point is greater commitment. I mean, evidently, industrialized countries continue to game the system. They make pledges, they do not honor their pledges. We need to see greater commitment, and we need to have a situation in which we put our common humanity above economies.
Minister Shana, why do you think we haven't seen this commitment materialize into action and implementation by the wealthier nations? Can you hear me? Can't hear me? I think my mic is failing. Okay. Why do you think that we haven't seen the commitment made by wealthier nations materializing into action on the ground? Well, there's been this reticence and hesitation despite the urgency.
Well, developed countries need to take action on the commitments they've made. And I think that's the smartest way to do it as well. And today we are here discussing at the World Government Summit what the future of the world should be. And this is the defining issue of our times. And we are the generation to be able to address this issue as well. If we think that we can depend and continue to depend on fossil fuels to build our economies, it's very wrong. That's not the right way to do it. Today we are here as leaders to make the right decisions, not the convenient ones.
So, Prime Minister, can you hear me? There we go. Sorry, we're having a bit of a malfunction. Prime Minister, when you hear the Total CEO saying, we understand we're in an energy insecurity situation with supply constraints that are emerging from oil and gas, specifically out of Russia. And then we hear, well, if you want us to help with the supply constraints, we need 20-year commitment in investment so that we know that we're secure in our investments, right? And we can help with the energy transition, but we need to be more realistic about what the next 20 years mean, because people have shareholder responsibilities. What did you think of that?
Well, we know that the next decade is a critical decade to get it right. And I cannot see us conscionably agreeing to any significant new investments in fossil fuel energy, because in essence, it will result in significant warming of the planet. And as I said before, it will imperil human civilization. Now, I understand the urgency to increase energy supplies. I understand the increase in pricing. But at the same time, I'm quite sure that the industrialized nations, that they have the capacity to further subsidize fossil fuels in the interim to drive down prices, not necessarily to subsidize it to sustain the production of fossil fuels, because ultimately, fossil fuel energy should stay in the ground. That is where it belongs.
And for you, Mr. President, do you think the commitments that we've seen from oil-producing nations about decarbonization and transition, do you think they're committed?
They say they are committed, but the reality presents another picture. And here again, we go back to COP26. The commitments that have been made and what we as small island developing states are experiencing. You see, again, when we put things in context, and here I'm talking about the African continent, the total emission from the whole of Africa is only 5%. And when other countries are saying they're going to reduce their emissions by 5% or whatever percentage, we are not even producing what they will reduce. So this is where we need this serious conversation. And we've been talking this morning about the New World Order. So this is also part of the conversation. This New World Order is not just about whether there'll be more wars or what type of currency we'll be using. As Prime Minister has just said, Prime Minister Brown, we may be talking about all these grand ideas, but if at the end of the day the one planet that we have, planet A, which is planet Earth, is destroyed, then what is left for us?
let me ask you this. I mean, you're talking about a new economic world order, a shift in powers. We don't know how this crisis in eastern Ukraine is going to play out. Do you think that climate will still be on the agenda in a rejigging of the world order?
Well, it should be, and here may I
but
say...
will it be? Because then we're thinking about east, south, east, east cooperation, global south and east, China.
You see, these are the questions that we ask ourselves because we are the less powerful. And when the powerful talk, it's a different story. And I can even use an example. We're talking about the commitments made in Paris, in Scotland, and these commitments are not forthcoming. But when we look at what has been happening since the war in Ukraine, I mean, the billions are pouring.
So there's money, right?
Yes, there is the money. There is the money, but it's being used for their own personal priorities, interests. And this is where we are talking about our survival, our disappearance. I mean, well, some years back, the Prime Minister of the President of the Maldives had an underwater cabinet meeting, and the whole world was impressed. But this is what will happen to us. We are already seeing our islands disappear. That's the reality we are facing. The coastal erosion. What is today a little hill will soon be part of the coast. This is what we want the world to understand. We are talking about our very survival, and it's not just our little survival in the various corners of the world where we are. We're talking about the survival of planet Earth.
So let's talk about the money that could be flowing to small island developing nations, right? And let's talk about the reparations that, you know, many developing economies has been calling for. Would the argument be, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, there aren't investable projects, for example, or money needs to find a home and it's not that easy to invest? How quickly can we put that money to work, right? Because the money hasn't been flowing. What are the arguments against, you know, funding this problem immediately?
Yeah, well, as for me, thank you. The issue of funding, that has been a very vexing issue. As you know, several years ago, the industrialized countries had pledged up to $100 billion a year. They have fallen short. But in any event, we're quite sure that they have the resources to meet the $100 billion and even to exceed it. But what is important is to have this money flow into the new green energy technologies in order to drive down the cost of those technologies so that there can be greater diffusion of the technology, especially within developing countries, especially small states. And by so doing, that will help to accelerate our transition into these green energy applications, which have currently, they have proven to be cost prohibitive. I mean, even for example, electric cars. Electric cars are still very cost prohibitive. And what you find is happening within the developing world is that industrialized countries are now dumping their fossil fuel vehicles on developing countries and thereby exacerbating the problem. When indeed, you know, these developed countries, they have an obligation to assist developing countries globally, especially SIDS, that are on the front lines of climate change, and SIDS that do not contribute much to climate change. In fact, we have the view too that the whole concept that the polluter should pay should be utilized to hold these large polluting countries.
So when you come up with these ideas and you have them with, you know, the policymakers from richer nations, and you say this is what we could get assistance with, do they say yes? Let's do it, Prime Minister?
I missed it, sorry?
Do they agree with you when you say, come subsidize,
you know, they always,
with
these long negotiations at these various COPs. We're at what, COP 26 now going to 27, and I'm sure there'll be 28, 29 who will still be talking.
On the same issues.
On the same issues.
Jump in here for me.
A big problem that we face with regards to climate finance, and I think also particularly that's important for us as small island states, is there's very little that's been invested in adaptation. Most of the climate finance has flown into mitigation and investing in energy sector. And I think the reason is, or at least the reason that we've been told is that there's a business case for mitigation and there's not a business case for adaptation. But I will say that there is a business case for if all of our countries will have to relocate because of the impacts of climate change, there will be a much larger crisis than what we are seeing in Europe or even in other countries because of conflict. This is going to be an issue that is going to keep rising, and that's what I fear. I don't want to relocate 500,000 people of the Maldives because we do not want to be climate refugees. We want to live in the Maldives. We want to continue to live in Seychelles. We want to be able to build our lives in Antigua and Barbuda
And
as
we
well.
want to holiday in your, on your islands as well, importantly, right? Okay, so we've got to wrap things up. I've been hearing nervous laughs from all of you since we had a discussion behind the stage and here. And I get the sense that, you know, when you're having these conversations with richer nations, they're telling you one thing and they're doing another, and it's almost embarrassing them. You know, it is embarrassing to think that the pledges that are put on the table, they never, no one's taking them seriously. You're not taking these pledges seriously because nothing comes of it. What more can you say and do for richer nations, the big industrialized economies, to finally act?
May I just say, let's cut out the hypocrisy, let's be serious, and let's be totally engaged in what we pledge.
Would you prefer the honesty and them saying we're not going to do this?
Yes,
we're not interested.
It would be better if the honesty came out instead of just pushing everything for day after tomorrow and next week and the following month. And not only that, but also when it comes to sitting down to negotiating things, I mean to have consultants and other arrangements which simply complicate matters. I think the whole way finance is managed is also a problem. We get the impression sometimes that we don't know anything. It's only the richer countries that know everything, and therefore we have to wait. And waiting is bad for the planet.
And yeah, Minister Shana.
I agree with the President as well. I think for us small island states, it's been one COP after the other, and we don't want to continue to go to these international forums to beg for money. We know what we need to do in our countries, and we are already using our own government funds from revenue generated from our countries to invest in adaptation as well and in mitigation. But we did not cause the climate crisis, and we are at the forefront of it. But we are not going to always talk about the impacts of us, what's happening. We will continue to be leaders in the climate debate. We will continue to do whatever we can. And I think small island states are doing much more than the larger states. The Maldives is committed to reaching net zero by 2030. We are phasing now single-use plastics by 2023. We are investing in adaptation. I think at least about 35%, at most 50% of our own government budget on adaptation. So we are doing it, and I think if the small countries like ours can do it, there's no reason why
everyone else can. Prime Minister, last word.
Well, I think that we must continue our global advocacy, and even at the national level, to hold our policymakers accountable, to also educate our respective populations on the threat associated with climate change so that they can hold their policymakers accountable. I'm also of the view, too, that we should not rely on these pledges, which almost invariably end up being unfulfilled pledges, but we should also hold these large polluting countries legally responsible. In other words, we must pursue these countries under the various conventions, international conventions. And I would just add here that Antigua and Barbuda and Tuvalu have actually started a SIDS Commission on Climate Change and International Law, in which we are now seeking to pursue these large polluters under the ITLAS to hold them accountable. And the principle here is that the polluter must pay. Unless you have that type of legal liability arising from the profligate use of fossil fuels, so that these large industrialized countries that they are caused to or call upon to pay to settle where there's loss and damage, then I believe that it will continue to game the system and that we will have cop after cop after cop without any real results.
Thank you so very much for your insights and your honesty. And we wish you all the best. And thank you very much for being pioneers in this space and for keeping it, you know, in the conversation, in the dialogue. And hopefully that's going to turn into action very soon. I wish you all the best. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for my panelists.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a real honor to hear these fantastic speakers. In one moment, we're going to get started with our next panel called Securing the Energy Transition, Resilience and Reliability in the Face of Evolving Threats. So please do take your seats. We'll be getting started momentarily as soon as we can finish this photography session. Thank you so much, everybody. Really appreciate it. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Dan Murphy, correspondent at CNBC, who will be moderating this session. Dan, come on out. And we'll also bring our panelists up to the stage.
Really neat, nice session, really good. Yeah.
Want to welcome our panelists to the stage. We've got Abba Khalidi, the Chief Technology Officer at GE Gas Power. We have Kara Mangone, the Managing Director and Global Head of Climate Strategy at Goldman Sachs. We have Andre Pinar, the Founder and Chief Executive of C5 Capital. And we have Leo Simonovich, the Vice President and Global Head for Industrial Cyber and Digital Security at Siemens Energy. So everybody, thank you all so much for joining us. I'm really looking forward to this session. Dan, over to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to my panel. Please take your seat. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Dan Murphy. I'm from CNBC, and I appreciate you sharing part of your morning with us today for what will be a very dynamic conversation. So thank you again. We've already said hello to our panelists, and I wanted to say thank you again for joining us, for sharing your insights. It's great to have you all here. The focus of this next panel is securing the energy transition, resilience and reliability in the face of evolving threats. And I think, as you all know, this is a very critical topic as we continue to assess Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine and, of course, the ongoing ramifications that this is having within geopolitics, the global energy markets, the energy transition, and how all of this is ultimately going to impact how the world addresses climate change. So to begin our conversation, I wanted to ask each of our panelists just to get an idea of how you see the situation evolving from here. What would you say is the single biggest threat to global energy security today as it stands right now? Dr. Almaty, would you like to start?
Hello, can you hear me? All right. So thank you for sticking around here. I know we're a little bit late. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I just want to start by saying two things. The energy transition or the decarbonization is a problem at scale. In this room you're sitting in right now, you're breathing the air. There is 400 ppm of CO2. All right, that's the average. 400 parts per billion of CO2. If you sat in the same room 200 years ago, it would be around 250. That's what the industrial age have done. This is a problem, massive and at scale. In the past 22 years alone, we added, in terms of CO2 tonnage, in millions of tons, more than the past 100 years. So as a result, I think that with the security situation, what I'm afraid of, with the security situation in Europe right now, with Ukraine, where people now are thinking more about reliability, secure gas and secure power, that the decarbonization and the energy transition will take a back seat in front of the security threats happening in the world.
Andre, your view.
I agree with you. I think that as you point out, this is a problem at scale which poses its own problems. And in the near term, we have some very real geopolitical problems and challenges coming out of Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, and that being a distraction to the broader agenda. From an operational point of view, I think cybersecurity is really important. The cybersecurity of our critical infrastructure, our ability to protect our critical infrastructure, and building effective collective defense and a public-private partnership around it.
Cara, welcome into the conversation. What's your view?
Thank you, and great to be here. Thank you to the Atlantic Council. I think one of the areas that I worry about the most, spending a lot of time on decarbonization and sustainability, is that we've approached this challenge in a very narrow and not integrated way. And in my mind, one of the biggest challenges we have within ESG and sustainability is that we have approached it through a win or lose scenario, if you will. So certain industries are good and favored, and certain industries are bad. And that is a challenge. What we should be optimizing for is clean, reliable, affordable energy. And I think that's most acute right now, given what we're seeing. And one data point that I will give you is the metals and mining sector, which is very underowned if you look at a lot of ESG and sustainability indices. Steel, core part of that sector, is absolutely crucial to many of the technologies that we need to scale decarbonization and to deliver on net zero objectives. So if you look at hydrogen, if you look at wind turbines, if you look at nuclear, steel is needed for many of those production processes. And that's just one example of, I think, how we are at risk of not looking at this challenge in a very integrated, holistic way. And as a result, we're probably underfunding sectors and technologies today that are critical to transition.
Absolutely. I think the funding element to it is really, really critical, and we can unpack that in just a moment. But Cara, thank you. Let's bring Leo in as well. Leo, I'm sure you're looking at this through a cybersecurity lens too.
Yeah, how'd you guess? But hi, everyone. So I would agree with Cara and my fellow panelists that in a system that is accelerating, that is strained by geopolitical conflict, by supply chain issues, there's a tipping point. And that tipping point can come from multiple places. And one obvious one is cybersecurity. At the heart of the energy transition is digitalization. In our sector, in the energy sector, 2 billion devices are going to be added over the next couple of years. Every one of those devices could be a potential source of vulnerability that could be exploited by bad actors. In a system that is increasingly connected and digitized, that includes legacy assets and native digital assets, this could have cascading effects. And what we're talking about is not just loss of data. What we're really talking about is a safety issue, one that could bring down major parts of the grid, or as we saw with the Colonial Pipeline attack in the United States, parts of gas networks. So cybersecurity is important as both an opportunity to accelerate the energy transition if we can get it right, because it builds trust, but also as a major source of risk that we need to address pretty urgently.
Leo, just to expand on that point, what would you say is the single biggest risk to energy security today?
Well, what it boils down to is one attack that could have kinetic impacts to the energy system of a country. The thing about cybersecurity, it's very hard to attribute the source of the attack, where it's coming from, who is doing it, what are the methods. And yet, once that attribution is made, the level of intensity increases. And simple exploits that could be bought on the internet for $15.99 because malware has been commoditized now, right, in the hands of a malicious actor. And it doesn't have to be a nation state. It could be a criminal group, right, could be exploited, could cause damage, shut down safety, and because of lack of attribution, because of anonymity, it could have cascading effects.
Before we talk about some of the solutions, would anyone else on the panel just like to add to what you've heard regarding risks when it comes to global energy security and other key elements that you see there?
I think both Leo and Cara touched on the importance of the supply chain. And I think supply chain issues are growing in importance. It's one of the critical factors behind global inflation today, which is one of the most destructive elements in the global economy when it comes to value and to wealth, and a major driver behind poverty. Within the nuclear industry, we've seen the importance of having a strong supply chain, and as you highlighted, Dan, the current invasion by Russia of the Ukraine has caused havoc on the nuclear industry supply chain, both in terms of the supply of uranium, with more than 50% of the US's uranium being provided by Russia and its close allies, but also in the provision of enriched uranium, which is a critical fuel factor for the nuclear industry.
Just want to add one thing which could be a little bit political. It took the world several decades until 2015 to arrive at almost a consensus in Paris that global warming is happening and it's due to greenhouse gases, and the commitments started flowing. It took us a lot of debate. For decarbonization to happen, as we saw in COP26, you need a cooperative and collaborative world governments. The risk I see right now, the world is sharply polarized, and the world is being divided along with and against. And as a result, these collaborative, think about the slush fund that was put aside for the developing or underdeveloped countries to get out of coal, like South Africa or Indonesia. That required a cooperation. That required somebody saying, I'm going to spend $100 billion on decarbonization and not on javelins and other, because we were in a mood of really fighting this. I'm afraid that the world has shifted a little bit, and that's, to me, it's a big risk.
Cara, you agree, disagree?
I'll add. No, I agree. And one area that it's prompting for me that I'll just expand upon a little bit is so many of the assumptions that have made, and I know it could be a controversial document, but the IEA net zero, 1.5 degree scenario, one of the really crucial elements that are included in that discussion is actually around consumer behavior. And I think a lot of what is often talked about on decarbonization and climate goals and energy is how do we balance 1.5 degree ambitions, and how do we think about that through the supply side. But there are assumptions in that report that look at, how quickly we're driving our cars, or are we able to cool our houses in a different way? Are we able to tolerate slightly warmer temperatures? Those are actually pretty significant impacts. And so in my mind, one of the big areas from a risk perspective that we do need to be thinking about, I mentioned there's access affordability. How does this look in emerging markets, developing markets? And in developed markets, how can we do our fair share to make some of these consumer changes? And at the policy level, how can we incent some of those changes?
And the incentives are really important as well. Sorry, Leo, did you want to say?
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on that point around incentives and say, when we talk about security in general and risks, those that are in the profession tend to be a bit gloomy. And if you combine all the risks and you worry about cyber supply chain, you're not going to sleep well at night. And I think we need to take a step back and think about this more holistically. think about climate change, decarbonization, digitalization, and security is going hand in hand, and prioritize those in the blueprints that we're putting together. Very often, security is seen as an afterthought. It's not built in, it's oftentimes bolted on. And so the approach should be through a partnership that includes OEMs like us that have put a lot of large equipment out there in the physical world with some of our digital and domain expertise to begin to understand the risk. Because once you understand the risk and you can get insights into it, then you can put your arms around it and then do something about it. And for that, visibility is really key.
I wanted to pivot the conversation over to some of the solutions that we see out there. One of the most fascinating things that I've heard over the course of the past couple of days was a comment that was made by the ADNOC Group CEO, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. He said, "We cannot unplug from the current energy system before we have built the new one." And I thought that was just a perfect way to summarize what we've seen over the past couple of years. So in order to expand on that point, what would you say are some of the solutions we need to accelerate the decarbonization of the power sector? Dr. Khalidi?
Thank you. That's a very, very important question, and if you allow me a little bit time to address that. The world right now, not only China and India, including the United States, in the energy sector is heavily dependent on coal. This is a fact, more than 30%. In the region here and elsewhere, when we have gas, we still have simple cycle gas power plants. We still are running at power plants that are 30% efficient, while the latest technology is 64% efficient. Now, the world, according to all statistics, you look at many, many scenarios, up to 2050, there will be no one solution that fits all. We're heavily going to be investing in renewables. This is definitely going to happen. The fastest growing energy market will be renewables, mainly solar and wind. But you cannot depend on them alone because of all the issues related to intermittency, security, etc. In addition to that, there is a physics-based reason you need to have in your system, in your grid, you need to have a firm, synchronous energy that depends on large rotors. We're not going to go into details there, but think about that. To have a stable grid, you need to have synchronous assets running in addition to the solar and wind. We believe that the world has to look at many options. We have to fund and we have to incentivize. Otherwise, can I ask somebody here who signed a 20-year agreement with an off-taker, 20 years, with a certain tariff, and you tell them, you know what, you're using gas or you're using diesel or using coal, you need to decarbonize, but you know what, I'm not going to look at this 20-year-old contract. I'm not going to revise. How can he work? If there is no carbon credit, if there is no incentives from government, it's not going to work. It's a massive problem. Here's why. The countries we're living in, UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, Qatar, have invested hundreds of billions of dollars on the assets. So you're not going to unplug it like Dr. Sultan said. You have to build up an alternative. And we think that renewables plus gas power could be a good combination. Why gas power? Because maybe I'll talk about it in the next one. Because if you invest in gas technology, you're not locked in CO2. Don't think of gas power that it is natural gas. No. Gas power can be completely zero carbon, all right? Zero carbon gas technology. It gives you the firmness on the grid and allows you to decarbonize. But guess what? You need to start from now.
as we said, we heard certain commitments by 2030. 8 years is not a long period to decarbonize. You need a lot of time, investment, incentives, and more importantly, which we'll talk about, hopefully, policies.
So let's talk about the level of investment that we're going to need, because, Kara, there is an enormous capital gap out there. We continually hear about the need for investment into hydrocarbons, the need for investment into renewables as well, in order to ensure that we have a stable and secure energy transition. Where is that money actually going to come from?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the two words I would sort of start with, and then let me quantify it, are how do we do this in a way that is integrated and commercially viable? Right, where we can really leverage as much as we can the private sector to get this done. Our research estimates that it's going to take anywhere from 100 to 150 trillion in capital, about 3 to 5 trillion a year, which is an astronomical amount. We're nowhere near that today, to deliver on the goals that were set forth in the Paris Agreement. And about half of that capital will need to go into renewables and technologies that are at commercial scale today. But the other half, very importantly, will need to go into carbon capture, into hydrogen, into direct air capture, into sustainable aviation fuel, e-fuels, technologies that are not yet being adopted at commercial scale because they have not hit the price point where that can happen for a lot of companies. It's not meeting their thresholds when they look at energy capex decisions. And so I think what that tells you is we're going to need a little bit of both. We're going to need to continue to scale up investment in decarbonization. We're at about a third of the renewables capacity that we should, where we should be to align with what was set out in the IEA Net Zero report, so a lot more investment in decarbonization renewables. But back to the point that I mentioned at the beginning, how do we do this in a way that's commercially viable, which means that we cannot pull out financing from the exact sectors, the oil and gas sector, metals and mining, real estate, agriculture, these sectors that are really crucial to transition, that actually need the capital, that need the support to be able to execute on that. And then the last piece I would add is public-private partnership can be very powerful when you're looking at ways to actually make technologies and or investments in regions commercial when they may not be there, at the moment today. Blended finance is a great way to do that. We are piloting this, actually. Goldman Sachs has created an innovation facility focused on South and Southeast Asia and ways that we can actually look at low-carbon solutions, and we're working with the Asian Development Bank to be able to do that in Bloomberg Philanthropies. And I think that's a great example of there's a lot you can do within the private sector to support these industries and to support these technologies. But then when it's not really an opportunity, it may not hit a internal rate of return or cost of capital decision within a company. How do you actually come together with others, with partners, with development banks, with nonprofits to be able to really accelerate the transition? And
not just that, but bring the cost down
Yes.
to a point where it's going to be accessible. Andre, did you want to speak to that as well?
Dan, I think innovation has a really important role to play here. And so as a venture capital firm at C5, we're very focused on investing in innovation in the advanced nuclear sector. And we've seen a complete sea change in the safety and security of nuclear reactors with the onset of small modular nuclear reactors as a major form of innovation. And in this regard, the US is leading this market, the development of this market globally. And alongside renewables and this breach which we need to build from the existing industries, I think advanced nuclear has a very important contribution to make to provide a secure and always-on source of fossil-free energy for the future to enable us to reach these goals.
As I understand it, the company just made an investment into a business called X Energy.
That's right. We've invested in X Energy, one of the leading advanced nuclear companies in the US. X Energy is building the first small modular nuclear reactor for Washington State and is really, alongside TerraPower, leading the innovation in this sector.
So if nuclear can be part of the solution, why is Germany turning the lights off on its nuclear reactors?
Well, Elon Musk was in Berlin last week, and he made a point of emphasizing the importance of Germany not switching off its legacy nuclear reactors. And I think the legacy nuclear industry has a very important role to play. Today it produces up to 50% of the US's carbon-free energy. In the UK it's about 30%. Sweden derives 40% of its carbon-free energy from the nuclear sector. So I think the legacy nuclear industry has a very important role to play. And then we have the promise of small modular nuclear reactors, and beyond that, the promise of nuclear fusion, which will be the cleanest form of energy that civilization has produced.
Dr. Khalidi, agree?
Yes.
I know it's not your wheelhouse.
By the way, in GE, just want to clarify, we are in SMRs, and we're already developing that. We believe in it. I believe in renewables because we're funding and doing investments in hydro, in solar, in wind, offshore, onshore. I am in fossil-free, including the hydrogen. We have capabilities of running 100% on hydrogen. But as Kara said, we need investment in carbon capture. People don't know that right now, the state of the art of carbon capture is very expensive. And unless serious funding happens, it's not going to be easily deployable. So there will be many investment. We are very bullish, by the way, about the nuclear, and we believe the SMRs, the 300 to 350 megawatt has a big future, and we're going to invest in it, and you're going to hear actually announcements from GE on this.
What type of announcements?
There will be announcements in the future.
Okay. Nuclear is still so controversial, though. So how do you get around that?
I think the innovation in the nuclear sector has really changed the safety and security debate around nuclear power. Small modular nuclear reactors, the Generation 3, the Generation 4 reactors, can't melt down under any circumstances. And this has really changed the whole debate around nuclear. I also think that the amount of capex for the deployment of SMRs is much more limited and modest than in the case of the legacy nuclear industry, which required very significant amounts of capex deployment. SMRs are also aesthetically much more attractive, much easier to blend into an urban landscape than the legacy reactors, which were very, very striking and required a massive safety perimeter. So I think the more people learn about nuclear power and understand that nuclear power is really a simulation of the way in which the sun creates energy, it's really a form of star power, I think the debate is changing and shifting, and there's much more support for nuclear energy as being part of the solution.
I believe in energy mix throughout. And one more thing, let's not think of the world as at one speed. There is not a single world. We have Africa. You know, until now, we have 800 million people without power, zero power. This is what the world is. It's not moving at the same speed. Not everybody has the ability to spend capex. Hopefully, I mean, the OECD might help, like in countries like South Africa or Indonesia or Malaysia. The world is complex and will continue to be so. And I'm afraid the latest developments in Europe has made it even more complex.
Yeah, I tell you what's not helpful, though, is when nuclear power plants get hacked, as we saw most recently in the news in the US and in other parts of the world. And that tends to set us back. It becomes a great showstopper, because to operate these plants efficiently, safety, you need digitalization. And so I'm, you know, just to pick up on some of the themes around unlocking innovation, it does require public partnerships. It does require collective defense. And the way to do that is to bring folks, traditional companies that have been around for a long time, and like ours, with some of the leading innovators in the space, and also the asset owners. because unlocking the innovation cycle requires capital, but it also requires an industry that's very safety focused. It requires proven use cases. So we, for example, at Siemens Energy, we partnered with New York Power Authority, the utility that supplies power to the city of New York, to develop a center of excellence on cybersecurity, on industrial cybersecurity, first of its kind in the world. And the idea behind that is very simple: to create a school, a monitoring center, and a lab where you get to test new and emerging technologies that are coming out of the startups, get them proven out, and then put some capital behind it to get it to scale. This is the kind of innovation cycle that we need to bring to small and medium-sized players that are increasingly being hacked, because we're only as good as our weakest link.
Leo, you had a great quote in one of your recent research reports. You said, without cybersecurity, the digital foundation of the energy sector's new business models remain at risk, which speaks to the core of exactly what you're saying there. I just thought it was interesting. I wanted to share that.
Yeah, and it's something that we at Siemens Energy really believe, because what we see, and we were early to this problem because of Stuxnet, what we see is that in order to accelerate the energy transition, asset owners have to become digital companies. In order to become digital companies, they have to become cybersecurity companies. And for that to happen, cybersecurity needs to be put at the core of the business model, which means that it needs to be priced in, and we need to be able to differentiate on security to build trust with the ecosystem up and down the supply chain.
I'll just add, I do think there are models that we can and should be leveraging in the way that we start to frame cybersecurity in the context of, as Leo was saying, how do we actually make sure that this is not just a potential risk as we think about different technologies, but also we look at companies who have built infrastructure to be able to proactively manage it, and that being part of the solution. And I think one great frame that we have for this is what we've seen within the ESG and sustainability space on climate disclosure. And we now have in the US, as of last week, a proposed mandatory climate disclosure rule. It's 500 pages. It's quite comprehensive, but I think part of what that tries to do is it tries to create a disclosure regime, if you will, for how to actually evaluate companies and how effectively they're looking at something like cybersecurity. And so much of this conversation, in my mind, is pivoting from just a really narrow focus on how do we invest in green at all costs to a very integrated solution, a new era, if you will, of how we're thinking about energy broadly that weighs things like access, that weighs things like security. And for that, I think we do need to have more established models and frameworks to be able to evaluate something like the potential impact of cybersecurity on a given business.
And just speaking about some of those frameworks, I also wanted to ask you, Kara, when you look at sustainable finance and where this is going, do you think that the current ESG models are fit for purpose? Are they working? Are they not working? What would you like to see evolving in that space?
I think there are elements of ESG which has really been powerful. I think ESG at its best is really a way to evaluate certain factors or considerations in the investment process that may not look financially material today, but may be financially material in the future. And a lot of the topics we talked about, supply chain, things like human capital, climate, potential climate risk on your business. I think that at its best, it allows you to do that. There's frameworks for that. It's obviously contributed significantly to a lot of the investment and awareness around decarbonization, which has been really helpful and constructive. But I think there are elements that have been challenging, and a lot of that gets at this conversation we're having around supply side. If part of what we're doing is just creating bright lines around sectors that are good and sectors that are bad, that is not going to help us optimize for a very integrated solution that, again, looks at reliability, access, clean. And so I think the more that we can look at these things from a very holistic perspective, supply chain is really crucial. I think that's where we need to really beef up capabilities so that this isn't about good versus bad, but it's about optimizing for a more holistic, inclusive transition.
Dr. Kalidi, did you want to speak to that as well? What principles do you think policymakers should build climate action and regulations around?
three things I want to talk about in terms of policy, and I'll be brief this time. Number one, policymakers should think about overall goals for decarbonization, and they set the timeline for it, like this country is talking about 2030 goals, 2050, but they should not dictate how to reach that level of decarbonization. Let the market evolve, let the technology evolve, because trust me, there are a lot of questions unanswered. Nobody knows the truth, and nobody can control that. Let the market dynamics, including the banking sector and others, decide how to approach, because I don't think there is one size that fits all. Number two, and this is very important, how can you start with NDCs? So great, published with certain criteria. How can you bring this down to earth with carbon economy, incentives? How would you deal with locked in, as I said, PPAs or power purchase agreements and others? You need to take those NDCs and put a framework that makes sense within a market economy which is evolving. So it's very important that policymakers, when they do these very, in my mind, very aggressive goals for whether 2030, I'm going to name a country here without naming it, where it said by 2030, we're going to reduce half of our power will be on renewables. And every expert who looks at that, he'll say, this is not possible, all right? So it has to be practical. They have to help with the incentives, the carbon credit or the carbon economy. How would people be paid for that? Because if you're going to switch to hydrogen, say, suppose you have the capability right now to switch to green hydrogen right now in a power plant. Who's willing to pay 3 times more for the fuel, which is hydrogen? Who is? Who's willing to pay 3 times of his electric bill? The last thing in policy, it has to be much faster. We don't have much time as people think. 2030 and 2050 is not far away.
Andre, do you have any thoughts on that? What incentives, structures, solutions, regulatory action would you like to see from policymakers in order to get this moving in the right direction?
I think when it comes to securing the energy transition and cybersecurity in particular, the US government recently has stepped up its requirement for reporting from industry on cybersecurity incidents. The SEC for some time have required material incidents to be reported, but critical infrastructure providers now have to report every incident back to the government. And I think data sharing between the private sector and the public sector and inside the private sector is really, really important. And the practical example which Leo has given of the New York Power Authority, which is supported by data from Siemens and is collated in the cloud through one of our portfolio companies, INET, to share threat intelligence, I think will become much more important. I think Kira last night at the dinner made the point that ESG and the energy transition will require not only a major asset reallocation, but also one of the biggest data shifts. And I think the way in which we apply data, the way in which we manage our data, secure it, also use it to accelerate, as Abba said, for purposes of impact through both machine learning and artificial intelligence will become much more important in the future.
Leo? Sorry, Kara.
No, go ahead, go.
No, please. All right. So I just think that a lot of the technology, we have an incredible innovation engine. A lot of the technology to tackle some of the challenges is available today. Artificial intelligence offers enormous promise to be able to detect and stop attacks. And yet, that technology is not being scaled. It's not yet affordable for a lot of small and medium-sized players. So if we think about a policy framework, we need to unlock capital. We need to convene public and private sector in adoption of that technology. And we also need to align stakeholder interests between national security, the regulatory frameworks, and the private sector. And as importantly, we need to recognize that the energy system is changing and that we can't just look at bulk electric assets, that we have to look at the whole value chain and provide solutions that expand into renewables, distributed, because, and frankly, I mean, the other thing I'd say is we need to solve some really boring problems in this space. Things like patching, because they tend to be the source and are easily exploited by the bad guys. So, and hopefully we can do that between some of the new shiny things and some of the older boring things. So.
Cara?
Yeah, I'll just add 2 points. One is on data. Couldn't agree more. I think data is absolutely crucial. You cannot manage if you don't have the right tools to measure. And some of it is actually, there's a lot of data that's out there. It's not always in the most accessible way. And when I say data, I'm talking about things like emissions, but also things like weather pattern and government information that you need. I'm also talking about supply chain related information. That is really crucial. Investors need that information to be able to, again, evaluate how they're able to deliver on the objectives that they've set out. Just as a data point, 90% of GDP is now represented by private sector net zero commitments. So it's a very significant amount. And so what needs to happen in the market is we need not only the tools and the data, but also the right metrics. So we spend a lot of time talking about looking at, for example, intensity of carbon instead of just absolute carbon emissions, because that's going to drive the right behavior that we've talked about today in terms of not just walking away from certain sectors over the next few years. So I think that's really important. And then second point, more broadly on solutions and what to see from policy, I think signals and incentives are very powerful. I mean, we saw in the U.S. a tremendous amount of uptake in solar. That's through the solar tax credit. That was part of what has happened and allowed that to really develop into much more commercial scale. There's things that have been proposed in the U.S. and Build Back Better, like 45Q for carbon capture and sequestration. But I think many more incentives and tools and also signals. We talked about this a lot yesterday, but having the right signals are also really important when you think about, as an energy company, how you're going to make the appropriate capital allocation decisions.
It's been a fascinating conversation so far. Unfortunately, we are rapidly running out of time, but I did want to thank my panel for joining us today, and we do have another exciting panel coming up for you right after this, so please give them a round of applause. That is Dr. Aba Khalidi, Chief Technology Officer at GE, Cara Mangone, Managing Director, Global Head of Climate Strategy at Goldman Sachs, Andre Pinar, the Founder and Chief Executive of C5 Capital, and Leo Simonich, VP and Global Head, Industrial, Cyber and Digital Security at Siemens Energy. Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do stay with us because, as we mentioned, we have another really exciting panel coming up for you in just a few moments' time. We're moving into where does ESG go from here? And I also wanted to welcome up my good colleague Mustafa Al-Awawi, the Assistant Editor-in-Chief at The National, who's going to take the stage after this. So thank you again for joining us.
Photos. Yeah.
Elaine. Nice to see you. How are you? Nice to see you. You well? Nice to see you. Yeah. She's over at the scene. My mic's on. She's over. Yeah. You might need to go and get that mic up.
Thank you for being with us today. That was a very forthright discussion that we had just now. Thank you to Dan for hosting that. We're going to have about 40 minutes now where we'll be talking about the future of ESG, environment, social governance, a very dynamic conversation that we expect to work out whether ESG is going to keep its momentum and move forward, given some of the events that are happening at the moment. Before we have a panel discussion, just so you know the format, I'm going to have a one-on-one discussion with Alain Bajani, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Majid Fatim Holding. So I would really appreciate it if you could join me in inviting him onto the stage. Please join us. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for being with us, Alain.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
So, as I mentioned, ESG, a hot topic of conversation, in particular last year when we had the COP26 meeting in Glasgow. Many corporates were discussing how they would achieve their targets and put it at the center of their businesses. I'll offer you congratulations first, because Majid Al Futtaim has definitely been a leader when it comes to ESG in this region in particular, especially on the environment side. And for those in the audience, I'm sure they've all had various interactions with the group across a number of your operations. But maybe from your point of view, the top-down point of view, we could hear how ESG has been, and in particular the social and governance side of things.
Sure. Thank you very much. I would say ESG is really about getting your fundamentals right. And you've seen how the discussion evolved. You mentioned Glasgow, but also what's happening around the world today with the issue around fuel, the issue around the transition, what does it mean, and the impact that we're all having as organizations, whether private sector or public sector. As a private sector organization, it's very important for any company to actually be, I would say, a real player in the context of stakeholder capitalism. It is an obvious thing that the name of the game is stakeholder capitalism. It's not anymore just creating valued shareholders. It's not anymore about, the business of business is actually business. There is a wider responsibility that we have to deal with, and that is about the fundamentals of our business. This is where the S and the G come into play. It's true, we've been focused on the E to a large extent in the past, but the social impact and the governance impact are very important, because these give you real sustainability to your business. The fundamentals, when I say getting the fundamentals right, I mean, how do you impact your environment in a way that actually makes a difference? How do you become part of the fabric of the environment that you operate in? How do you strengthen that fabric? I'll give you an example. Majid Al Futtaim, for example, made a pledge a few months back now, 3-4 months back, to, for example, hire 3,000 UAE nationals in the company in the coming 5 years. And we have been moving ahead on that pledge. We've already have hired about 500 to 600 people in the past few months. What does this mean? Other than the competitiveness side, it is really about how do you impact the society and the community that you operate in. And that is something that you have to do across the board wherever you are. How do you actually deal with your people? How do you make sure that the talent, the human capital that you have is actually an added value, and people feel that they belong to you, they feel that actually they can entrust you with some of their lives? Because in reality, when you work in a company, let's say, you are rewarded for the efforts that you put in, but you're not rewarded for the time that you spent. And this is a very important time of our life. The only reward that you can give people to attract them, to give the organizations the ability to continue to thrive, is actually by people having a fulfilling experience. This is the S side of things, the essence of it, I would say. And then, of course, governance. Making sure that you have the right governance framework in order to manage risks appropriately and make sure that you don't get into a situation where you are either mismanaged or, I would say, overly exposed to risk where you shouldn't be exposed to risk. And, studies across the globe have proven that companies that are well governed, okay, if you look at S&P Global, at other specialized, I would say, organizations that look at this, organizations that are well governed, that are committed to ESG, etc., have a better and more sustainable financial performance than other organizations. This means transparency. This means independent view into your business. But this also means better outcome, more sustainable outcomes. And from a measuring standpoint, we are in a situation where we need clarity, globally and also regionally, in terms of what's the S and the G, how do we measure them? What's the framework? We don't have yet a global framework to measure them. And I'd like to say that Majid Al Futtaim was one of the very first companies, global companies. There were 61 companies that started, that signed up the WEF stakeholder capitalism metrics, because we are going to be measured not only against the typical measurement tools that currently exist, being low risk, etc., but we're also going to be measured about other global companies. And investors are going to be able to say, oh, this is how Majid Al Futtaim is faring against X global company, Nestle, for example, or others who have joined us on this topic. So it is very important to give to measure properly, to disclose properly, to audit what you do. So it's not only your word against the word, it's actually third parties that are coming in, looking at what you're doing, saying this is what you have actually done versus what you have actually said, because this will give also third-party investors, whether they are debt bond investors, whether they are equity investors, the ability to invest with their eyes wide open, knowing where they are putting their money. And this gives you as an organization the ability to diversify your sources of investment, to diversify the market that you can tap in. This is what allowed us, for example, at MAF, to start in October 2019, the largest, I would say, global benchmark in terms of green sukuks. We did 2 issuances in October 2019 of $1.2 billion. That actually got us investors that wanted to make sure that they invest in organizations that actually, it's not about what they do, it's about how they do it as well. And a lot of people globally want to, because they are aware of the importance of what they do, they want to make sure that their money is being invested in the right vehicles, in the right organizations, on the right projects. But they want also to have some objective ways to measure that, to make sure that, yes, I am really putting my money where I am told I'm putting my money in. I think it's very important. It's very important to be transparent. It's very important to say what you do and to do what you say, but also to have someone that comes and say, well, actually, yep, this is what it is.
I think that from what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but given that you are the chief executive, the major difference with where ESG is going as a trend now with corporations, unlike CSR or even marketing or PR lines that would talk about community engagement and other things, is that as the leader of the business, you're very much involved with how ESG fits into your strategy and into the execution of that strategy.
I would say I'm very much involved about how my strategy and our business fits into ESG.
It's the other way around.
It's the other way around, because you cannot squeeze ESG into what you do. You have to accommodate ESG in what you do and make sure that the way you go about things is actually environmentally friendly, socially responsible, and properly governed and transparent. It's not about ticking a box. It's not about saying, well, that's what we're doing, and from an ESG point of view, this is how it looks like. It's about really remodeling, re-engineering, redefining your priorities in order to make sure that what you do is as important, how you do things is as important, if not more important, than what you do. Because what you do, you can do it once. But if it's not sustainable, it's worthless. You don't really create value to your shareholders, you don't create value to your stakeholders, you don't create value to your team members, you don't create value to your employees, and you don't add value to the environment that you operate in. And we know how much the world today needs us to put back into the environment more than we take away from it. We know how much we as individuals want organizations that we cooperate with, that we work for, to add to our lives as much as we are adding to their lives. And that's the only way in 2022 forward to actually attract talent and to be competitive in any market. Some people may be more or less aware of the importance of it, but the reality is it's a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
I mean, I would finish with this because we are running out of time, unfortunately. But I would say you mentioned transparency a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
If working around ESG with your business has improved levels of transparency, do you see that having a knock-on effect across the corporate sector in the region?
So I would say I'd love for it to be the case. I think there is more and more awareness. I think the region needs to move from being aware of the importance to actually move into, I would say, action and being willing to do what it takes. Majid Al Futtaim, we're fortunate because We have been brought up as an organization, our DNA is, although we are a privately owned company, we are fully transparent, whether it's about our financial performance, whether it's about everything that we do. I think we disclose more than public listed companies do. So transparency for us is actually a strength that we would like to use more, and we would like to actually invite others, would like others to actually role model what we try to do, to show people that actually private sector companies do not need to be actually closed, do not need to be discreet. They can be very transparent about what they do, and you're still master of your own destiny. You can decide what you want to do. You can make long-term bets versus short-term requirements. It's okay. There is nothing wrong by saying, I'm doing this for this reason, and by being transparent. What's important is that we move in the region from now, which is good, a level of awareness about the importance of it. That wasn't the case, I would say, a few years back as much, to actually being willing to do what it takes in order to make it happen in a sustainable way. This is in everyone's best interest. We'll create more value, we grow our economies, and we create a much more vibrant place that will attract, not only grow local talent, but attract global talent as well. I think Dubai is a great example of that.
Well, we've run out of time for this conversation. ESG, it seems, does help you build resilience into a business, which is extremely important in this day and age. Please join me in thanking Alain Bajani for his time. Thank you, Alain.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, see you soon, I hope. Thank you. Well, we're still going, still talking about ESG. We have a panel that will be coming up onto the stage in a moment. I'll make my introductions once they're here and we get going into the conversation, because as I said, we don't have a lot of time left. And I need to give up my seat, actually. Please. Okay. So this is the last panel discussion before lunch, I think. So we'll make it the best one yet, for sure. Thank you so much. I'll get straight into it because, as I said, we're kind of on a tight schedule here. But we want to drill down into ESG. We want to talk about it, not kind of theoretically, but in terms of in practice. And we have a panel here that has a varied experience and really is on the front lines of what is happening. I mean, perhaps the first thing I can talk about, if I'm able to get Neil Brown's thoughts from KKR, is to understand, do you outperform with ESG compared to investors or funds that do not use ESG?
Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me now? Okay. Absolutely. I mean, it's actually a pretty easy answer, a straight yes. We formalized our ESG program in about 2008 or so, so we have a lot of data now. And what you see is with a rigorous ESG program embedded in our funds and in our companies, you're more responsive to customers, you're more responsive to employees, you're more responsive to shareholders. And the data show that this distinction out there between so-called shareholder capitalism or stakeholder capitalism is just a false divide. Actually, you produce much better returns for everybody when you embed it, but the key is to make it real. It needs to be measurable, it needs to be verifiable, and it needs to be transparent and reported.
So the transparency and the measurement, very important. Kristen Weldon from BlackRock, if I can bring you in here, do you share those opinions?
Absolutely. So thank you for identifying me by my surname as well, because I think there's two Kristens up here. But absolutely share the same view. About 2 years ago, we identified that there was going to be this tectonic shift in assets, in sustainable asset management. And I think we've seen that now in terms of about $4 trillion invested sustainably. And that really underlies the view that we have that better integration of those factors that Neil just mentioned ultimately leads to better investment performance. And I think the reason really for that is because we look at that integration truly as a risk management tool. So being able to identify ESG risks and opportunities that are financially material results in better long-term performance and more resilient portfolios.
Thank you. Chris Hulat, Octopus, you're on both sides. You're an investor, but also you're raising money as well. So how do you see this particular issue?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are two quite different lenses to look at this through. So for us,
increasingly, when I speak to institutions around the world now, it is not just what we do that matters, it's how we go about doing it. I think people really care about the values that organizations have. When I meet pension funds, I talk particularly about what do we care about, what matters to Octopus. For us as an organization, we recently became something called a B Corp, which has been really important to us. There are very few B Corps around. They are businesses that have changed their legal status so that they are very purpose-driven in how they go about doing things. And that, to me, is a real differentiator. Those sort of values are so important in demonstrating what do you care about, how do you do things. For us, everything we look at is through the lens of not just our customers or our staff, but the environment, the communities we operate in, and our shareholders. And I think that gives us a perspective that is really important. When I look at ESG, I think one of the real challenges is it shouldn't just be sort of box ticking. How do you bring it to life? That is when it becomes really powerful. And that gives you things that you can talk about with your clients. And I think it also means that you think about the underlying projects very differently when you're looking for that extra angle.
So we have an investor point of view, and Chris obviously sits in on kind of both sides, but we also have a consumer kind of corporate voices here today. So I'll kind of broaden the conversation out to them. So Kristen Seaman is from GM. You're here from the States, from Detroit. ESG is your absolute day job. And so, from your point of view, where does this conversation, when it's investors, when it's companies, what's the most pertinent kind of aspect of it right now that you're aware of?
Sure, thank you. I mean, ESG, in fact, Kristen and I were talking outside the room, that umbrella is getting bigger and bigger of what's falling under that umbrella. But I think at the highest level, if you look at traditionally companies, and GM included, we had a lot of focus on what was happening from an environmental standpoint. Spent a lot of time, on energy efficiency, water efficiency. As we've broadened our view of what sustainability is and what falls under there, it really encompasses not only what we do, but how we do it. And, things like our product quality, product safety, community engagement, involvement, just transition. You could go on and on of all the things that are under there. But I think the important thing is consumers and employees care about how a company operates and how they accomplish their goals and how they put a product into the market. And so that focus and really looking at it from that lens of how do we address the challenges that are out there around climate change and around making sure that there's equality and opportunities for everyone is really important, and the consumers care, so it ends up being a positive for the company, for the employees, for investors. You talked about resiliency and how a company responds.
Thanks, Kristen. I think more than ever today, stakeholders want to be engaging with a good corporate citizen. Eugene Williamson, you run Pepsi in the region. I'll bring you in. I mean, very much, I think, from Pepsi's point of view, I would assume that given governments are looking at policy when it comes to sustainable initiatives and other aspects of ESG, kind of from the private sector point of view, but also Pepsi, I assume you want to be at the forefront of that. You want to be engaging with this trend.
Yeah, we absolutely want to be at the forefront of it. We're the leading food and beverage company across most of the markets in Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. So we also see it as such as a responsibility for us to lead also from an ESG perspective. And within that context, we launched about a year and a half ago our end-to-end transformation across the entire value chain, which is PEP positive. And it actually touches many of the points that Neil referenced earlier. Clearly, it's measurable, it's very transparent. But I'd like to add one element, which is end-to-end. Because for us, also being a company that has a massive agricultural footprint, it's really important that we touch the entire value chain. We've committed ourselves to measurable and very aggressive targets. So by the year 2040, we want to be a net zero company across the entire value chain. So both scope 1 and scope 2, but also scope 3 activities. We also want to become a net water positive company. Which means that within our four walls, and we're going to do whatever we can to minimize water usage, but also we're going to deploy our techniques and our know-how to save water beyond our four walls, whether that's with the farmers that we work with or whether that's with other farmers that we don't directly work with. And we have a couple of great examples actually here already in the region. One of them I saw recently in Riyadh. We have a Big Snacks factory in Riyadh. And through a partnership that we have with alfalfa growers, which is not a crop that we're using, we've been able actually to turn that facility into a net water positive facility by saving water that these farmers were using for their crops, leveraging our technologies. So for us, absolutely critical. It's measurable, it's transparent. That's also what our stakeholders and our consumers demand from us. And we have very aggressive and ambitious targets that, and that's the last point I'd like to make, the entire organization, top to bottom, has fully bought into and also has in their objectives to deliver on. So it's part of my objectives as a CEO for Africa, Middle East and South Asia to hit my objective when it comes to all the elements that fall under PEP positive.
I mean, clearly we can see that by adopting a lot of these strategies, there is going to be a long-term impact, and a good one, hopefully. But, you know, we live in you know, someone said yesterday, you know, we've got to live in the real world, and in the real world, short-term factors come into play all the time. Some harder than others, whether we're talking about geopolitical or otherwise. I mean, Neil, KKR is a long-term investor. But how do you marry the long term with the immediate short term noise, but also ensuring that, you know, you're keeping to your ESG goals?
No, it's a good question. I think the key is that ESG is not something that you add on to an investment. It's not something you add on to a fund. You know, we're managing around $470 billion these days across all asset classes. And what we see is that every company should incorporate it into just the culture, as Eugene talked, from top to bottom, and into measurable results. And every company can make a difference. And if they can make a difference, they can also produce better returns. And so, you know, I think we have to remember that, you know, we're co-hosted here with Atlantic Council talking about energy. Thinking about ESG and the energy transition, it's hard work, right? Like this is not puppies and rainbows. Even within the renewable sector, thinking about issues such as conflict minerals in the supply chain. You know, Eugene mentioned end-to-end. How do you get confidence that the decisions you're making that could be good for climate may not be good on other ESG factors? So you need that view. You need to do the work to make sure that you have that plan in place to make the product as ESG friendly as possible. But then there's also the other side of our economy, which are browner, are more polluting assets of all sorts. That's true at, say, upstream oil and gas. That's also just true, let's say, in chemicals or whatever it is. We have to decarbonize those industries. That's really hard work. It's as an investor, it's always easier to say, oh, I'm just not going to do that investment, right? Leave it to somebody else. But if we're serious about these ambitions, we need to do those investments. We need to put in the plans to decarbonize, to introduce more diversity. We need to be held accountable. We need to be transparent. But that, to me, is the next wave of how we're going to have a more active, ESG-friendly investor community going forward. I think we're going to move beyond the simple labels that I think have dominated the last few years.
Kristen Seaman, you were nodding when Neil was talking about the long term. And then, of course, you're a publicly listed company. And so, you know, a lot of short-term considerations. So how do you manage that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the long-term goals are important, right? I mean, you have to start somewhere. If you look at our renewable energy goal, we set, you know, 5 years ago, we set a goal that we were going to be 100% renewable energy by 2050. And 2 years later, we said, you know what, we can do it by 2035. And then last year, we accelerated that to 2025 in the US. You know, and so by setting that long-term goal, you get started. Right? You have to start somewhere. And so whether it's, you know, our carbon neutral goal for 2040, we've got a goal, a commitment to eliminate tailpipe emissions from our light-duty vehicles by 2035. That's a long way off. You know, short term, but we've got a product portfolio in place that takes us down that path. We've committed, you know, over $35 billion by 2025 with AVs and EVs. 30 new EV models by 2025, so that I think you see those short-term progress, and then you set the long-term commitments. So you start seeing yourself get down that road to be there. It engages your customers, engages your employees, and I think really sets you up for success in the long run.
Kristen Weldon, you run sustainable investment for BlackRock. Is sustainable investment by its nature always long-term?
Well, certainly in my role it is. So I'm responsible for sustainable investing across our alternatives platform. So actually in quite a similar position to Neil. So we manage over $300 billion across a set of alternative asset classes. And it's imperative that we take that long-term approach. So I understand Kristen's point. I think that you need short-term metrics in between to measure and make sure that you're on the right path. But the long-term approach is critical to make sure that you see that over the lifetime of an asset. So we're integrating sustainability factors from origination through due diligence, but probably most importantly through that value creation mechanism that happens in the private markets. Therefore, you can apply that lens and hopefully have better sort of exit for that company when you eventually come to sell, because you do have that long-term perspective.
I mean, Chris, Octopus Group, it seems you're living up to your name. I mean, tentacles in lots of different companies. And your measurements, what you have to measure your business by, the fast growth startup, are completely different. I mean, you may not, I mean, forgive me, but I mean, long-term might be too optimistic, right?
I guess it depends on different parts of the business. We have a venture capital team that is investing in backing hundreds of entrepreneurs, where how quickly they can grow over 2 or 3 years is really important. But equally, for us as a renewables investor, we are looking at building assets that will last 25, 30, 40 years. But the bit that is really powerful is you now have this confluence of investors wanting to put capital into the sector, while at the same time you have organizations like GM wanting to use that power. So that's when it's really powerful, is when you have demand for the offtake and demand for the capital. Our pension fund clients in the UK at the moment are saying, how can you double the size of our portfolio? You know, energy security in Europe is such a fundamental issue. The UK government will be updating its energy strategy soon, and building renewables as quickly as possible is a really important part. So these are long-term assets, but why does it take years to build a wind farm? Which, because there are so many bureaucratic steps that go between an investor expressing interest and being able to start building it. How can you compress that schedule and allow capital to make a difference more quickly? And just touching on the point about, that I think you were making around, you know, how do you get engagement? Well, to us, it's trying to bring communities along with you. If you just build a wind farm next to a village without really giving them any opportunity to share in the benefit of it or understand why it's being done, then that doesn't work very well in the UK and in many other countries. But if you allow communities to maybe access the power from the wind farm at a reduced rate, then you get buy-in. If you go to a place like Australia and you go to the Northern Territories and you work with communities to wean them off diesel-powered electricity generators by building solar in those communities, then you have a story which investors really want to do, incredible ESG credentials, but massive impact on those communities.
Thanks, Chris. I'll go to Eugene now, because, I mean, Pepsi's, you know, quite an old company, and you've sort of seen consumer taste change, corporate landscapes shift. From your, I guess, your corporate point of view, is ESG here to stay? Is it something that we'll still be talking about? Hopefully we'll all be back here in 10 years. We'll be talking about that still, and how it's moved on. Are you confident in that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there's only one way for a company to be a sustainable company and provide sustainable returns to its shareholders and other stakeholders, which is by truly embracing ESG. And if you look at the PEP Positive strategy, for us that's an integral part of our overall business strategy. So it's not something that is an add-on. It's an integral part of how we conduct business, how we do business. But in all fairness, it's also, if you look at the targets that we put out there, those are really ambitious targets, and it will require a lot of collaboration across the value chain and also participation from other stakeholders, including governments, to collectively help us achieve those targets. Yeah? So just on the topic of energy, as an example, in many of my markets, purchase power agreements still are a challenge. Yeah? And that for us is critical in order to move to renewable electricity, just as an example. So It's absolutely here to stay. I think there's a lot of heavy lifting that will come from corporations like ourselves, General Motors, other corporations that have committed to bullish targets. But we will need to have other stakeholders also lean in a very meaningful way. And we need active participation from governments to put the right legislative framework in place, but also create the right infrastructure for us as companies to deliver on those commitments.
Thank you. For the rest of the panel, I guess it's the same kind of point. Kristen Seaman, you are ESG at GM. I mean, yep. will you still be ESG at GM for years to come?
Well, I can't do it alone, right? I mean, like you said, it's really integrated into our culture, and I think that's an important part. You know, we talk about it at General Motors. It's just like safety and quality. It's not an add-on. It's part of absolutely every person's job of how you look at it. I loved your discussion around the community, because it's another area that we feel very strongly about, is whether it's where our facilities are and working with the communities on what they need that facility to provide, and how it interacts with the environment in that space, or how this transition, in our case, to an all-electric future doesn't leave somebody behind. We talk all the time, our mantra, our brand is everybody in, because we know we can't do it by ourselves. It takes policy, it takes our dealerships, our customers, governments, et cetera, to really make that transition real, and also to make sure that nobody's left behind as that transition occurs. You know, these major transformations have a history of leaving communities behind, particularly communities that are disproportionately affected by climate change. And so we're doing a lot of work around equitable climate action to make sure that doesn't happen. So, you know, like you said, at Pepsi, ESG is not an add-on. It's part of our culture. It's integrated into our cultural goals, our business goals, our ESG goals are really all the same.
Neil, do you expect to be making investment decisions for a long time with ESG factors as part of that process?
Yes, but I think that over time, I hope we get to a place, I think we'll get to a place that you don't even call it ESG investing, you call it just investing. And I think that, you know, today there's a lot of speculation of whether the current situation we're in with energy shortages, with the conflict, you know, there's this question out there, did Putin kill climate kind of things, you know, this speculation out here. The same questions were asked at the onset of COVID as well. And how will the world respond? And what we saw was an even stronger move towards ESG, towards climate. I'm hopeful that in the broad space, that some of the tribalism we've seen on climate versus fossil fuels, on ESG versus whatever else, I'm not even sure what the right phrase is, that some of that tribalism gets bridged in our current moment of crisis, that we realize that on the environmental side, on the climate side, that energy reliability, security, and affordability are the foundation upon which sustainability is built. And then on the more traditional side, on the fossil fuel side, that you don't sort of go out and gloat to say, you know, come from the U.S., you know, drill baby drill sort of thing, that the pendulum will swing back, and that the investment decisions that do need to be made today to increase production are done in the most sustainable way possible. And if we can get that kind of pragmatism back into the debate, I think that we will, come out of this current crisis even stronger.
Kristen Weldon, do you think that sustainable investing will just be investing?
Absolutely. So I think Neil took some of the words right out of my mouth, but we identified sustainability as our new standard, going back now probably 2 years. And I think in time, it'll just become part of what we do, and hopefully my role won't exist, and it'll become integrated throughout all parts of the investment process. I think Neil raised a point earlier as well, where it can't be done in tandem with taking into account traditional factors as well. It is part of that investment process. It's part of due diligence. And the longer that we go on like this, the more kind of inherent it will be to the investment process. We won't have to separate it as a separate ESG integration or sustainable investing process, full stop.
Chris Hulat, the last thought with you on that subject.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I agree with what the others have said. But to me, we now need to take this forward. So when I look at the kind of formal documentation and reporting that we prepare, and for us in this industry where ESG is such an important factor, my concern is that this becomes, these ESG documents and reporting we send to our clients almost designed to be weighed rather than read. And I think that is, a shame and a mistake. And what we really need to do is get engagement sort of bottom up. One of our big pension fund clients has 9 million underlying members in the UK, normal people. And what they really want is to communicate to those 9 million people that a sliver of their money is invested in, say, a wind farm in the middle of the UK or a solar farm in Spain or whatever. And for that, they don't need ESG reporting. Really, what they want is a 40-second TikTok video. That is almost a more powerful way of communicating the value of that capital. And when you have that bottom-up engagement combined with the attitudes of the institutions and the corporates, that's when change really happens quickly and is very sustainable and permanent.
I hope the discussion we had today would make a good argument that ESG isn't just PR. It's not just touch points on a press release. But I think we can see from these brilliant people here and also the other brilliant people working in this sector that it really is something that will have a very positive effect for all of us. So please join me in thanking our panel for today's discussion. Eugene Williamson, Kristen Weldon, Kristen Seaman, Chris Hulat, and Neil Brown. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. I think we're going to take some photos up on stage, but Randolph is coming.
Please take the photos.
Did you want to join us?
No.
Enough photos for you today.
Enough photos for me. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us today for these fabulous sessions. This is the end of the Global Energy Forum's plenary sessions, that we do have breakouts after lunch, so we hope we see you there. And then we hope we see you all back in Abu Dhabi in January. So thank you so much, and thank you to our great speakers. Actually, we're not done. No, I gotta get to lunch. I'm gonna go.
So we'll get started in about 20 seconds, 20, 30 seconds here. Thank you all for joining us. And thanks for your patience as we were testing out some AV capabilities. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us for the Global Energy Forum. We are just honored to have you here and to partner with the World Government Summit. It has been an incredible day and a half. We still have several sessions this afternoon. This session is particularly important, and I'm so glad that you've taken the time to attend and join us today. We will start off with a video, and then I'll jump into introductions, and we'll start a robust conversations with our honored guests.
This is Mariupol, a city with big plans.
Замечательный город, большой, развивающийся, с большими перспективами.
It dreamed of going to school. It dreamed of living in a new house.
Близько 80% будинків зруйновано.
Квартира разбита, все разбито.
It dreamed of having children.
Авиабомба на пологовий будинок. Привалила девушку беременную.
Мы оттуда детей выносили просто.
Це вже за межою звірства.
It dreamed of working, loving, walking.
Город с прекрасными парками.
Город, в котором жить одно удовольствие.
It dreamed of celebrating birthdays.
Окупанти скинули бомбу на драмтеатр, де ховалося щонайменше 1000 мирних мешканців.
Mariupol dreamed of living.
Света, ни тепла, ничего нет. У меня ребенок голодный, я не знаю, чем его кормить.
Убивают детей, женщин, больницы переполнены. Я не могу понять, это геноцид?
Save Mariupol's dreams.
Это город жилой, жилые дома, СОС.
The world, don't be silent. Act now.
Відбувається геноцид українців.
Save us from genocide.
Буде в безпеці, коли останній російський солдат, чи то своїми ногами, чи то у труні, повернеться до себе додому.
Open the green corridors.
Мы пытаемся выжить.
Close the sky.
Ви не зможете сказати, що не бачили, що відбувалося в Маріуполі. Ви повинні тиснути на Росію так, щоб вони завершили цю звірячу війну.
Помогите Мариуполю!
Time is running out.
What a video to start on that gives us a little bit of an insight, a little bit of glimpse of the current situation in Ukraine. Of course, there's a tiny portion of what's really happening on the ground. It is my honor to continue this conversation and through the lens of energy and what's next for Ukraine in terms of energy security, decarbonization, and of course, building towards peace. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our panelists today. Ambassador Paula Dobriansky, we have Honorable Charles Hendry, Anna Palacio, and Mr. Maxim Timchenko. Maxim is joining us directly, coming directly from Ukraine to join us here in Dubai and raise the issues and help everyone understand what's happening in Ukraine, what's really needed, and how do we start resolving this really tough situation, and what can we do as an international community to support Ukraine. Mr. Timchenko, please, I would like to turn to you for initial remarks in terms of where would you like to see the priorities of what's needed now in the next couple of months, and even until the end of the year, and hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here in this audience, people who are interested in what's happening in Ukraine. So I'm proud to be Ukrainian as much as ever can imagine. And then looking at these images and video, just want to say you that life of me as a Ukrainian and millions of other Ukrainians changed with the words before and after. Before this war started and after this war started. Today is 34th day of war in Ukraine. Mariupol is the city where we have major steel producers of the country, city which we created as a benchmark for other cities in Ukraine, how it can be developed if you have investments, if you have proper mayor, if you invest your soul in development of the city. It was before. And after, it is 34 days of suffering. This city population is about 500,000. Today nobody can say how many people in this city, how many survived, how many were killed, how many still staying in bomb shelters without electricity, heat, and food for 26 days. But this city is also symbol of Ukrainian courage and bravery, and symbol of our freedom, because we fight for our freedom, because we taste freedom for 30 years being an independent country. You know, these steel producers, these steel plants were used to build shelter above Chernobyl power station, and they still are used to build landmark building in London Shard. And I can give you hundreds of examples. It was peaceful place with working people creating future of Ukraine and producing products for the whole world. Now it's all destroyed. And you know, yesterday I did my speech in a panel saying that what can be higher price than death of 136 children in Ukraine? And you know, today this horrific score is 143 children. 6 children were killed from yesterday. That just you understand what a disaster and what is disaster for humanity is happening in Ukraine now. But today I want to talk about before and after our victory. Before our victory, we will fight, everyone. Fight for our future, fight for the future of Europe and the whole civilized world. Producing enough coal, producing enough gas, making our energy system stable, managing connection of Ukrainian grid to European, and you can imagine we were preparing for 10 years to be connected, and we managed to do it in 3 weeks during war. And it's great appreciation to our European partners for support of this. Now Ukrainian electricity grid is part of European electricity grid. This is what we're doing now. But as I've been told, we want to speak about post-war time of Ukraine. We, being here in different platforms, we appeal to governments, to businesses, to people. Stop buying Russian energy, stop buying Russian products, stop financing Russia. Terrorist country killing our people. And I don't want to go too far in politics and differentiate Putin from people living in Russia. It's different opinions here. But as I said yesterday, every dollar paid to Russia convert into bullets and bombs killing Ukrainian people. And we ask stop buying Russian oil and gas. And of course we have response from European partners saying that we are so dependent on Russian gas that it is impossible because we will suffer. We will have rising prices, household bills, probably not enough hot water at your homes. But real suffering, this is what just you see. This is real suffering. And every person in life make a choice. But we're not only asking stop buying Russian oil and gas. In post-war world, we can help Europe to correct their mistake of over-dependence on Russia in terms of energy supply. What Ukraine will offer? First, we have the second largest deposits of gas in our country after Norway. Today we produce about 20 BCM of natural gas and consume 27. So I'm sure, and that's a good example from our company, that we can close this gap in 2-3 years after the war. It's a matter of technology. We have it, technology, capital, and professional people who can do it. So today we are drilling more than 6.5 thousand meters, and this is the deepness where we have gas. And we can start exporter of gas and supply gas to Europe. The second is renewables. Today we have only 8.7 gigawatt of renewable capacity in the country, and having such a good wind speed, irradiation, access to grid, and land can make us the largest renewable energy producer in Europe, and we will start exporting clean energy. Third one, nuclear. More than 55% in our generation mix is produced by nuclear power stations. By the way, attacked by Russians. So craziness of these people have no limits when they attacked two of our nuclear power stations. Chernobyl, it was not enough for them. Disaster in 1986. And Zaporozhye nuclear power station, the largest in Europe. But coming back to nuclear, I think that whole trend and movement is coming for Europeans to accept that nuclear energy can be treated as a clean energy. So, and with such a potential of nuclear power production in Ukraine, and also bringing new technologies like small modular reactors, and being one of the first countries for implementation prototypes of this new technology, can make us one of the major exporters of clean nuclear energy to Europe. This is solutions we offer to Europe. Not be afraid of Russian country or supply of Russian gas. It should be stopped. Now, help us to win this war. And after this war, we help you to be more diversified. We provide you, we make your energy security more strong. We provide reliability to your system, and we will be part of Europe, of European energy market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Timchenko. I want to provide just a little bit more context for this session, for our discussion, as I start addressing the questions to the rest of the panelists. So I think it's important to note that we can do two things at once. We can both support Ukraine right now with the urgencies and what needs to be done to keep the lights on and keep that conversation going. At the same time, it is not too early, it is not too soon to think about what does a post-conflict future for Ukraine looks like. And as Mr. Timchenko mentioned, what is a decarbonized Ukraine that is a robust exporter of clean energy, that is not reliant on energy imports from Russia? What does that look like? And what do we need to do right now as we look into the future and anticipate this? Are there things that we can do now proactively so that when peace is reached in Ukraine and the conflict is done, that we can support these kinds of efforts and create a future for Ukraine that we all desire to see? Paula, I'm going to start with you.
First, thank you, the Atlantic Council and also the World Government Summit for being here, and all of you for being here in this discussion. I'd put forth a number of propositions, and I will answer your question, but I'd like to just also broaden it, if I may. I think striking with the Russian invasion of and war on Ukraine, there will definitively be a number of consequences that we are already witnessing. some which may have been predicted, some which haven't been predicted. The first is that clearly this will have geopolitical consequences. There were those who, by the way, were very focused in the term great power competition, specifically on the challenge posed by China. And one would often hear, well, Russia, not so great. So I think that now there's a wake-up call that one has to look at both in the kinds of challenges that are being brought to the international arena. And it's also striking to note the kind of relationship that exists politically, economically, and militarily between Russia and China relative to this situation. Just one, for example, although China has abstained from the UN resolution condemning the war on Russia, on Ukraine, that at the same time that China refuses to even use the term war in defining what is taking place. So that's a first point to make here of the geopolitical one. Secondly, I'm very struck by, from the Financial Times, Ed Luce, a writer from the Financial Times. He put it very succinctly. He actually, in an article, had thanked President Putin, and he thanked President Putin for bringing about a great deal of unity. He first focused on Ukraine itself. He said if there ever was any tension within, there certainly isn't now. That actually within Ukraine itself, regardless of what your origin is or where you live, east, west, in the middle, there really is a unity of purpose, and citizens are taking great exception to the kind of massacre of Ukrainian citizens that is taking place. And thirdly, it's rather striking in terms of the kind of, I'll use the term, collaboration that exists in the West, the United States, and looking at Europe at large. There are some very unprecedented developments. I'd especially pick out the fact that it was really just essentially over a very short period of time that in Germany, as we know, Germany moved forward and moved aside Nord Stream 2. And actually, as I understand it, officials are already visiting here in the Middle East to look at options for LNG relative to energy, because as you know, Germany in particular, I pick out, there are other countries, but especially was very strongly endorsing and advocating Nord Stream 2. So there's a very significant shift there, and also a very significant shift in the context where Germany had heretofore not provided military supplies or equipment. They are doing so in the case of Ukraine. I just have a few more points and then I'll pass it. Also, the fact that both Sweden and Finland are actually having conversations about NATO and whether or not they should be in NATO. I think Sweden, as one reads, more than Finland, maybe at this time, but also is a very significant development. So there have been, I'm only mentioning a number, not all, but there have been a number of developments that one could cast as being unprecedented, and certainly ones that I don't think had been actually predicted in this period of time, and that clearly have been provoked by this war on Ukraine. Let me say a brief word about energy as we're looking forward. And actually one last, forgive me, on now the current situation. Maxime, I think, is right to make the appeal, which all of you, I'm sure, have seen in one capacity or another, that President Zelensky has made a strong appeal, particularly for military assistance. Ukrainians are not asking for anyone to fight the war, but they are asking, give them the ability to fight a good fight. And in this case, the MiG-29s, which Poland was putting forward, the no-fly zone, other kinds of equipment have been specifically requested and very clearly stated by President Zelensky. At the same time, you also have seen there have been a dialogue taking place relevant to negotiations. That could be left as a question if you have a question on that. But let me say finally on energy, I do want to support what Maxime had just said. I think that strikingly what we are witnessing is that there is a realization that there has been clearly a weaponization of energy, that it's in European countries' interests in particular to pull away from that. And I think there is a strong desire to move forward, to have a diversified energy pool and to not be dependent on Russian oil or gas. And I think he well articulated the kind of panoply of resources that not just only Ukraine offers, but others. And this is my last. The Atlantic Council has been in particular, since Atlantic Council is one of the sponsors here, of what's known as the 3 Cs Initiative. Poland in particular put forward the 3 Cs Initiative and actually received a first shipment of LNG from the United States and is collaborating with all the countries that just go down, if you will, from the 3 Cs to Croatia. And there has been really strong collaboration to, again, to set up alternative sources of fuel. It's very promising and it's already underway. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charles?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Atlantic Council for organising this session, which I think is one of the most important and indeed challenging sessions of the whole of this forum. I first went to Kyiv when I was Energy Minister for the UK to mark the 25th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster. And I've been back many times since, and I find it horrific beyond words that Kyiv, which is a city which I have found as a bustling, modern, vibrant, welcoming European city, should be the capital of a country which is a war zone. And our hearts go to the Ukrainian people for the incredible courage which they are showing at a time of such unthinkable savagery and butchery. As we look forward, I want to start, as you did, Maxime, and to assume that the war ends. We don't know when that will be, but it ends with Ukraine maintaining its territorial integrity. And how do we then, as the West, support it? I think it's important to recognize that almost all the countries which have imposed sanctions on Russia are Western democracies with in North America and Europe and countries like North Korea. The overwhelming majority of the world has not yet taken actions to impose any sanctions on Russia. And I think we need to push forward our efforts to try and build a stronger coalition to take action further. And we know that at each turn of the screw that we have to impose tougher sanctions, or else we will be seen as the allies of Ukraine to be weak in that regard. Olga, as you rightly say, it is not too soon to be thinking about what we do at the end of this crisis, at the end of this war. In many areas, the world was sleeping when this happened. And we now can and should plan for how we implement a major program to support and facilitate the rebuilding of Ukraine. And I think that takes a number of different guises. First of all, you mentioned nuclear and the unbelievable Russian attacks on your nuclear power stations. We should be sending in the world's best nuclear experts to ensure that when it's safe to do so, they can make sure that those power stations are safe. That if they are operating reactors, it's the biggest nuclear plant in the world, which has been attacked more recently, then we should be making sure that whatever nuclear skills you need, the West will make available to you. Secondly, we need to support in building up the energy infrastructure, Maxime, which you referred to. One of the companies I work for had been building and has built the largest wind farm in Ukraine, 500 megawatts. It's now in Russian-occupied territory. And so there are some resources which we don't know when they will be available again, but we need to bring together the world's businesses and in a Marshall Aid type plan to ensure that the resources are made available to build those energy infrastructure elements, to help rebuilding the cities like Mariupol, and to make that a lasting testimony that after this catastrophe, the world made sure that those things could be rebuilt. To rebuild civil society. It's a distraction in a way, but I think those cultural connections are incredibly important. And to show the Russian people that they are isolated, and equally to show the Ukrainian people that the world stands with them. And therefore it means that cultural cooperation and quality of life elements like that become really important as well. We need to help with economic reforms, because I think it's fair to say that Ukraine had not been served well by some of its previous administrations in tackling some of the issues of corruption, and that we need to work together with the government, and President Zelensky will have an extraordinary mandate to take this forward, to ensure that the economic reforms are done, to create a transparent society which is ready to join the EU, and which is able to encourage the international investment which is necessary. Many of the rules historically have been difficult for foreign investors. It used to be the case that you had to get a license to explore for oil and gas, and once you had found it, you had to get a development license. And it was at that point that others came in, and knowing that the oil and gas was there, and took those licenses. Well, action has been taken on some of those measures, but a comprehensive package of economic reforms and support, I think, is necessary to ensure that Ukraine can take its rightful place within the Western democratic communities. And my final point, I think, is on the role of sanctions after the war. I've mentioned that we need to increase the number of countries which are imposing sanctions on Russia. But I think we also need to recognize that when Russia decides that this war is finished, either because it's defeated or it decides eventually it has to stop, then the sanctions don't end there. That the individuals who have been sanctioned need to remain sanctioned. The government institutions, the Russian state corporations, they too need to remain sanctioned. And it is only when Russia shows that it is ready to rejoin the values of the Western world, and there are many Russians who believe in that fundamentally, and we should have a lot of sympathy for those who are being terrorized in their own country. There's nothing like the pain which people in Ukraine are going through, but there are many good Russians who we will need to work with going forward. But we need to use those economic tools as a way of driving change in Russia as well. So when the war ends, the sanctions don't. And therefore we have to send strong signals to Ukraine that we are going to stand with it. We will be there to help the rebuilding, but we've also got to continue to stay strong signals to Russia that this isn't just about the war, it's about their whole culture, which has to change.
Thank you, Charles. Hannah?
Well, thank you. I mean, I join you in just showing my gratitude to Atlantic Council, and this is not the first time. I'm very happy to be here, and I fully agree this is a very important session. So what can I say? Well, amen, because honestly I think that a lot has been said, which is a challenge. Now I will start by just going along you. Ukrainians are fighting for our freedom, and it has shown. It has even shown in United Nations. The bulk of the countries that abstain, or even that didn't even get to the voting. It's something that we have to reflect upon. This is about the West, is about our values, and you are fighting our fight. Now, that having being said, you ask European Union to stop buying gas from Russia. Well, you know what? Let's be realistic, because I'm speaking from today. After the war, we don't know when it will be. We cannot just wait until the war ends. I think that we are already. You can ask the Europeans what the Europeans can give. You cannot ask the NATO to be engaged. You can ask for me. I'm among those that say that we need to arm Ukraine as much as we can, but we have to be realistic. Don't ask the Europeans to stop gas import right now. It will not be possible. Nevertheless, we have connected Ukraine and Moldova, and this is an extremely important gesture. By the way, Ukraine and Moldova have been connected before the Baltics, before Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, that are still waiting, that were due to be connected. So when you say it has taken 10 years, Latvians are members of the European Union, are still waiting. They will be connected before 2025. So we are doing, and we are doing a lot. And I think that you have mentioned the turn, the U-turn of Germany. Yesterday we listened, one of the speakers saying, well, we never could expect Russia using energy as a weapon. Well, many Europeans, in particular the Eastern, the Poles, the Baltics, were telling for years, and you don't see that. You don't see that after Georgia. You don't see that after Maidan. By the way, I was in Maidan. I'm one of the Europeans that I have the great privilege to having co-chair with Madeleine Albright the delegation of observers in the 2014 general elections in Ukraine, besides having gone there. So, no, you are not going to cut me because I'm the last. At least let me just be very short, but say a few things. So please, going into just telegraphically, because I'm the last and I have to, in gas, it hasn't been said, but you have a storage capacity that is extremely important. It's 30 BCMs, around 1/4 of the total capacity of the European Union, over 1/4 of the total capacity of the European Union. We have to work on that. There are areas where we can already work on that. On nuclear, well, absolutely clear that we can start working on the safety and the security, and we need to address addressing Chernobyl, the reactors that were damaged. We were really concerned because everybody in the world knows Chernobyl. This is one of the issues where the European Union, the United States, we need to get involved. Now, nobody has spoken about coal. Frankly, coal is a challenge. You have 12 of the most polluting coal plants in the world. So let's address that. We need to address that. You have issues in your coal production because of something that you have mentioned, governance. There are areas there. There are structured, even regulatory structures that have to be. We need to work on that, and we need to work on that today. Now, yes, there is a fantastic perspective on renewables. We need to work on that as well. But you have said we need to find who finances that, because saying we have to put our deeds where our mouth is. And honestly, I'm very proud as a European. We are doing it in terms of arms. We could do more. And I will end by something. We need to keep the attention on Ukraine. We don't know. We hope that it's going to be short, but we need to keep the attention on Ukraine. And as I see Aslan, Mrs. Aslan here, I will say, Turkey needs to allow LNG tankers through the Bosphorus. This is absolutely, nobody speaks about that. This would make a sea change, and I leave it there.
Oh, thank you so much. The number of ideas and thoughts that were shared today, I think it's incredible. Thank you so much. I want to dive a little bit deeper on the natural gas future in the network. You mentioned storage a little bit. I want to dive into what does the future of Ukraine has such a robust natural gas transmission network. And what is the future of that network without a world, past 2024, even sooner, without a world where it transmits Russian gas? What does the future look like? Are there new technologies involved, like hydrogen, perhaps? Is storage implemented more as a security tool? So I would love to, get your thoughts on how do you see, maybe Mr. Timchenko, maybe you can start off. How do you envision the future for Ukraine's robust natural gas system? Because in the past, we have operated on this assumption that having economic ties, having natural gas imports from Russia was a way to mitigate, to deter Russia from doing something like this. And as we have seen, that assumption has proven false. So how do we move forward with a different plan?
It's another point about Russians. I think that, and Europeans, especially our German colleagues, who were saying that Nord Stream 2 is a commercial project and that Russia is not using energy as a weapon. Now I think that there is consensus for everybody that Russia used before and will use energy as a weapon. And now the question how Europe could defend themselves against of this weapon. I'm not asking, or our country not asking, to stop buying Russian gas from tomorrow. What is realistic is to have the same position as the United States and the UK on Russian oil. And it is feasible, especially from this region, if Europe will be active in finding alternative supply of Russian oil. But Russian gas, what we need is very clear roadmap and commitment from Europe how share of Russian natural gas in Europe will be lowered to minimum level. And as I said, this is partly the question about transportation. As soon as we know how much gas Europe will be taking in the future, then we can answer the question what will happen with Ukrainian gas transportation system. We can survive without transmitting this Russian gas through our system. We will use it for our storage capacities. We will use it for our domestic needs. And basically, that's not matter for us now about revenue we're getting for transiting Russian gas. What is really important is to have very clear strategy for Europe, and I hope that Ukraine will be part of this strategy of diversification of energy sources, including Russian gas.
Thank you so much.
As it was directed to me, allow me to respond. With all respect and admiration for what you are doing, what you said is Europeans say that they need the gas for heating and we are suffering. Yes, of course, that's absolutely clear. But I think that if we are going to go through that together, we have to know what you have, and we have to know what you can ask. And honestly, the European Union is making a great effort. And our effort has nothing to do, it's not comparable with the United States, to be honest and clear today, because of geography, because of refugees, because of ties of all sorts. So my comment was, I'm absolutely for. I'm saying I think that we have to arm more, we have to send, we have to do. But let's be realistic. What our societies, because I repeat it, the danger is that this solidarity that has been raised in Europe just decreases. I come from a country, Spain or Italy. We have no memories as Poland does with Russia. We tend to be sympathetic to the Russians. How many people tell you, well, okay, Ukraine is right, but the Russians have, this what about Buddhism, what you say. This is what I meant, and I mean it, as I say, from the great admiration to what you are doing, because you are fighting our common fight.
Thank you so much. I do want to take some questions from the audience. We only have a little bit left, so I may ask that you shape them in the form of a question, not a comment if possible. I think I saw your hand first, and we'll try to capture a few in the back as well.
Right. Thank you so much, Ahmed Maher from the National in Abu Dhabi. so everyone is reshuffling their oil cards at the moment. So Putin will establish a foothold in strong economies like China and India on the one hand, and on the other hand, you have Europe might shift towards the Middle East, as Georgette said.
Paula.
Sorry, excuse me, sorry. Yeah. So it seems that we are going in circles. So my question is to Mr. Charles, if you can share your insights on that, and Paula as well. Thank you.
I think Amos Hochstein, talking to this forum remotely yesterday, said that it would be important to look right around the world to find out where we can find new availability of oil which can be brought into the Western economies. And I think that's going to lead to some very intriguing discussions. So what does it mean for Kurdistan? What does it mean for Syria? We know that President Assad was here in Dubai last week. Is this the start of a process of trying to bring Syria back into the international community? So that there are some really important geopolitical issues to be addressed in this. But I think the fundamental point, and it goes back to something Winston Churchill said 100 years ago, which is that security comes from diversity and diversity alone. And it means that we need to have a wider range of countries from which we're getting those resources, and we need to have diversified routes for bringing them to our markets as well. In cases that can be pipeline, it can be LNG. Germany is now building 2 very big LNG facilities on the North Sea coast. The Western world is going to respond as quickly as it can to ensure that it is never in an isolated position like this again. It has been too dependent on one source of fuel, and that's got to change. The area which I would point to as being a really issue of urgency for Europe is diesel. Half of the European diesel comes from Russia. Half of it comes from the Middle East. We went into this war with our diesel stocks at record lows. That we are in a situation where within a few weeks we may find that with the diesel pumps and European petrol stations have dried up. That's when European support is going to start to be tested. It's not next winter, it's in a few weeks' time. And then what happens when people can't go and see an elderly parent? They can't go and see their children in hospital. The emotional cases which will happen because they simply haven't got fuel available. So there's a very strong social and human aspect which comes into what will inevitably be a very disruptive period as people start finding new markets and new suppliers.
I'll just make this is on, mine is on now, a brief comment because I think Charles really dove deep on your question. 3 points. I think the Middle East absolutely has demonstrated that there's a keen interest in a number of the countries in diversification of investment, and also an emphasis on new technologies in furthering also energy efficiency and resourcefulness. And I mentioned in my opening comment, I'm very struck by the fact that Germany, you referenced what they're doing, but Germany has been very much in the region and looking at how to engage the Middle East in the development of infrastructure towards the creation of LNG terminals. And so from that end, I think to answer your question succinctly, yes, I think the region is very engaged, and not just recently, this was even pre-invasion of Ukraine. Well, India is a different issue. In terms, the question was about India. India is a different issue. India, as you know, has had a long relationship, initially as non-aligned, but with Russia. And in particular, it's not only dependent for its energy sources, it has stated very clearly the need to get oil from Russia. But thirdly, let me just mention the relationship is broader than that. Russia is the #1 arms supplier to India. It's a complicated relationship, and in this particular time, it's one that India also abstained to the resolution at the United Nations. So the relationship is a complicated one in which India has different goals, objectives when it looks around the globe.
Yes, thank you so much. Halima, just one final question because we are running out of time. I know we want to keep this conversation going. We can go for hours and hours.
Great. Thank you so much. Halima Croft, RBC Capital Markets and Atlantic Council board member. The question I have is, what if it gets worse? I mean, everyone talks about this war will end or everything ends, but I'm just wondering, you know, we've had discussions about chemical weapons use, tactical nuclear weapons. Like, what is in the sanctions arsenal if that were to come to pass? And is there a sense that we could split potentially oil from gas in terms of sanctions? Are we potentially thinking about secondary sanctions if those horrible incidents come to pass?
May I
And
make
we
a
only
comment on
just
that
have
one?
a few minutes left.
Very brief, and then also, well, Anna obviously has her mic up, but Maxine should comment. My answer to you very briefly is we shouldn't do postmortems. I think it's been very clearly stated what is needed in terms of fighting the good fight here. And I think before you came in, I made a point about how the Ukrainians have been very clear about the kind of military assistance and economic sanctions that they would also like to see placed. So on the broad political point, I would say that let's not do a postmortem and say, oh, we should have done that, we could have moved faster, why not this? We should act. We should act, and so that it's not the situation that you just described. Because any negotiation is going to be affected, obviously, where each is standing, or should we say each is sitting in this case. But you want to answer maybe the energy component.
Well, yeah. I agree with you that oil is much more of a commodity than gas. Gas needs a lot of infrastructure, so it's not easy to switch from one provider of gas to a different provider of gas. And even, I mean, we need to be realistic about that as well in terms of time. And yes, finding other sources, and yes, differentiating the sanctions. But again, I mean, I think that you came after I myself made a statement that we need to start thinking about today, not when the war ends or what. Today, what can we do today? What is realistic? And the European Union, I'm not going to repeat my intervention, but we are doing a lot of things. This is something to be considered progressively. We will be able to do that, to just decouple oil and gas.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I am so sorry. Mr. Timchenko, I know it's unreasonable to ask for you to summarize, and provide 30 seconds. Closing statement. I know that that's an impossible ask, but if you could, provide maybe a final couple of thoughts. I know we covered a lot today, but in terms of a closing statement for today's conversation, I would love to hear that from you.
I think that the whole world was surprised how strong are Ukrainians for these 34 days, how strong we defending our country, our freedom, and how strong we're defending future of all of you. And we need your support, we need your help. We are so grateful for all what was done for these 34 days. But we need more. And be confident that we will win. And it will be our joint victory. So I'm really thank you very much for that.
I would like to thank our fantastic panelists. This is such a timely discussion, such an urgent matter for us to address today. Thank you all. I hope that one of the biggest takeaways from today is that we must continue keeping our eyes on the developments in Ukraine, no matter what other issues or security things that come our way. That is an important topic to keep all of our focus on. And I would like to encourage you to, of course, continue attending the Global Energy Forum programming. We have opportunities in Southeast Asia panel coming right after this. And of course, there are several other breakout sessions happening at the same time in parallel. Thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a great rest of the afternoon.
I think we're going to get started with our next session, what I'm going to call the super panel for South and Southeast Asia's energy transition. Oh, there we go. All right, so I guess welcome everyone to our third set of breakout sessions of the day. Climate and energy opportunities in South and Southeast Asia. I think this is a particularly relevant panel because obviously coming out of COP26 and headed into COP27 and COP28, where I think the Global South is going to have a voice to say. It's clear that nowhere is the challenge greater or perhaps the opportunities richer than in Southeast Asia. I think you're going to see, we all know we're going to see the majority of energy demand growth come from the region until 2050. You know, major economies in the region continue to show significant economic growth potential, growing populations. I think this is a really dynamic region, and particularly one where as you look to climate action, you know, an urgent priority continues to be the displacement of coal from the energy mix. And I think we have a number of different pathways we can use to pursue that transition. And that's all still happening in a period now that we're finding ourselves in where the conversation around energy security is also incredibly important. And so this is a region now that is really at the starting block of pursuing both energy transition, climate goals, and solidifying its energy security at the same time. And that makes the pathways that it can take extraordinarily diverse. And to that end, we have a fantastic panel with us today. We have Robert Fee, Vice President of International Affairs and Commercial Development at Cheniere Energy. We have Kavita Gandhi, Executive Director at Sustainable Energy Association of Singapore. We have Binu Parthan, Head of Regions at IRENA. We have Desiree Tung, Deputy Director of External Relations at the Energy Market Authority of Singapore, and it's particularly good to see Desiree because I haven't seen her since like 2 years ago before the pandemic started, and I'm going to use this opportunity to make sure I get back to Singapore International Energy Week. So I'm looking forward to that. And then lastly, we have Derek Wong, Senior Director of Government and Public Affairs at Accelerate Energy. How I want to start this panel, I think I'd like to turn to each of you for some opening thoughts and then open it up to the audience, of course, for Q&A at some point. But Binu, I'd like to start with you. Head of Regions is an awesome title, to say the least. But it means I'm going to pin you with a bit of a tough ask, which is, you know, can you paint a picture of the region for us? You have a lot of diversity across the various, you know, country contexts, each pursuing their own pathway, again, as I mentioned. Where do you see the development of the region's energy security and climate story evolving, and what are the particular opportunities and challenges you see arising?
Yeah, thanks very much, and again, thanks for having Irina on this panel. We just launched earlier today the World Energy Transition Outlook, which provides a clear pathway for the world to decarbonize, including in this region. And one of the key highlights there is that it is possible to have an energy transition aligned with the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement in a manner which there are positive economic, environmental, and social benefits. So it's not something which adds cost, but there are benefits. For example, things like jobs. We see that there could be significant job growth in the region. So the overall picture is positive. And I just come here from the MENA Climate Week, where we had one of our members, Egypt, confirm to us today that energy transition will be on top of their COP27 agenda. So I think there is a clear direction in which the energy transition is happening. And it's not happening simply because of the environmental challenges or the climate change rationale. It's happening because of the economics and the socioeconomics of it. Now, for the region as such, I mean, we do work closely with ASEAN, and we are developing a energy transition roadmap for ASEAN 10, which we will publish later this year, which will show a clear pathway for countries in the region to move forward. And taking advantage of the fact that Indonesia is the G20 presidency, And you will see that energy transition is in their global agenda, and we're working with the G20 presidency to ensure that this is underlined. Now, one of the big issues or one of the main opportunities in the region has been around coal powering energy. And our cost analysis show that coal is no longer viable as a power option. And for the last 7 to 8 years or so, renewable energy investments have outpaced coal and other power options consistently. And what we are also increasingly seeing in the region and beyond is that it costs more to keep operating coal power plants compared to renewable energy investments. So till then, things are clear. Now, when you try to increase the share of renewables in the region and beyond, there are concerns and there are challenges. And obviously, a lot of utilities in the region are worried about the instability of the grid when you go beyond 30-40% or so. So where we see a significant opportunity in the region is the flexibility technologies. So one is energy storage, and there are opportunities to make the grid a lot smarter and intelligent to address some of these variability. But also what we see as an interesting option is the regional interconnections. Connecting grids across the ASEAN region, there have been a lot of efforts there. It needs to be supported by the political will to ensure that the countries are connected. So every 1 degree longitude that you go, you do have a saving of about 1 hour of energy storage or so, and that is something that you can achieve by interconnections. And something which we are seeing, there's a lot of interest from the region and beyond, is the role of green hydrogen and how that compares to other options like gas, etc. And here again, the veto which we launched today, we believe that green hydrogen will be an important power-to-X technology, power-to storage, etc. But again, it may not be the answer for all the challenges that you may have. There are sectors like aviation, navigation, could also be some industries like chemicals or iron and metals, etc. So it'll have an important role for the green hydrogen as well. So going forward, I think we are very clear that there is a roadmap with renewable energy at the center of it, with electrification of the end users, particularly transport, driving a lot of demand for electricity, and an important role for green hydrogen and also flexibility technologies. And here, as an example, we are working with the Indonesian government on an Indonesian energy transition outlook, which we hope we will launch in Bali around September. And being the largest economy in the region, we believe that what Indonesia will do could actually be a model for other countries in the region. So we remain very optimistic. There are certain challenges currently around energy security, which we believe are short-term and probably driven by more emotional and other considerations. But again, if you take the medium to long term, the options are very clear, which is electrification, and with that electricity coming from renewable energy, supported by flexibility technologies and green hydrogen. So this is where we see the region going, and we will continue to work with all our member countries in the region to support them on this pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Binu. It's a great macro level overview of the region. I think it sets us up well to dive into what I hope is a bit of a country level case study in a way. And I'd like to turn to Desiree. Singapore is a major hub in the region across any number of areas, economics, innovation, what have you. It's also one that set several very aggressive and very ambitious sustainability targets for itself. Can you walk us through those targets? And I think in particular what's of interest is what is the underlying strategy that helps you reach those targets? And again, I think pulling off of what Binu just mentioned, how do those issues around climate ambition and energy security how are those interwoven with those various efforts?
Thank you very much, Reid, and a big thank you to the Atlantic Council for inviting us back. I think it's lovely to be back in the UAE. I was just saying it's been 2 years since we've been back, so it's lovely to see old friends. It's great to be here with Kavita and Irina, and of course new friends. I think we've just met our friends from Shinare and Accelerate. So I think Singapore, like every other nation, we are committed to our climate change goals and cutting our emissions. Our recently NDC goal, we are committed to halving our emissions by 2030, peak to 33 million tons of CO2. So to that end, we recently released the Singapore Green Plan. And this sets out basically Singapore's plans over the next 10 years to really drive the low carbon energy transition. One of the key pieces of that is the energy reset. So the energy reset really looks at our 4 key supply switches for Singapore. So the first switch is natural gas. Currently, we're about 95% powered by natural gas. It is the cleanest fossil fuel. And it will remain the mainstay of our generation system. But of course, we are looking at, we have CCGT, so we have highly efficient power plants. We are also looking at, how we can drive efficiencies through maintenance, reliability of our plants, and all of that. This is the second big switch is solar. Singapore, those of you, I don't know how many of you have been to Singapore. We're a small island. We're blessed with great food, beautiful gardens, but unfortunately we don't have a lot of natural renewable resources. So the most viable option for us is solar. But I think also, as you know, as a small country, we can't cover the whole island with solar panels. But nevertheless, we do press on. We have actually increased our install capacity by 4 times over the last 10 years. So it's been a huge achievement for us, and we continue to increase the deployment. In fact, we have committed to 2 gigawatt peak by 2030. So that doesn't sound like a lot. But the other third piece is obviously we're looking at imports from within the region. So we're actually looking at a low carbon or renewable imports. So we're hoping by 2035 that will make up about 35% of our energy mix. And the final piece that we look at is low carbon alternatives. So we've recently invested over 55 million Singapore dollars into low carbon research, into hydrogen, CCUS. I think that's one of the key pillars of Singapore is we're really looking at, how we can look at research and development and new technologies. I think at the end of the day, that's why I think we come to events like this and look to build connections, is because it's about the creativity of the human mind and technologies that's going to get us there and really push the needle. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Desiree. And I guess I might ask a quick follow-up question, which is, Binu, both you and Binu mentioned, the ability of the interconnectedness of the region in so many ways, right? And does Singapore's, relatively advanced, economic development and energy story in some ways position it to be a leader in the facilitation, in terms of facilitating those transitions of its neighbors? And what does that international cooperation piece play within your clean energy strategy?
Absolutely. Hello?
Yep.
Thank you very much for that. Actually, international cooperation is a very important part. I think building not only regional but international connectivity is really important part of the whole energy transition. One of the big pieces that the Energy Market Authority does is we organize the annual event, the Singapore International Energy Week, which we've had the privilege of Atlantic Council, IRENA, as well as CEAS join us. In fact, I know Shanier also speaks, and hopefully Accelerate too will be able to join us. It's held at the end of October, so it's been running for the last 15 years. And really what SEW is about is really pulling together different players, different stakeholders to come together to really look at what are some of the energy issues that impact Asia, and how can we come together to really kind of push the needle to bring us to that, next level of the transition. What are the pathways? How are we going to get there? And how can we work together to do it?
I'm taking that as an invitation, and I'm going to run with it.
Absolute open invitation, anytime.
Exactly. I think, I might now turn to Bob and Derek. There is what Desiree just mentioned is, as a part of this process, to quote you, Desiree, gas still going to be a part of the picture. And I think when you look in the other parts of the region, again, where you're trying to quickly displace coal, and that appears to be, in a lot of ways, a significant short-term goal. What role does gas have to play, both in terms of, A, displacing coal, but B, positioning gas as a way to facilitate additional clean energy transformations throughout the region? I might start with you, Bob, and then we'll go to Derek.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So one thing I think it's always important to remember when you talk about South or Southeast Asia, I guess we're focusing on Southeast Asia today, is how diverse the region is. And so we're able to hear kind of the experience of Singapore, but within the region we have a vast difference in kind of where those countries are in terms of their energy mix as well as their climate ambitions. And so I think that's a good baseline to remember, that we need to think about what those countries are going to pursue, and they might have different strategies. And so I think part of those strategies, of course, has to be a heavy component of renewable deployment. But because of the infrastructure and the near-term demand for energy, natural gas has to play a role. And I think in Southeast Asia, a lot of the demand drivers are even going to be more pronounced in the next few years with the current kind of geopolitical situation and demand in the LNG market. And that's economic growth and population growth, industrialization, as well as I think one of the key components on the natural gas side is you're going to have a lot of declining indigenous production in the region. And so in order to meet those economic growth targets and kind of fit in the infrastructure, as well as meet environmental targets such as improving air quality and climate targets through coal to gas switching, natural gas can play that, and natural gas and LNG can play that critical role supplying the region. And I think going forward, one of the we know how to do this in the United States in terms of building infrastructure and getting LNG on the water. In the region, we've had some difficulties of late in terms of building regasification infrastructure and kind of having regulatory reforms. And so I think in order to kind of ensure that we have the coal to gas switching benefits in the near term from a climate perspective, we really need to make sure that we focus on building that infrastructure on the gas side, and then that helps complement the growth on the renewable side.
Derek, I might actually pitch you the same question, which is, and I think Accelerate is an interesting case study here because, as Desiree mentioned, not a lot of geography, to put an import terminal on, and that makes a floating storage option like Accelerate particularly interesting. What's your outlook on the region? And I think again, similarly, how do you see your presence in the region, being a value add to these clean energy transitions that are still a significant priority over the long term, especially?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'll just first echo what Robert just said. South and Southeast Asia is a diverse region. You have a lot of different economies. You have a lot of different types of geography. You have island nations. You have nations that suffer from flooding. And so the idea that you have an energy mix and a transition that is specific to the country is really important. For Accelerate, we've got almost 2 decades of experience building, developing, and operating floating LNG terminals. And so we have a fleet of floating storage and regasification units. It's a bit of a mouthful, so we say FSRUs. But one of the biggest benefits of FSRUs are the flexibility, the fact that they're scalable, the fact that they can be deployed more quickly, and they don't need the land requirements of land-based terminals. So if you're constrained like a Singapore or other countries in the region that have chains of islands, you can think about different deployment options, different docking and mooring options in order to be able to deliver that natural gas in the form of LNG. And earlier this month, I'm based in Houston, and so CERAWeek came to Houston. It was back in person, and John Kerry, the special presidential envoy for climate change, said very clearly, natural gas is a key component of the energy transition. Now, obviously, there are ways to make it more efficient, to abate the emissions, but a lot of the countries that we're talking about are trying to have an off-ramp from coal. And so LNG is a great way to bring down emissions, but be able to fuel economic growth. In South Asia, Accelerate has been operating in Pakistan since 2015 and in Bangladesh since 2018. And we've seen a difference in the deliveries and the diversity of supply options when domestically produced gas is on the decline. You need to be able to have that security of supply to accompany the pathways to decarbonization. And so being able to to quickly and responsibly build out that infrastructure, I think that's a really key part of the equation.
Kavita, I want to turn to you, and I apologize for making you wait. You know, I'd like you to kind of bring us back out to this perspective on, you know, how do we make this all sustainable, right? How do we make sure that we keep our climate targets at the center of our, you know, of our ambitions as, you know, as the region continues to grow and becomes more energy hungry. Natural gas and LNG providing a strong, you know, base of production there, but also you still need to pursue those renewable energy opportunities. You know, even if it's limited solar, even if it's electrification, hydrogen, as Binu mentioned, is a huge piece of that. You know, how do all of these pieces fit together into a sustainable energy ecosystem?
So I think if I take the Singapore example to start with, there's a need for clear messaging. So in Singapore, like what Desiree mentioned, you know, there's very clear messaging from the government via the Singapore Green Plan, which sets the goals. And it's like we say, it's a live document where it can change, but it always changes for the better. So that's one thing that I think we need in the region is very clear policies. If you ask me, there's one thing that's really could accelerate would be policies. The minute you see that there's a will from the government, if you look at Indonesia, we can see that shift in the last couple of years, and you can see things moving already. And we see it very clearly because our members, while Singapore is a great market, but it's not a big enough market. So we look at Southeast Asia as a market for our members. And you can see which are the countries that they are able to deploy projects in. So I think a diversity, and there's no one size fits all. So it's going to be different. And even in terms of mix between the type of renewables or it's gas, it's going to be different for each country. That's what I feel. And we should not try to box it up or have a formula that applies everywhere. The other thing I think which I've seen working in this space for a long time, that there's a lot of need for capacity building in the countries around us. And as CEAS, we have a program together with the Singapore government, Asian Development Bank, and we execute those sort of capacity building program where we work specifically with policymakers. And you talked about grid intermittency. I think that is a nightmare for a lot of policymakers in the region. What is going to happen to my grid when you start pumping in all those renewables? But then we have solutions, like you mentioned. I mean, in Singapore, we have a lot of emphasis on demand response. There's storage technologies. There's various softwares that are available now to even out that intermittency. So I think we need to talk more about it and talk a lot more to policy. I think the private sector is ready, but what is stopping them is very stable, clear policies that'll make it work.
I want to draw on an item that's been mentioned a couple times thus far, and that's the international partnerships and cooperation piece. And I'll turn, Bino, I'll toss this to you. You mentioned, cooperation within the region on, interconnections, et cetera. But yeah, we've just heard from Kavita that, looking outside the region for assistance for shared learning. And of course, both Bob and Derek, are bringing their resources to the region. How does the international partnership piece work? And I think, how does the international partnership piece work in which non-regional countries, operate in the region on good faith, right, as good partners? And what are those principles that should be adopted as folks continue to engage with the region's energy development story?
At the region level, just to take an example of Africa, although out of context, we are working with the African Union to develop a continental master plan for electrifying all the countries and creating a single electricity market. So at the region level, it's important to have institutions with the right mandate to create common markets for electricity and energy. And that's a major important factor. And again, having institutions like ASEAN, hopefully with the roadmap, could do more, and then it will be followed by national policies. But at the international level, and you made this important point that we've now created, for example, the collaborative frameworks at IRENA, where our 184 members, which account for like 98% of the global energy consumption, where we have this space where, as you mentioned, Kavita, there are countries in Southeast Asia which are worried about if the renewable energy share goes up beyond a certain point. What do we do? Do we bring in natural gas, or do we bring in some spinning reserve from coal to support that? And they have an opportunity to talk to Colombia as to how they integrate grid-level storage on their supply side and how that's competitive than some of these on-demand sources, etc. So we're creating that framework. But again, that just two policymakers or regulators talking to each other, that needed to be followed up by action on the ground. And here again, as Kavita mentioned, like Indonesia has now put in place a carbon tax, and it's coming right from the top, from the finance ministry, and that'll give the right signals as to which are the energy options that the country would like to promote, and that actually translates to actual revenues or incentives for the private sector, and it sends a very clear signal to the private sector, and then they can make these investments. So I think in a sense, there needs to be more cross-fertilization of ideas, like the collaborative frameworks. And just as an example, something which we launched last week is a issue around critical minerals, which we believe that whether it's going to be natural gas or electrical storage will be determined by critical minerals, where they come from, at what price point they are. And I think there is an opportunity to collaborate on that. So in a similar way, IRENA will create more platforms for exchange of ideas, but again, that need to be driven in the regions by very strong regional institutions with the mandate and the drive to implement that, and then to the national level. And then we will have successful cases. And I think in West Africa, we've seen an institution like ECOWAS do that to some extent. And we have this in Central America also. And we do hope that Southeast Asia it has the potential and the leadership in several countries. And if we can do that at the region level and move that to the national level, then we have a very good model in the region. Thank you.
I'm going to resist the urge to jump into the critical minerals bag, because that's one of my favorite issues, and it'll ruin the topic of the session. We'll spend all the time talking about that. But I think it does bring up an issue that I might respectfully disagree with you slightly in reference to your comments about energy security and whether or not those are short-term considerations and just considerations of the moment. Because I think when we start thinking about the balancing, balancing which supply chains we are or are not dependent on, whether that be a natural gas supply chain or a minerals and materials supply chain. Those are considerations that I think have to be met. And to be fair to Bob and Derek, I think there is there's a justifiable concern in some ways that as the rest of the world begins to think about LNG as an energy security solution, you begin to, the region can also run into supply, a tightened supply chain of its own. And how, from your perspective, I'd also be interested to hear Desiree's thoughts on this, given that natural gas is, I think, switch number one, if I remember correctly. You're looking, if gas is that solution, you're looking at a tightened market. You're looking at a market that, might not offer as much energy security as other options. Or I think it's an interesting debate. So I'll turn to Bob, and then Desiree, and of course, Derek and Kavita. I'd love for you to weigh in.
Yeah, so I think a panelist on the last panel talking about European energy security used a quote that diversity is the only form of security. And I think that's true in Europe, and that's true in Southeast Asia, and that's true whether you're talking about energy sources or you're talking about critical materials. Diversity is the only form of security, and you need to pursue all of these different policies and all of these different sources. And I don't think that they have to be, natural gas infrastructure is going to support renewable development. and so they can work in tandem, especially when the demand is so great. And I also think it's important to. I really liked kind of thinking about this from adding the climate perspective. A comment that Kavita mentioned about policy and messaging is we need to be, I think, consistent about how we think about these issues. In the last few years, particularly in the West, we've had this pretty aggressive shift on natural gas. And I think that, at least in the West, kind of misses the role of natural gas in Southeast Asia and the rest of Asia. In COP26 in Glasgow, we just talked about and reached an agreement to phase down coal. We didn't reach an agreement to end coal. And so thinking about kind of are we ending coal and gas at the same time, I think is going to leave nations not only insecure from an energy perspective, but also not able to meet their economic demand. And so I think, again, thinking about the diversity of these countries, many of these countries have natural gas as a key part of their climate commitments. Now, some of them have different climate commitments than Singapore, which is more advanced, or European countries. India talking about kind of net zero by 2070, but that has to be aligned with their development. And so I think that the climate aspect actually goes hand in hand with the energy security aspect if you take a realistic view of the market. And I don't think that doesn't mean that we have to be ambitious. I think that we just have to think about where that comes from. So we talk about critical materials and where those come from. They have supply chain issues. I think the onus is on the producers, on the suppliers, for us, Cheniere in the United States, to think about how we improve our supply chain, reducing methane emissions, increasing transparency around the quantification of greenhouse gas emissions that then benefit our consumers of our product in Southeast Asia. Upstream methane emissions are 30% of the emissions chain, upstream of kind of the combustion of natural gas is 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. Methane is a huge component of that. If we're able to reduce methane emissions upstream in the U.S., that does have tangible benefits for Southeast Asia in their consumption of LNG and globally. So I don't think that those have to be exclusive of one another, but I do think that we need to be both ambitious and realistic about who should bear what burden as we think about achieving climate goals while also meeting energy demand.
Desiree, I'm gonna pick on you again because you're our country level representative here. Energy security playing a role. We've talked about the various security considerations within both supply chains, and I think Bobby correctly outlined how cleaning the supply chain is equally as important responsibility on the supply side as it is on the demand side. So how is Singapore thinking about these issues? And I think how is it thinking about these issues in the context of the region as well?
Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that we've all become acutely aware is how sensitive the energy market is to geopolitical. I think the one big theme that I take away from here is not only is everyone driving toward the path of sustainability, but I think energy security has certainly come to the forefront. I mean, in Singapore, when we look at energy security, I agree with your comments on diversity. I mean, even though we are, going to be powered by gas, we are looking at imports, we are looking at solar. We even have geothermal. If you're not aware, we are also tapping into geothermal. Those of you who've been to Singapore, we actually have a hot spring. If you come and visit us, you can boil an egg. It's a nice tourist thing to do. But I mean, from a policy standpoint, we do look at what we call the energy trilemma. I think you cannot look at energy security in isolation. I mean, when you look at policy, you also have to look at sustainability. And at the end of the day, we're also looking at cost. So I think the three things need to be looked at in balance. I mean, I think when you look at the region, I think international cooperation is a key part of it as well. Singapore, we're very open in working with our, international and regional partners, both in sort of ASEAN, APEC, G20. I think this is where international organizations such as IRENA also have a big part to play, and CEAS within our ecosystem. So that's kind of our take. But I think one of the other areas I think Kavita and I were also talking about related to energy security actually is not as maybe as a sexier topic, but also energy efficiency is something that we're pushing a lot in Singapore. It's also underpins, because in Singapore we price electricity right, so we don't subsidize. So it's about sending the right price signal for consumption. But I think maybe Kavita, you can add to that.
Yeah. So exactly, I think you said it, diversity is the best security. I think that's the mantra for the day. So I think in Singapore, we are looking at every option that's available, starting with energy efficiency. So electricity has never ever been subsidized, even though being the association, there was a time when the whole world was offering feed-in tariffs and Singapore was not, and we were literally telling the government, you know, our members are going to die if there's no feed-in tariff, but you know, there was there was no distortion of the electricity market. And eventually, you know, the prices became very competitive, and now we've looked at every option, you know, so there's 35 square kilometers of roof space in Singapore. We're going to make sure that's covered with solar panels, and not just any solar panels. We are pushing at efficiencies. We have a lot of dollars going into research and development. We are looking at floating solar. We are looking at BIPV. We are looking at every surface that we can cover with some renewable. And I think the other thing that works very well in Singapore is the cooperation, the way the government and the private sector works together. So I think before people invest in a specific technology, they're very, very sure that they can go in and make the big investments there, and that there will be no flipping and flopping in terms of the message that's coming. I mean, carbon tax is one such example where it was declared that we will have carbon tax and we'll increase it at a certain pace. The pace got picked up this year, which was very happy news for all our members, and it'll continue to grow. And I think that's what is providing the space for renewables to play in Singapore. So I completely understand that every country in the region is not like Singapore. But I think what is interesting is that all the countries are at different stages of development, and we have so much to learn from each other. I mean, Singapore doesn't have everything. We don't have the market. We don't have the big market. We need to depend on Indonesia, maybe Thailand, Vietnam for the markets. We may have certain advanced technologies or certain solutions that have been tested in the Singapore market, maybe can be applied in these countries. And we are constantly looking to work with organizations like the ASEAN Center for Energy or Asian Development Bank, World Bank, to see how we can take some of these solutions to the region. And that's an effort that goes at every level, at G2G level, you know, where the Energy Market Authority is working with the different electricity authorities in the region. And we as an association are trying to do a lot of that work at the private sector level as well.
Thank you, Kavita. I think, you know, first off, totally agree. Energy efficiency, vastly under talked about, particularly when you're talking about, you know, limiting demand growth, or the severity of demand growth, at least. It's a critical solution. I think, Derek, I said I would come to you on this supply chain issue, so I don't want you to, you know, be left out of this. And I think, and particularly, you know, when you talk about Accelerate's business model, I think you're talking about a flexibility of solution, right, with that floating storage option. How does that flexibility play into this discussion around energy security and supply chains?
Absolutely. So, you know, getting back to this diversity brings security argument, I heard yesterday from the Albanian Minister for Infrastructure and Energy. Albania is a country that is largely dependent on renewables, almost 100% hydro, and she was talking about the need to diversify, because if you have a particular dry season, you're worried about blackouts and brownouts. And so as countries think about the targets for renewables and the continued intermittency and storage issues, how can other sources like natural gas or LNG be an on-ramp or even a stabilizer to meet seasonality of demand? And our experience in Brazil, which again has a lot of hydro, has been that they've relied on LNG to be able to meet those times of the year. Last year there was severe droughts, the worst droughts in 90 years in Brazil, and so there was a lot of LNG coming in, and the sort of security of supply that our FSRUs were providing really helped Brazil navigate through that period. And if I come back to the region, in Bangladesh, LNG has only been a part of the energy mix since 2018. And today, LNG accounts for about 25% of natural gas supply. But because of the experience of having that security of supply and the reliability, the Bangladesh government is able to make certain decisions around canceling planned coal-fired power plants, increasing the distribution of gas, and allowing that to accompany their renewables targets. So really being able to plan based on that idea that you can secure the energy transition, that's a term I've heard a bit this week, that's important. And the way we think about it at Accelerate, because we operate our FSRUs as a fleet, we could, start with a smaller vessel that has, less storage, less regas capacity, and then scale up and maybe do a swap or expand the capacity as the needs change for the countries where we operate.
You mentioned, gas as a ramp up. And as we kind of talk about this, the intersection of energy security and climate action, I continually actually return to a comment, Binu, you made. And hydrogen seems to sit at the nexus of that. You mentioned green hydrogen in your, in your initial remarks. And I don't want to have a conversation about the, all the colors of the wind when it comes to, hydrogen. But I think, can you tell us more about the hydrogen potential in the region? Especially given that, at least in the short term, we see a lot of gas potential in the region, and that opens up blue hydrogen, that opens up additional storage opportunities through hydrogen. Could you speak a little bit to that, please?
No, absolutely. First of all, we did publish a report on the geopolitics of hydrogen, but an important point is we don't really see green gases and green hydrogen traded in the current way it is being done now, with somebody producing gas and then it's being supplied elsewhere. So hydrogen is primarily going to be something which will be produced, hopefully from renewable energy, the green hydrogen, locally, and as a means to balance the grid, plus decarbonize some of these hard-to-abate sectors. And I think the share of green hydrogen which will be supplied around the world will be a very small amount. So I think that's important to make that distinction. And within the region, I think the potential or the opportunities are relatively small compared to what is happening globally, where we see that Africa to Europe or Middle East to Europe are the major green hydrogen supply points that we see, particularly in the short term or so. But also, I just wanted to make a point regarding energy security. In an interconnected grid, where you connect across countries in the region, when you look at a particular country, small or big, and you only look at your electric grid, which is constrained by your national boundaries, that actually accentuates your energy security. In an interconnected grid, these are not an issue, or no major issues. Today, France, for example, is having major issues with its nuclear power plant, and the electricity for that country comes from renewable energy from up north. And that's happening because Europe has an interconnected grid. So I think interconnections is going to be important, and that will give you a lot more flexibility and energy security. And again, it's important to take a longer term perspective to 2040, 2050, where some of these options are much clearer. When you look at a short-term energy planning, some of these energy security issues of supply of your fuel actually comes up much stronger. But again, when you talk about supply of a particular equipment or a generating option, which has got some security issues though, but again, once it's installed, then it continues to use local resources to generate electricity for the next 20, 25 years. So there is a distinction between security of fuel supplies and the security of the initial renewable energy conversion equipment. And they are by orders of magnitude very different. But I think the important thing to understand is that if you look at the longer term, 2050, we are moving from a mechanical world, which is powered by direct fuel combustion, to an electricity-powered world. And this is really where the energy security paradigm will change. And there, the interconnection across countries is very important. Having a common electricity market like in the Europe is going to be very important. And there will, of course, be importance of diversity there. But again, if you look at the longer term, but of course, make sure that your short-term actions are consistent with that, then we may have a clear view on that.
If I can make a quick comment, I think, I generally agree with what you're saying, but I think we do need to be considerate of the fact that interconnectivity can also bring its own challenges. And just thinking about the gas market this past year and what's going on in Europe. So one, obviously, the interconnectivity of the gas market in Europe is leading to this. But prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the LNG and global gas market was already experiencing a significant tightness because of global interconnectivity and then weather events that then affected electricity markets. So kind of low hydrogen in Brazil, low hydro in Brazil, a cold winter in Europe, less wind in the North Sea, all of that can contribute to then a shortage. And so I think going forward, both in the short and long term, there's going to be no silver bullet. And I think certainly interconnectivity brings a lot of benefits, but we also have to think about what are the challenges that those could do, particularly in a, really, interconnected, electrified market. And so I think having, again, kind of that diversity aspect, whether it's fuels or electricity, having that diversity and multiple redundancies is going to be important. I'd also say that I think, you never know you need energy security until you already have needed it, right? And so you use the example of Germany on LNG terminals, where I think Accelerate would be very helpful. Germany is talking about bringing those LNG terminals online now, and they had been talking about it for a number of years. And so, making sure that you have that infrastructure today to meet those needs. And I think we're going to be into a really acute challenge in the next few years, given the situation in Europe and how that will cascade to the rest of the world. And then, in the future, if hydrogen is able to be commercialized at scale, then we can think about how we repurpose natural gas infrastructure for kind of other gases, whether they are any color of the rainbow.
We have about 5 minutes left, and I don't see any questions in the audience, so which is disappointing, guys. Oh, right there, yes. I thought I asked for questions earlier on. I thought we had a shy crowd.
Yeah, I guess just going off of what you just said, talking about LNG as sort of this energy security solution that you're thinking about moving forward. Is there like an understanding or thought given to how you design LNG infrastructure in the present so that it's functional as that solution in the future? Like I'm just talking about CCGT turbines, the utilization rate on those and like the flexibility of those turbines, even though they're more efficient in like a base load capacity, they're less efficient than OCGT as flexible capacity. And you're building infrastructure that's going to be there for 30 years. So you build CCGT that's effective as a base load today, it becomes a flexible fuel in the future, and that has the potential to basically be a stranded asset or an asset that becomes less and less effective because of just the usage profile of this infrastructure is different.
Okay, that's a great question. I think so. I break the two questions up in terms of how you ensure whether or not natural gas and LNG infrastructure can be used for hydrogen in the future. I definitely do not have an answer for you on that. I think it's something that we and others are looking at. I heard recently at CERAWeek that hydrogen, being the smallest atom, leaks as much as methane, and it could be although it's not directly warming, it could have kind of indirect warming effects. I don't know anything about that. That's the extent of my knowledge. So I think something that we need to look into. In terms of stranded assets, I think if you build the asset and think about from a company perspective, right? We are going to build infrastructure in a way that makes sense and we can get a return and get a return on that investment, so it's paid for. And then in the future, if you're able to then switch the profile of how you use it, I think that's going to be a different commercial case. And so I think that businesses can handle those risks with clear and consistent government policy.
We have Phil Cornell in the back.
Thanks very much. I was very interested to hear about some of Singapore's sort of diversification options. And one of the most interesting, I think, that's out there is the Sun Cable project and the proliferating kind of energy interconnections that are going on. And in fact, they're happening sort of across the region. That's a major change of policy in a place like Singapore. And obviously it raises questions in Bangladesh and others where we're seeing a lot of political implications, really, of grid interconnection. I just want to know, maybe you could speak a little bit about that. What do you think is the future of a regional grid, and what are some of the challenges?
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, a regional grid has been something we've been talking about in ASEAN for many years. We've been talking about regional interconnectivity on a power basis, as well as the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline. So one of the projects that Singapore is working on is a Pathfinder project, which involves importing electricity from Laos through to Thailand to Malaysia to Singapore. So we actually do have an interconnect with Malaysia for security reasons. But as I mentioned earlier, we are actually now looking at actively importing this renewable or low carbon energy from within the region. So of course, we are open to all options. I mean, I think Sun Cable has also mentioned the opportunities within, moving from Australia to Singapore. I think in addition to that, we're also looking at, I mean, you brought up hydrogen, for example. I mean, in Singapore, we can't produce the hydrogen. So we're also looking at what are the opportunities to import hydrogen. I won't get into the colors of the rainbow. I know that's a big debate. But I mean, all of these, underpin, I think, what we've been talking about, which is diversification, energy security. And I think for Singapore, we are open to all options. We are a price taker. We import all of our energy. So I think whatever to us is reliable, secure, competitive, and is also sustainable is going to be an option that we're going to want to address.
Maybe I could just add some. So yeah, there's been a lot of discussion in Singapore about importing clean energy, and I think some of our members have been involved in that, and there are RFPs out for that. So one of the things we've done before that can happen is talk a little bit about standards and renewable energy certificates standards and all measurements and verifications, so that what we get into Singapore is truly clean energy, because that's another area that can be a little bit controversial. So we want to ensure, and we've just, I think we are the first country in Asia to launch the REC standard. And when we import clean electricity, we are looking at how that complies with that standard. That means that electrons that are flowing in are truly clean.
Okay, I asked for questions, and I got enough questions to take us over time. But I do want to wrap up the panel with one lightning round. We're going to start at one end and down here. And so I want each panelist to say, this is, I think, regardless of how you land on the debate between, which supply chain offers more security, which part of the energy mix needs more examination, what the innovation horizon actually looks like. It's a dynamic region, right? So I might, start by saying, each one of you, what about the region most excites you, right? And what do you think is the next big thing to happen in the region?
Well, I think what excites me about the region, is that it is a very dynamic and exciting region. I think we know, Asia is where there is a lot of growth. I think energy demand continues to grow. I think one of the key takeaways that I want to leave everyone with is that, the end goal of moving towards the energy transition is not something we can do single-handedly. It is a collective goal that we have to work towards together. Which is why I would like to invite all of you to join us in Singapore at the end of October, where we run the Singapore International Energy Week. It really is that platform to bring everyone together, to really kind of bring the brightest, most creative minds to really find the solutions to some of the energy challenges that we have out there, not only in Asia, but as well as globally.
Okay, so she's had the first stab. So I think what excites me most is that a big part of the clean energy is going to be produced in our part of the world. And there's so much opportunity, and I think it's just something that's waiting to take off. And that's very exciting. And also the number of technologies and new solutions. Actually, it's not only technologies, it's also business models that are coming out, which are very interesting. Like solar leasing, where you don't need to own the system, you just buy the clean electricity. I think there are going to be many such innovations, both on the technology side and on the market side, which will really drive this forward.
Yeah, I would say innovating to manage growth. You've got a really dynamic region, population growth, economic growth, and some constraints. And so it's going to take a lot of innovation and technology and out-of-the-box thinking to really be able to manage that growth.
We've been very impressed with the just energy transition mechanism, which the region is showing, how you can create a financing mechanism now with the ADB and the Indonesian leadership as to make sure that the energy transition is orderly, that there is financing for some of the assets which are likely to be stranded. And again, this is very different to the South African just energy transition partnership. So the region is probably showing a more market-oriented way to transition, and we find that quite exciting. And we will hope that the lessons from this region in this just transition can be applied to other regions as well. So we're very excited about seeing that just energy transition efforts. Thank you.
So personally, I'm going to go something that Desiree said, and that was the food. Incredible diversity, very delicious. But professionally, the demand, I think from the region, obviously from my corporate hat, incredible demand for natural gas and LNG. Demand for energy. There's a demand for solutions. It's going to require it. No one supply chain is secure. You need everything to get even close to meeting the demand in the next coming years and decades. And so there's going to be a number of opportunities or solutions that are going to be required.
All right, well, there you have it. And it looks like everybody showed up for the last 3 minutes of the panel. So to our panelists, Desiree, Kavita, Derek, Binu, Bob, this was wonderful. Just a logistical announcement, we're going to be convening at 4:30 in the hall next door for our next round of plenary sessions. So why don't we head all over there? But for now, I'd like everybody to thank our panelists for a wonderful session. And thank you.
So thank you very much, everyone, for joining this panel today. We will be talking about options for getting off Russian gas, practical steps for Europe. Obviously, these are issues that we're dealing with both in a very short term, medium term, and a longer term. And so I'm really excited to have our guest panelists here today. On my left is Anna Birchall, the Special Envoy for Strategic and International Affairs from Nuclear Electrica. Beyond her is Mr. Charles Hendry, former Minister of Energy for the UK and currently a CB professor at the University of Edinburgh. Further down the line, His Excellency Michał Kurtyka, the COP24 President of Poland. And at the end, our esteemed Ambassador Richard Morningstar, the chairman of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council. So thank you, everyone, for joining me here today. I'd like to start off with a first question for all of you. How do we think about European gas and the structure in, let's say, just the coming year? So how do we respond in the coming year to some of the challenges that we're going to see given all of the uncertainties that we know about the current situation in Ukraine? Please, Anna first.
Thank you so much. Firstly, please allow to say thank you and congratulations to Atlantic Council for having us here. I think it couldn't be more timely. And if we are talking about getting off Russian gas, what we are seeing today is that the current Ukrainian war demonstrated the importance of a balanced energy mix in the EU and of a resilient energy system. And I have to say that I'm quite proud and it's quite encouraging to see over the last 2 days the discussions, including in the Atlantic Council debates, that more and more people are saying to get the energy weapon out of Putin's hands is something that countries such as Romania, my country, we've been advocating for many, many years. And it's encouraging to see that finally this is coming to more the public domain, because the over-reliance of Russian imports was a vulnerability of the EU even before the war started. So to answer to your question, I think what we need to do is to have that balance mixed and the resilience. And there are important steps that are being taken at the EU level. I don't know if you would like me to touch it now or later on, but you know, just a few days ago, on March 25th, it's been an announcement of an important agreement, practically a new groundbreaking initiative between the EU and the United States. And allow me to look at my notes to make sure that I get the numbers right. So practically is a plan that foresees the supply of 15 billion cubic meters of LNG for 2022. That's on a short term, and additional 50 billion cubic meters per year until 2030 from the US. Alongside with this, obviously, the challenges will remain, and those needs to be addressed both on a short term but long term perspective as well. You have the security of the supply, the decarbonization, and maintaining an affordable energy price for the consumers. So what are the solutions? Short term, to find the solution in order to allow the countries that are still very dependent on the Russian gas, but building the long-term EU resilience plan to aim at reducing the reliance on Russian import. And that needs to be focused on maximizing the indigenous realities on each country. And here I would like to speak, probably, if you give me a chance, about what Romania is doing on the nuclear front, because that's something that is very, very important. And I think we are positioning ourselves as leaders in our region, and not just leaders in terms of being courageous in investing in nuclear energy when it wasn't necessarily quite fashionable. But it was a wise investment, and I'm very proud to say that the presidency, the office of the prime minister, the parliament, everybody in Romania is supporting this because they saw it as an energy security issue. But likewise, Romania is that exporter of energy security in our region, including to Republic of Moldova, and maybe a little bit later we can elaborate on that. So those are a few ideas in terms of solutions. And I guess the final solution, if I can speak like this, is to really have that energy as a reliable energy, as a secured energy, and an affordable energy. And from that point of view, I think technological neutrality is quite key.
Thanks very much. So clearly one of them is thinking about different fuel options. Nuclear is back on the table in a lot of places, given the energy concerns right now. But you also mentioned, for example, bringing in additional gas. Part of it is bringing it into Europe. Part of it is actually distributing it within Europe, which is the next step. I mean, Charles, you can speak a little bit to some of those.
Philip, thank you very much. And first of all, can I say I'm delighted to be with my distinguished colleagues, but if they'll allow me, a particular privilege to be with Ambassador Morningstar, one of America's most renowned and successful ambassadors, did an extraordinary job in Azerbaijan and the Caspian, and somebody for whom I have the most profound admiration. The issues which we're talking about, I mean, you raise a very direct and proper question, is what can we do in the next 12 months? And that means there are certain things we can't do. We can't build new nuclear plants. We can't develop a hydrogen economy. We can't build new pipelines. We can't build new LNG facilities. So we have to work with within the construction and constraints that we currently have and how we try to move that forward. We certainly can look at how we bring on new sources of supply. There are projects which are ready to go, but which just need the pipeline joined up, potentially in some small areas. Projects in Kurdistan which could be brought into the TANAP pipeline network. Can we do more to get Turkmen gas across the Caspian to Baku and then into the TAP pipeline across Europe? So there are areas which we can look at like that. Is the time now right to look at whether we can bring Syria back into the global economy and to open up some of those facilities, perhaps with the money not going to the Syrian government but to humanitarian projects in Syria instead? So there are areas like that which we can look at and see how we can move those forward with some degree of urgency. There is certainly capacity in some of the LNG facilities. So whilst we can't build new ones, we can use the existing ones better. And I think some of this goes back to the whole issue of diversity. Diversity isn't just about a diverse range of places from which we can get the gas. It's about a diverse range of options for how we bring that gas to market. And so using the LNG capability better with the interconnectivity that already exists is an important part, I think, of that solution. I think we have to think as a continent on this. Europe, the European Commission already has a list of projects of common interest, which are interconnection projects which would strengthen European resilience. And we have to ensure, as part of this process, that countries like Poland can never be isolated from the gas supplies which they're going to need, which has been the case, I think, too much in the past. And I think one of the concerns about Nord Stream was that it bypassed Poland and therefore made Poland's situation more difficult. Providing that resilience to Poland and countries like that, I think, is an absolutely critical part of it. There are other things we can do. We can work immediately on energy efficiency, so we will need less gas when we come to next winter. We can roll out renewables, and so we can actually get some of those installed and operating within a period of a few months. And so we have a few months before we start hitting the colder period of next winter. But we haven't got a few months to start doing the work. We need a very cold analysis of which projects can deliver quickly, and we need to start building them.
Thanks very much, Charles. Michel, as Charles was mentioning, I mean, Poland has been in the sights of many of these energy security questions around gas for decades now. At the same time, it's also been one of the most vocal countries about potential next steps on sanctions and also moving very quickly in terms of diversification. How do things look in the next year from the Polish position?
Well, thank you very much. And I join in welcoming Ambassador Morningstar, with whom we spent a lot of time and who did an excellent job in Washington when the Polish voice was somehow isolated in this regard. And we were very vocal and very radical, saying that energy security and especially gas supply is not about price, it's about diversity of supply. And that if we want to be independent per se, we need to be independent in terms of energy supply. And it's sad to say this, we were right. For already quite a lot of time, Poland was very determined and very stubborn in convincing our European partners about the necessity to diversify and especially not to increase the dependence on Russian gas. Of course, we spent, and why so? Because we were the most exposed, as you said, Minister. We had also experienced blackmails from the Gazprom as a gas supplier, and we experienced also cuts of energy, I remind 2008. But Poland engaged in diversification strategy for already 20 years. And this strategy is paying. And by the end of this year, it happens. It's a coincidence, lucky coincidence or unlucky coincidence, depending from which side you look at it, that our system will be completely isolated and able to work without supplies from Russia. Why? Because we built LNG terminal. I just recall to you that our neighbor Germany didn't. And that we brought gas from Norwegian shelf via Baltic Pipe. Baltic Pipe is going to be finalized this year in October. So Poland is one of the few countries in the region which is not anymore, as was the case when Nord Stream started, asking for solidarity, gas solidarity, but which is providing actually gas solidarity to the region. So we are prepared for cutting Russian gas. Yes, it will be costly. Yes, it will be extremely unpleasant. Yes, we will need to introduce rationalization in Europe. And I think it's better to do it like that. Otherwise, we will be having a very chaotic process country by country. So we need European Commission to get engaged in it. But as things are going right now, I think that the call from my country, which is again one of the first within European Union to cut from Russian supplies, will be heard. And I'm sad to say Polish infrastructure was right in a way, and our pessimistic view on the situation was completely justified. But being also optimist, saying, okay, we must handle it. We must make sure that this happens, because on the other side of the balance you have life of Ukrainians and peace on the continent.
Thank you very much, Michel. Ambassador Morningstar, you spent much of a long and illustrious career focusing on European energy security and indeed preparing for situations very much like this one. How do you see today's crisis, given decades of preparing, including in some of the measures that Michel was talking about?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Philip. And I wish I could be with you in person. And it's good to see my friends on the panel, and thank you for your, for your kind, overly kind comments that you've made. Let me say a few things, and I agree with everything that's been said. Maybe 3 or 4 major points. Yeah, a lot of progress has been made, and somewhat surprising how Europe, the United States, countries in Europe have been unified on this issue since the Ukraine crisis and war has begun. A couple of things that I think are going to be really important over the next coming year, two, and going forward. First of all, the message, and on the U.S. side, the U.S. administration side, has to continue to be clear. And that message has to be that gas is going to continue to be important. And that message has to go to the financial community, the investment community, the companies, that gas is going to be important, and that gas in the energy transition, that it's not an either-or proposition, and that gas can be decarbonized and needs to be decarbonized, and that we have to double down with respect to the various technologies that have been talked about that are going to be important to the energy transition. It's all going to be important. Second thing that I'm somewhat concerned about, the political will has to continue with respect to this. Yeah, it seems to be there right now, and that's all positive. Hopefully, in some way, one way or another, things will settle down in Ukraine. And hopefully, and God willing, it will. And the horrific damage will begin to be limited, may not be an absolute settlement, but that hopefully things will get better. If that does happen, the political will has to continue with respect to the dependency on Russian energy and Russian gas. There can't be backtracking from where things are now. We can't get back into a situation, oh, well, things are getting a little better. Yeah, we can, go back to our old ways. That can't happen. Third thing that I would mention, and I think it's great that we have Ministers Birchall and Kritika on the panel. The countries in the region have to work both regionally and on their own to make sure that that dependence doesn't continue. And that's happening in both Romania and Poland. And I think the job that is being done in those countries has been terrific. And that needs to continue. So, yeah, I think things are going well right now. Things are going about as well as can be expected. Although we also have to recognize that even today, there's more gas, at least as of a few days ago, more gas was going to Europe from Russia than just before the war started. So, that's still, we have to recognize that. And the steps that we're talking about have to be taken. The political will on both sides of the ocean has to continue, and countries in the region have to, on their own, do their own thing to help to mitigate and minimize the situation, which Romania and Poland are both doing.
Thanks very much, Nick. Let me go then to our two ministers. Clearly, there's a lot of, if we're going to be facing a situation of such serious reduction in gas over such a short period of time, we have to take some very clear steps. The Commission put out its Repower EU plan just a couple of weeks ago with some very ambitious statements about how we can not just get more BCM, but also achieve savings in other parts of the economy. Maybe you could talk a little bit about those plans, the realistic nature within the next year, and also maybe a little bit about how do we think about the internal market, particularly from your role as a Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, firstly, thank you, Ambassador, for mentioning the efforts of Romania. And please allow me to answer to your question by talking a little bit about Romania as a best practice in the region. Because we had a national strategy many years back to diversify. And we are among the very lucky ones in the region that we don't depend on Russian gas. I mean, we have less than 15% from Russia. So for us, like for example, nuclear and nuclear electrica, to be honest with you, I'm very proud to say that it's one of the leaders, not just in the region, but through the Chernobyl plants, they are among the safety example type of plants, and I encourage everybody who is keen to come and get in touch with us, and all the time they are welcome to come to visit Chernobyl and see it with their own eyes. But for example, nuclear energy in Romania covers 20% of Romanians' energy consumption, and those figures will increase to around 40% with the commissioning the 2 additional nuclear units that we are underway of taking care of them to have them in place in the years to come. Further than that, or complementary with that, Romania has been courageous to commission, along with, it's public knowledge, so I can say with NewScale, to have the first SMR in Romania and in the region, and it is a national policy, a national plan supported, to be not just first of a kind in Romania, but to be Romania to be a hub in the region, and as I said, to try to achieve this ambition plan of ours, but which is quite realistic, to be the exporter, to continue to be the exporter of the energy security in our region. And we've been working very closely with Poland. I think it's one of those stories that 2 + 2 makes 5. We complemented each other, in the region, and having our voices in the EU, but likewise through our own efforts, as the ambassador was mentioning, to really make sure that countries, 2 large countries in the region, are not dependent so much about, the Russian gas. So in terms of the EU, I think what we see now, it is a strong unity, a strong determination to have this plan on a medium to long-term basis, not to be just one-off now. And as you mentioned, the concrete plans, and I can, the ones on the short term, if you allow me to just, for our colleagues here, so is refilling the gas stocks for the upcoming winter, which is that very short term. Diversification of the EU supply sources and routes, as you're saying, maximizing the LNG uptake capacity, increased use of the low carbon and renewable technologies, and obviously accelerate the European Green Deal. And with your permission, I just want to touch on the legislation, because at the EU level now we passed the Commission the taxonomy, the so-called Complementary Delegate Act, and it's an important provision there about the gas and the nuclear in the so-called taxonomy, which is giving a huge incentive for the investment in nuclear and in gas. And we all know that those are not, not cheap investments. They are incredibly awarding investments and wise investments if you look on the term and medium, medium and long-term basis. So now the battle is in the European Parliament, and I'm hoping that this Complementary Delegate Act is going to go, forward, being voted in the European Parliament as it is now in the language of the Commission. And with that in mind, you will have the taxonomy, who will further incentive, will be a strong incentive for investing in technologies, in renewable, in gas, in nuclear, where, nuclear, it is a green energy, it's a clean energy if you think about it. And those are incredible weapons where you will tackle exactly what we were talking at the very beginning, to take the energy gas weapon from the Russians' hands, who misused it so many times. Not just at the EU level, but at the bilateral level with certain countries from the EU. That's the reality, if we want to talk very honestly and very frank about it, and knowing that you can address the policies, sound policies, not just for tomorrow, for the next winter, but for the years to come. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I think the point about investing into particularly gas production and trying to turn around some of the momentum that's been sort of anti-gas over the last several years is going to be critical here. Maybe Minister Kritika, maybe you could speak a little bit to how do we actually incentivize those within the context of the European Green Deal and looking at alternatives?
Well, arithmetics are merciless here, and we will be lacking gas for the next winter as European Union. No doubt about it. The question is how we handle it. We were calling, as Poland, since already 2014 for common strategy for buying gas. We were calling for a storage strategy, and Poland has introduced obligatory storage. We have been calling for LNG terminals. We put, and our terminal is one of the best filled within European Union. First with Qatari, 2 Qatari contracts, but then there is a number of contracts signed with American companies. So Polish LNG terminal is extremely well prepared. We were calling for stopping Nord Stream 2, and not because of Poland, but because of Ukraine. And right now, I think is the right moment to ask ourselves, how do we handle the looming shortage of gas for European Union for the next winter? And in this regard, repower is not enough. It needs to clearly state what will be the rules for rationalization of gas for Europe. I estimate 50 BCM, maybe 30 BCM if we really are lucky, the gap. So it's 1/10, 1/5, 1/10, 1/8 of European supply. It's a lot, but we can do many things in order to control supply, in order to make sure that also demand strategies, reduction strategies, energy efficiency strategies are put in place. But then again, we cannot do it alone. I mean, no country, Romania nor Poland, working together for years already on energy security and facing the same kind of challenges, cannot substitute themselves to the European Commission, because imagine what chaos it will be if each industry, each country was trying to grab neighbors' resources, stocks for the next winter. So we need a common strategy. We need to say clearly priority goes to families, then normal usage of, and then industry will have to be accommodated. That's the only way I can see it. But we need a key role of the European Commission. And I bet that having a clear situation on the market will also bring more clarity for prices. There will be probably less volatility, because today gas prices are volatile like crazy, because in fact markets do not know whether yes or not are we going to continue importing, not continue. This is what Ambassador Morningstar said. Paradoxically, after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, Europe continues to buy more gas than previously. And so there is a problem of cohesion here, and we need to make sure this is what Europe can have in terms of alternative supply. This is how we are going to manage the shortage, and this, in my opinion, will calm down also price volatility of gas prices.
Yeah, indeed, we're looking at some of the most extreme market intervention options, I think, out there. And in terms of how we deal with supply crises, the options are usually tapping storage, emergency fuel switching, and then thinking about how we can affect demand. Maybe Ambassador Morningstar, what are some of the ways that we can think about incentivizing more investment, particularly in some of the infrastructure that we're going to need above and beyond what's there already when it comes to sort of future gas crises?
I go back to some of the points that I made earlier. Part of that, again, is political will. And I keep emphasizing the importance of maintaining political will. The points that Minister Kurtika made about unity within Europe and the European Commission being a unifying factor is critically important. I think the Commission has been doing a pretty good job. There can be no backpedaling, for example, on the part of Germany, if things, again, settle down a little bit. We have to look at ourselves, all of us, on the US side and on the European side, at least for now, that we're on a wartime footing, and that we need to encourage the US government has to take whatever regulatory steps to encourage investment. If we say we can supply 15 BCM additionally this year of LNG, we have to work to supply more than that. If more Azeri gas is available, we have to look to see if that, even if that goes to Turkey and frees up more gas going through TANAP into Europe. The interconnections from Greece to Bulgaria to Romania are absolutely critical. There are some specific steps that can be taken in the short term to help, and it will be more if we have the political will, if we look at ourselves. Hey, in World War II, I mean, and I'm not saying this is World War II, but in World War II, what the United States did to increase production and wartime production, we have to look at it a little more that way as to what's necessary to be done in the energy field, and just do everything we can to increase gas availability. As well, again, doubling down on all the other technologies that have come up, whether it be renewables. I think what Minister Birchall said about nuclear is critically important. Other technologies as well. Energy efficiency has been mentioned, also critical. So all of these things we have to do in the short term, and just stick to it. Follow through is what's critical.
Absolutely. Part of the problem here, when we ask companies to invest much more in some of this infrastructure that can have, 15-year time spans, is the uncertainty about what the post-war situation will look like, what the long-term relationship with Russia and Russian gas is going to be. Charles, how do we think about the next step after the war, and how do we actually convince companies that over the long term there's a justification there for investment?
This is a really difficult issue, because even before the war we were seeing real pressure on some of those investments, because people who were supporting new oil and gas developments were saying, look, if it is the stated intention of governments to move fundamentally away from those, if we are investing billions in developing new fields which won't be open for a decade, then they're not going to be wanted in 20 years' time. So we were already seeing a lot of projects being shelved on financial grounds, alongside some which were being shelved on environmental grounds. So that we were starting at this at a fairly low base, and so that we have to find ways of encouraging the industry, which could be sort of modelled on some of the measures in the UK, where it's a government guarantee that if they undertake certain investments, then they won't lose out on that. This is a time for government intervention in energy. Some people say, somebody said in one of the panels yesterday, just get government out of the way, let industry and business get on with it. Energy is too critical to national security for governments just to leave this to the market. There has to be a much more interventionist approach to make it clear where government wants investment to go, and for government support to be evidently available. Just picking up on a couple of the other points which have been made, is that I think President Putin made a number of judgments. Most have been shown to be fundamentally flawed. He assumed that China would come in actively to back China. It hasn't. It hasn't been entirely, it hasn't been quite neutral, but it hasn't been where he expected it to be. He assumed that Europe wouldn't stand together, but it has. He assumed that President Biden wouldn't come to get involved, but he has. And so that on a number of areas, he's got these fundamentally wrong. And most of all, he underestimated the resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people. The one which we haven't seen tested yet is that he took a view that the European consumer would not take pain, would not take economic pain. And if they find in a few weeks' time they can't fill up their diesel vehicles because that diesel exports from Russia are down dramatically, half of European diesel comes from Russia. If we then start having shortages and people can't travel where they expected to, they can't see an ill parent or go and see a child, then in those circumstances, then we're going to start to test that. And that's where we come back to Richard Morningstar's key point about we have to double down on the pressure, because we have to have a wartime spirit. This is not a time when we can afford, for the sake of Ukraine, to say, well, look, it's a bit inconvenient for us now. Some of us have got elections coming up, and therefore we need to try and soften the blow. We've got to condition people to expect that we're in for a very long haul. It's going to be a difficult year, but it is going to be a difficult few years, probably. And therefore the need to focus on those technologies which can ensure that in the future we can never be held hostage as a continent again, economically, then we have to really to move those forward. I think the public will buy into that. I think the public understand the critical importance of doing it, but I don't think that aspect of the case is being made properly yet.
Philip, can I just,
yes,
Philip,
please.
Can I just very briefly follow up on what Charles is saying? Because I agree totally that government intervention is going to be critical. And I just don't buy into the stranded assets argument. I mean, if we believe that gas and gas investment is critical, and hopefully decarbonized gas investment in the short to mid-term, then there should be, and we're concerned that, well, and it may be a good thing 20 years from now that those assets are no longer needed. That's a cost of the energy transition. We're already talking about spending billions and billions and billions of dollars with respect to the energy transition. If that's an added cost, I think that would be, that's going to be worth it if it's absolutely critical that these investments be made. So I agree fully with Charles.
And if I can jump in, both, that's why I was talking about the importance of this complementary delegate act, because there is the taxonomy, as I said. So is the is the incentive for the investment both in gas and in nuclear. So, and those are two very crucial areas where you could diversify, and you could actually continue to advance the policy of getting strongly resilience for the EU. From the Russian gas. So this piece of legislation, and obviously will be others to follow, the EU leaders called on the Commission to come, I think, if I'm not mistaken, by the end of May, again with a serious plan, with serious steps, not just policy talking, but concrete steps that needs to be taken. So this taxonomy, it's absolutely critical in order to have that investment going forward for a medium to long-term basis. Exactly what Charles and the ambassador were saying earlier. So.
Getting the taxonomy right, and perhaps also with those kind of gas investments, making sure that they're transition-proof. What can they be used for next? For example, building out a European hydrogen economy. What are ways that, for example, in thinking about sort of the hydrogen future, that we can think about gas investments in that way?
Well, the hydrogen debate is going to change dramatically. The Kremlin produced a hydrogen strategy just a few months ago, and it wanted Russia to become, I think after Saudi Arabia, the second biggest hydrogen exporter in the world, with international partners co-investing alongside Russian companies, be that Rosatom or Rosneft and others. That strategy is in tatters. The world will never allow itself to depend on Russia for hydrogen, just as the world will never allow itself to depend on Russia for gas again. The reputation over 50, 60 years of not interrupting gas supplies to Germany even through the Cold War, is now fundamentally broken. So the hydrogen debate, I think we're a few years off being able to develop a hydrogen economy. The obvious place to start is blue hydrogen with gas. Green hydrogen from renewables or hydrogen from nuclear will become an important player. But at the moment, we haven't got the infrastructure, and at the moment, we haven't got the investment going in. So we will have hydrogen economies, and looking at the German strategy for that, I think that's a really encouraging approach. Heavy industry will be able to move from using gas to using hydrogen, but not in this decade, I don't think. So we need to be focusing on what can be done and the timescale for doing it, but we need to be realistic that it doesn't solve this crisis now.
Yeah. Let me also add on what the Minister and Ambassador said. I think we have different time scale. So yes, going for hydrogen makes sense, but it will bring us solutions in not quicker than 8 or 10 years. Yes, nuclear is part of the answer, and we want also to develop nuclear in Poland. But again, this is 12, 15 years if we are realistic in terms of scale. And the problem is here and now. And so we must make sure that we also are able to liberate the potential which is at our hands. And so, for example, we have very unbalanced LNG terminals within repartition within European Union. We have a lot of them in Spain and known in Germany. Yeah? But we do not. We lack pipes. So, but there are possibilities, for example, with gas from Algeria, to send more of gas, Algerian gas to Italy, for example, less to Spain, so that Spain can fill its LNG terminals, etc., etc. So there are different strategies which can be put in place in order to face the next winter, because that's the challenge. Second, what is the shortest available response time to prepare us for the winter? The problem for the winter will be for heating purposes. And the heat pump industry is growing like hell in Europe. In my country, 2017, the heat pump industry was 10th in terms of European Union ranking. Now it's the third. Within 2 years, we nearly tripled the provision of heat pumps in Poland. This is because we introduced a very ambitious policy of eliminating pollution from houses, so equipping them with photovoltaics, heat pump, and then charging infrastructure. 800,000 homes were equipped with a rooftop PV since 2.5 years. That's a record. And so we need, it's a wartime, and we need to have wartime answers, and wartime answers need to gather exceptional resources and be able to do at exceptional speed. So this is something that we need. Then what about rationalization for industry of gas? I think we should eliminate industries which are using gas not for technological purpose, but for example, for heating purposes. There are lots of them still. While, for example, fertilizer industry is absolutely crucial, because otherwise we will have both energy and food crisis. It's looming already. 25% of exports of wheat, global exports of wheat, have been controlled by Russia and Ukraine. It's not anymore on the market. So we need to make sure that there is a very intelligent strategy which is being put in place within weeks in the European Commission. And within weeks, whatever we do, we will not be able to build new facilities. This is not that I'm saying that we shouldn't build them. On the contrary, we should accelerate them. And we should make sure that Europe, as a minister eloquently also underlined, is not anymore considering Russia as credible supplier. So Europe must take all the consequences of this in terms of its own energy supply. But we have to attack questions one by one. The first question is, what do we do now? What do we do for the next winter? And then, if we have answers for these questions, we have to deploy the right strategy for the future.
Thanks, Robert. We're going to open for a question in just a moment, but please.
I have a quick, complementary approach to what our friend from Poland was saying. Yes, we need to act quickly now for next winter, but I will argue that we need to act quickly now for making sure that we learn the lessons from the past in order to avoid being in the corner some of the countries are today. And that's why you need to act today to invest in the SMRs, to invest in the new nuclear plants, to invest in the hydrogen from nuclear, because it's proven to be very efficient. That was the success story of my own country, Romania, because we acted 10, 15, 25 years ago. Cernavodă, through Nuclear Electrica, has been operating the two power plants for 25 years. And we took the necessary steps at that time. That's why we are in a strong position relatively to other countries in the region where we are not depending on the Russians' gas. Acting wisely today is going to secure you for the future. And, we all learned that it's important to take the necessary lessons from the past to build your present and especially to build your future. So what I will say, yes, let's act wisely for next winter, but let's act wisely and courageous for the next years to come. And in order to have the SMRs, which, it is is going to be proven as being a very reliable source of energy. But in order to have the SMR in 2030, you need to start acting as of today.
Thanks very much. Let's go to the audience for some questions, please.
Thank you very much. A very interesting panel. I have lots of questions. I'll be very short. Just 3 quick points. Gas is going to stay very expensive. It means for the full year. The expectation a few months ago was that in April the price will drop. This will be the normal test. It's not going to happen this time. So 3 quick points. Should we include Moldova and Ukraine in our planning in EU? Is it realistic to let them depend on Russia? On electricity, already they're decoupled from Russia and they're connected to the European system. Yeah. Should we somehow introduce them in our also planning in gas? Rationalizing. At least, okay, what do you think? Should we move this also to EU level? Yeah? Should we make interruptible consumers? Yeah? Consumers that you pay when there is not enough it is too much consumption, you pay some companies not to consume. Yeah? Should we move this to the EU level? And third point, if gas is going to stay so expensive, it's expensive, it's important itself, but it's messing up the electricity market. I know that's a very controversial issue, but somehow I see the logic to try to decouple the price. There's a French proposal, more or less, yeah? To decouple the price of gas from the electricity market, to find it a way so it's not pushing electricity so high, because this is creating additional economic and social problems. Yeah? Thank you.
Maybe on including Moldova and Ukraine in planning?
Well, obviously, and as I was hinting earlier in my intervention, Romania is helping the Republic of Moldova. We are, not just now, but for years, we've been helping the Republic of Moldova with the gas. Obviously, at this time, and I know it's a debate, and I think it's a decision as well, to help Moldova from the supply that will be at the EU level. And the easiest pipeline that will go through Moldova will be coming through Romania. So definitely, yes, from my point of view.
Someone want to speak on perhaps decoupling prices or some of the European proposals that we've seen from a few countries about things like price caps, potentially having volatility limits and guardrails?
From the UK perspective, one of the reasons why they are still connected is that we have renewables which are now running much more cheaply than electricity from gas. But when we have to back it up, then the market is set by the gas price. And so whilst that still remains a big issue, then it's much more difficult for us to decouple them. But there's a very lively debate now in the UK of people saying, well, if renewables are providing electricity much more cheaply than electricity from gas, then shouldn't that be reflected in the price people pay? And we've now got a debate about whether people who live near renewable installations should be getting cheaper electricity for hosting them in their communities. So I think that's absolutely the right one to be looking at. On your second point, if I may briefly just address that as well. Clearly we're not in the EU anymore, but I would have been nervous as a minister if the EU could offer could essentially agree that industries in my country, where I had electoral risks, could be taken off the gas supply by an act of the EU. So I think you'll find that people are very willing to cooperate on sustainability, on decarbonisation, like the implementation of the Renewable Energy Directive, but on energy security, they still want to maintain that as a national decision because it's too fundamental to their economic well-being as a country, but they will accept European enhancement of the measures which they're taking. I bow to my two European colleagues, and if they would feel the same thing, they may feel differently.
Thank you. Thank you for great questions. Well, Ukraine, Moldova, yes. It's part of the same system. We must provide them with security of supply. Then on the rationalization, I would have a different view. Why? I already went for negotiations. There is a regulation within EU related with priority of supply of gas in terms of shortage. And at some point, European Commission proposed that it is being governed by economic efficiency. And so I was joking at that time, saying that Poland is a neighbor of Germany. That's not a mystery in terms of geography. So Zielona Góra, a city 150 kilometers from Berlin, is having some schools. It's a big city. And in Berlin, you have some casinos. So I'd say in terms of energy economic efficiency, you would certainly be able to pay more for providing gas to a casino in Berlin than for a school in Zielona Góra. And it's the same gas system. So this is why, if we are not having clear rules at the EU level, we will be fighting. And that will be a chaos. And yes, indeed, it is a challenge in terms of some of industries. But again, if this discussion is not happening in a civilized manner at the level of European Commission, it will happen in a barbarian manner for the one who has more money to eliminate others. And I think that for some part of the market, maybe yes, we should be able to do it for some industry niches, but otherwise we will get in trouble. So I think we should prepare such plan at the level of European Commission. And then your last question is a very good question. It's not directly related with the war, because the question was already raised last year by Spanish and French government in particular. The problem is that, yes, indeed, we have very cheap renewables, but sun is shining for, in my country, 10% of the year. Wind is blowing for 30% of the year. So whatever you do, however cheap wind and solar would be, you inevitably end up closing the market with some existing conventional power. And what we've been understanding, and again here I'm sorry to say we were right, saying it is not workable. And Poland introduced, and we had a lot of discussions with the European Commission, but we introduced capacity market. So we have producers of electricity which are obliged to sell electricity. When we call, we pay them for that availability, but the result is right now, since at least 6 months, maybe 8 months, you can check, Poland is the cheapest wholesale market in European Union.
Yeah.
Maybe, Philip, one
yes,
brief point.
Ambassador, we're just at the end
Yeah.
of time, so let me give you the last word, Ambassador. European solutions for both on a war footing and in terms of the market.
Oh, okay. I'll make then a couple of quick points in closing. One, I think the questioner, those were excellent questions, but what it also makes absolutely clear, and we don't talk enough about in these debates and panels and discussions, is the importance of the electricity grid. And as I understand it, Ukraine actually connected to the European grid just before the war started, and Moldova is now connected as well. Absolutely critical. Likewise in the Baltics, to finish the synchronization project to get the Baltic countries off the European grid, the Russian grid, is absolutely critical. It gives Russia incredible leverage. I don't really have anything more to add from what I said. Just one follow-up, and I think it's from Minister Kurtika. There are alternatives for gas that do need to be explored. The issue of interconnections from Spain to France and on into Europe has been going on forever. That has to be solved. Algeria also a potential source, as well as any number of other sources. So I guess I'm done with my closing comments, and again emphasize the need to just stick to it and follow through on all the things that we're talking about.
Thank you very much. And with that, I think we're at the end of time. I just want to thank all of the panelists here, Minister Birschall, Minister Hendry, Minister Kurtika, and Ambassador Morningstar. It's been a great discussion. And thank you, everyone here. That wraps up the last session. So please join us. And let me pass you off to Olga for housekeeping.